This is Sniper. He's one of the 9 playable classes in Team Fortress 2, and if it wasn't obvious by the name, he likes to snipe people. It doesn't matter where you are on the map, because if this guy can see you, well, that means you're in a bit of trouble. No other class can even imagine going toe-to-toe with this guy from a long distance, and it's that ability which makes him one of the scariest opponents you can face in a round of TF2. He has the potential to be one of the game's strongest classes, as if you find yourself landing shot after shot after shot, well, you can completely shut down servers from the comfort of your team's backline without ever sniffing a semblance of danger. But we gotta zoom in on a word back there. If you land your shots, because if you don't, you'll be about as useful to your team as a basketball player who can't jump. Sniper can be extremely unforgiving, and if you're having a bad game, that's dead weight your team's gotta carry. And this is actually where I come into the picture. During my career as a TF2 player, I've tended to fall into that dead weight category more often than not. I've always preferred the more fast-paced classes like Soldier and Demo, so my Sniper gameplay has always been a little lackluster, to say the very least. But it wasn't gonna be like that for much longer. As I proved to you guys last year on Spy, if you're mentally ill enough to spend hours and hours grinding away every day for over 3 months straight, you can actually get pretty damn good at this game. And I think it was time for round 2. So on the 27th of July, 2023, just 1 week after releasing my Spy video, I decided it was time to commence the official 100 Days of Sniper challenge, and this time around, well, things were going to be a lot more difficult. The rule set was way stricter, the amount of hours played was going to be insane, my progress was going to reach unimagined new heights, and you can bet that my mental health was going to crash and burn even faster than last time. So, without further ado, I think it's time we dive into my 100 Days of Sniper challenge. Before I start losing my mind with the amount of Sniper I'm going to be playing, I think it's important we lay down the ground rules for this challenge, and that all starts with how much I'm going to be playing. If you saw last time on Spy, we set the goal of taking my hours from 80 to 280, which the game automatically tracks for you in the stats section. Now, it's important to note that this 200 hours of in-game Spy time was equal to more like 300 hours of actual TF2, because it doesn't track when you're dead, swapping servers, or waiting for the round to start. And if you ask me, I don't think that's enough for my Sniper. So we're going to be increasing that by 25% for this challenge, meaning we'll have to take my in-game Sniper hours from 123 up to 373, aka 250 hours. This increase is the decision I would live to regret deeply, and fortunately for me, that's just the beginning of these new rules. For people who watched last time, I actually completed the Spy challenge over a 113-day period, as there were times I was busy or had to travel or just needed to take a break because I was hating my life so much. But this time around, I would not be so lucky. Day 1 of the challenge would start on the 27th of July, and day 100 would be the 4th of November. If I missed a day at any point during this period, it was gone. I'd have to catch up on my hours in future days of the challenge, and if this started to get out of control, then we'd have a lot of painful grinding to do. Now, to ensure that I could get a holistic understanding of Sniper, I wanted to make sure that I touched base with each of the rifles for a good amount of time. On Spy, we set the goal of getting 1,000 kills on each of his knives and revolvers, but if you think I'm going to go out of my way to get hundreds and hundreds of kills with the Tribalman's Shiv, you'd be sorely mistaken. It just doesn't really make that much sense to set kill goals on all the melee weapons, so I kept it simple this time around. Sniper has 7 different rifles, and to successfully complete the challenge, I needed, at minimum, 3,000 kills on each of them. That's right, my stock rifle, my MACHINA, my HITMAN'S HEATMAKER, my HUNTSMAN, my BAZAAR bargain, my Sydney Sleeper, and yes, even my stupid classic would each finish this challenge with 3,000 kills. For those who don't know, the way we can track the amount of kills we have is with strange weapons, which cost a little bit of money to buy in the same way a stat track weapon in CSGO does, and they keep count of every kill you get along the way. These can vary a lot in price, especially when you decide to get a strange Australian sniper rifle, which is 100 times more expensive than a normal one, but there's no need to worry because this will make for a fantastic tax write-off in the 2023 to 2024 financial year, and God, do I love my job. Once I successfully ticked off 3,000 kills on each of the rifles, I'd be free to use whatever I wanted and could just spend the remainder of the challenge getting really good. Anyway, those are the 3 main rules we'll be abiding by. 250 hours of in-game time, no break days, and 3,000 kills on each of the rifle unlocks Sniper has available to him. I'll also use this as a quick opportunity to point out the fact that yes, this video is insanely long, almost double the length of the last one. But just as I did last time, this video is broken up into 10 parts, meaning you don't have to binge the entire thing because that'd be kinda silly. Last time I said this, a lot of people commented saying that they were offended that I didn't think they could watch it in just one sitting, and look man, I'm not gonna control how you spend your time, but if I were you, this would be my lunch video for the next 2 weeks. No man, woman, or child should have to be left with their own thoughts as they eat a delicious meal, and if you choose me to fill that void for you, I am truly honored. But with all of that out the way, let us finally begin my downward spiral into insanity. Before we can embark on my second expedition through hell itself, I actually want to begin this video with a fairly simple question. Where do you think this challenge would begin? Seriously, you'd probably expect me to sit down at my desk, boot up my computer, ignore the overwhelming sense of dread filling my body as the crushing reality of this commitment dawns upon me, launch TF2 and start playing sniper in some random lobby. You know, hit the ground running like we did last time for Spike. Well, no actually, that'd be way too easy. You think that just by adding an extra 50 hours of sniper for this challenge compared to last time, and removing my ability to take mental health days, whatever the hell they're supposed to be, is enough to guarantee my passage into the Sniper Hall of Fame? Of course not. If David Goggins played TF2, he'd be laughing in my face right now, because he could grind out 250 hours of sniper with his eyes closed whilst running an ultra marathon with 2 broken feet, and would probably have enough oxygen to call me a weak bitch every 20 meters that he ran. Stay hard! If I truly want to become the most elite level sniper player possible, and absolutely dominate the competition on Australian servers, I can't just jump straight into TF2, because I need to start every day of this challenge with the Breakfast of Champions. And by breakfast I mean Kovacs, and by champions I mean nerds with carpal tunnel syndrome. For any well-adjusted people watching this video, no, Kovacs isn't a type of cereal, it's what we call an aim trainer. It's basically a game separate from TF2 entirely, where you go through these different training scenarios made by people in the community, and shoot targets in a set amount of time with the goal of improving your aim. A lot of pro players from shooters like Counter-Strike, Valorant, and Overwatch swear by aim trainers and just how good they are for improving. But in TF2, a game with the more, how do I put it? Niche competitive scene, it's relatively unheard of. But look, given that I'm going to be playing Sniper, who is easily the most aim-intensive class in all of TF2, and because I'm a fledgling masochist who just enjoys making these challenges as mentally draining as possible for myself, I think it'll be a worthwhile investment, sinking a small amount of time into Kovacs every day to see how much it helps me on this sniping journey. I will admit that there is a bit of contention as to how useful aim trainers actually are for improving, but that's something we'll unpack later down the road as I get more and more experience using Kovacs. At best, it's going to be a tool which significantly improves my ability to get kills in TF2, and at worst, it doesn't really do anything except rob me of like, oh my god, 60 hours? I'm about to spend 2.5 days in a sad grey room shooting little targets on top of the 4 hours of sniper I'll also be doing every day for this challenge? Oh god. Well, I'm sure this will have absolutely zero negative repercussions on my mental health as this challenge progresses. I decided to do a bit of research into a good training routine I could practice every day on Kovacs, and stumbled across one called Aimers Plus Benchmark Normal, which featured 18 different exercises, all targeting slightly different aiming styles. Now look, I definitely didn't do enough research into what makes for a good training routine, and kind of rushed the selection process, but as a starting point in my aim trainer journey, this one seemed like it would be fine enough. It'd take about 20 to 25 minutes to complete all 18 exercises, accounting for restarts, so my plan was to begin every day of the challenge with this routine as a nice little way of warming up before I actually booted up TF2 and got to playing Sniper. Alright, so we've got the routine I'm going to use, and that means we're finally ready to jump into things. Right? Well, not quite, but stick with me. There's another slight detour we have to take before that. Because I've always been a soldier main in TF2, a class not really known for precision, I've had a relatively higher mouse sensitivity over the years because it helps with stuff like rocket jumping and quickly flicking to enemies behind you. Now, a quick warning, this might be gibberish to some people, but the mouse sensitivity I was using prior to beginning this challenge was a DPI of 1600 with a TF2 in-game sense of 1.8, meaning I have to turn my mouse about 14.4 centimeters or 5.7 inches if you use freedom units to do a 360-degree turn. This isn't anything crazy high, but to put it simply, my sniper gameplay would probably benefit if I turned this down a notch or two. Now yes, it ultimately does come down to personal preference, and I know that JPEG, another TF2 YouTuber, uses an in-game sensitivity of 10 and still manages to absolutely obliterate enemy gamers in competitive. For reference, that means he only has to move his mouse this much to do a 360, and I seriously have no idea how it's possible to line up a meat shot with the sensitivity that high. So whilst it wasn't absolutely necessary, I personally felt like dropping my sensitivity would help with my accuracy on sniper, especially with quick flicks and more consistent tracking. So I decided to reduce my in-game sense from 1.8 down to 1.3, aka a 30% decrease. Also, on a funny little tangent, whilst I was doing doing research into what mouse sensitivity I should use for this challenge, I discovered that for the past 2 years I've owned this computer, I've actually had mouse acceleration on by default, which basically means the faster you physically move your mouse, the further it will travel on screen. This just adds an extra layer of variability to your aiming, which makes solidifying your muscle memory even harder, and most people are against it. It's pretty funny because this is one of the first things basically any person who has taken a video game even semi-competitively knows about, and my dumbass forgot to turn it off when I got a new computer. And yes, it also means I've done countless challenge videos, live commentaries, weapon reviews, and even the previous 100 Days of Spy, all with this fantastic setting enabled. Does that make me feel like an idiot? Maybe a little. Anyway, back on track. I put in my new sensitivity of 1.3 into Kovacs with mouse acceleration disabled, and also tinkered with a few other settings like removing the gun model it has on by default because it takes up an annoying amount of screen, and finally got into my very first run of the routine. Luckily for me, my expectations were on the floor for how I was about to perform, especially after the fact I had just reduced my mouse sensitivity for the first time in years and eradicated thousands of hours of muscle memory in an instant. I was expecting to suck shit on this first attempt, and wouldn't you know, I did suck shit on this first attempt. To illustrate how much shit sucking was done, let me explain something real quick. There are 18 individual exercises which I had to complete to finish the full routine, and every time you make it to the end of one of those exercises, you receive a score which displays how well you do, some accuracy stuff, and a nice little ranking which compares you to everyone else who has completed that exercise before. For example, if we take a look at, I don't know, my performance on the 8th exercise in this routine, I had to track this bouncing ball to the best of my ability. Obviously, the more times I'm able to smoothly track the ball and successfully hit the target before the exercise ends, the higher my score will be. Now, I don't get off to the best start, as my tracking feels more like little micro flicks rather than one smooth motion, and by the time I get to the end, well, it turns out my first time performance was bad enough to be in the bottom 10th percentile, aka I did worse than 90% of people who have completed this exercise. If this was an IQ distribution instead of an aim trainer score, being in the bottom 10 percentile means I legally couldn't even apply to join the military because they deem me too stupid. Now yes, this was my first time doing it, but I still didn't expect to see some of my scores hover such a comically low percentile when I've easily spent over a decade playing first-person shooters. But look, that was just one of the 18 exercises in this routine, and my performance elsewhere was a fair bit better. Nothing special, but definitely better than the bottom 10%. If we take a look at my scores, my average placement hovered the 30th percentile, which isn't anything to write home about, but I wasn't too fussed about it because I had another 99 attempts of this routine to do over the next 99 days, and I'm sure we'd improve dramatically in that time. Anyway, that's all the boring aim trainer stuff done for now. I know this isn't 100 days of Kovacs, but because I was going to be spending my first 25 minutes of every day for the next 3 months in this aim trainer, I thought it would be important to give you guys a bit of a rundown. We'll touch back in with it every so often throughout the challenge to see how I progress, but for now, I can actually introduce you to the guy this video is all about. Relative to the other classes in the game, Sniper really isn't all that complex. There's no crazy jumps to pull off, no complex trick stabs, no niche movement mechanics, and no frame-perfect combos. For a game which prides itself on its overwhelming amount of mechanical depth, Sniper really doesn't have that much of it. You stand back, scope in, pray you don't get swarmed by a gang of conniving Frenchmen, and click heads. It sounds pretty simple, right? Well, just because it isn't the most mechanically complex class in the game, it doesn't mean it isn't challenging. In fact, because Sniper's playstyle is so simplistic, the skill ceiling of what you can master is incredibly high. So, with that in mind, let's start things off with a deeper look on how this guy actually works. If we're running off what the game tells us, Sniper is considered a support class. Now, before you start laughing, it is important to note that Spy is also categorized as a support class, so at least Valve is consistent with their bullshit. I am half joking here, but no, you are definitely not a support class when you play Sniper, at least not in the traditional sense. You don't have any healing mechanics, you can't give out resistances or revive teammates, and the closest thing you have to utility is a jar of urine. So, why did Valve put you here? Well, unlike anyone else in the game, you are the only class who functions at longer distances, and this puts you in a very unique position. You'll very rarely be on the front line going toe-to-toe with power classes like Heavy and Demo. Instead, you get to play God by locking down a sight line where you'll pick off important targets to make it easier for your team to push or defend the objective. By that logic, you're more of a facilitator than anything else, and at least in theory, I can kinda see where Valve is coming from. However, when you actually start to play Sniper, you'll realize that you can deal a lot of damage. Like, more than the power classes on your team type damage, and that is thanks to your primary weapon, your bread and butter, the sniper rifle. Now, compared to other games, the way the sniper rifle works in TF2 is actually pretty unique. Rather than dealing a set amount of damage like the AWP in Counter-Strike or the intervention in Call of Duty, TF2 sniper rifle has a charging mechanic, meaning the longer we're scoped in for, the more damage we can deal. This starts off at 50 damage, but scales up to 150 after 3.3 seconds of charging, which can take out 5 of the 9 classes in an instant. You can see your level of charge with this visual indicator when you're scoped in, and the further along it is, the more damage you're able to do. Now, of course, what would sniping in a video game be without headshots? And TF2 is no different in this regard. Whilst body shots will deal 50 damage, a successful headshot triples this amount to 150, and if you happen to fully charge that headshot, it can deal up to 450 damage, which is enough to take out a fully overhealed heavy in a single shot. It's also important to note that there's actually an 0.2 second buffer before you're able to land a headshot, meaning if you scope in and only wait 0.19 seconds before shooting, it doesn't matter if your crosshair was right on their cranium, it'll only register as 50 damage. You're also unable to hit headshots when no scoping, there's no reduced damage if you hit the arms or legs, it's bolt action with 25 bullets, and for the love of God, you cannot shoot through glass windows. The amount of new players I've seen trying to line up the perfect shot on a medic with Uber through the windows on Viaduct has caused me a lot of pain in the past. There's no wall banging through surfaces, so save yourself the trouble and don't try. The only other important thing to know about the sniper rifle is that when you're scoped in, it'll show a small dot on the surface you're aiming at, which the enemy team can see. And there you have it, stats you could find on the TF2 wiki or rated by yours truly. But anyway, now that we know how the rifle works, what actually is your role on the team as sniper? Well, when it came to the last 100 days challenge, I ended up labeling Spy as a disruptor. It made sense with how his kit functions and the utility it provides, but I don't know, nothing really springs to mind for sniper, because you just kinda kill everything. There's not much else to it. Now, I know this is reductive, and you could basically distill any role in a first-person shooter to, well, shoot and kill as many baddies as possible, but a sniper best represents this ethos relative to every other class in the game. You don't cap points faster, you can't quickly spam sentries, you can't reflect projectiles or extinguish teammates, you can't set defensive traps, you can't absorb damage on the front line for your team, you can't build teleporters or dispensers, you can't heal anyone, and you can't sap buildings. God truly put you on this earth for one thing, and one thing only, murder. It is your job to take down the most valuable players on the enemy team whenever they are stupid enough to pick your sideline. So, you know what? There actually is a pretty good name for this role. You're an assassin. Kill as many people as possible without dying yourself to maximize your team's chance of winning. And yes, I'm about to explain this very simple gameplay loop in excruciating detail for the next 6 or so hours. So, only one thing remains now. We know about the aim trainer and the Kovacs and how the rifle works and what our job is, so it is finally time to drop into our very first game. And you know what? I gotta be honest with you, I'm not gonna bullshit you into thinking I sucked real bad in the beginning. I'm not gonna synthesize this fake story where we go through the whole hero's journey shtick, the rags to riches, starting off incompetent and then getting really good, because I actually wasn't terrible in the beginning. Well, at least not entirely. The first thing of note happened approximately 3 minutes into my first game of Sniper on Borneo, when I realized that 1.3 still wasn't a low enough mouse sensitivity, and decided to drop it to 1.1, which then later became 1.0, aka my initial mouse sensitivity of 1.8, which I had about 1500 hours of muscle memory committed to, had almost halved in the space of about 30 minutes. Nice. I'm sure this will do absolute wonders for my ability to click on heads in the short term. The second thing of note to happen was, wait, I'm actually not sucking as bad as I thought I would. When I played my first few games of Spy in the last challenge, my gameplay was genuinely atrocious. I was bumping into just about every enemy possible whilst invisible, and I also seemed to be incapable of getting a backstab, despite being 5 hammer units away from someone's spinal cord. But you know what? When it came to Sniper this time around, I was actually hitting some decent shots right from the very beginning. I thought the drastic change of mouse sense and being in the bottom 10th percentile on some of my Kovacs routines was the universe telling me that the next 5 days of my life were going to involve some very, very painful readjusting. But no, actually, it went a lot better than expected. Take a look here on my second game of the challenge, where I'm holding this nice little sightline on Badwater until all of a sudden a soldier rocket jumps into view and oh, I actually landed a pretty clean headshot on him. Or later that same day on Harvest, I'm pressuring the point and managed to pick off this sniper, then this NG, and also a spy. 3 headshot kills in like 7 seconds, that's not too shabby. I even remember this specific moment on day 2 where I was defending on Upward. I'd already picked up a few kills and we were doing a pretty good job of keeping the enemy team in their spawn room until a demo launches himself through the sky in my direction, and with one clean flick, I drag my crosshair straight to their cranium and drop him out the sky. With only like 3 hours of playtime under my belt at this point, I thought it was a pretty impressive shot to hit. However, the enemy demo did not share this sentiment, as moments later this very level-headed gamer took to their keyboard and dropped a "fuck you" N-word in chat hard R and all. Now, of course, I don't want to paint the picture that I was some absolute aim god because I hit a couple good shots here and there, as it was very much not the case. For every kind of cool flick headshot on a flying demo I'd hit, there'd be about 6 misses on some revved up heavy chugging along at a snail's pace. And that actually brings me to what was by far my biggest weakness in the beginning of this challenge: inconsistency. Now look, if I'm going to be honest, this isn't the worst issue to have, as it's markedly better than being consistently bad, but what I noticed most in these early days of sniping was the absolute roller coaster in performance I had from game to game. I'd go from looking like I just picked up a mouse for the first time, missing shot after shot after shot, to Game 6 LeBron James in the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics. Take a look here on Harvest again, where, count with me, I miss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 headshots on these two snipers before a Trojan marches in and executes me with their market gun. We can all agree that was some genuinely awful stuff, right? But 20 minutes later on Phoenix, apparently I've gotten my shit together because I delete this pyro, then this soldier, and then dunk on another one. Now, this level of inconsistency does make some sense. Sometimes you're gonna go from a lobby where you're versing a bunch of fresh installs who haven't discovered lateral movement yet, to another where each person on the enemy team has their in-game hours in the 5-digit range. Obviously, there's a little bit of gambling when it comes to casual matchmaking. Worse players tend to move in predictable patterns, which are easy to track and flick to, whereas better players are able to maneuver in a way that makes them harder to hit. But to be honest, with the way I was fluctuating in performance, I definitely knew there was more to it than just the enemies I was versing. My lack of experience on sniper and this new sensitivity basically made every flick of my mouse a roll of the dice as to whether or not I secured a headshot in these early days of the challenge. I think I was winning that gamble more often than I had any right to. Like, seriously, some of these shots were downright stupid, but my aim was definitely feeling very clunky and awkward at times. You can see that here on day 7 of the challenge, where I'm in the tunnel on Badwater and I'm greeted by a fellow sniper on the enemy team. We trade some shots, both missing, then trade some more shots, miss some more, keep missing, and before you know it, 10 seconds have passed and neither of us have managed to hit a headshot. Well, here on day 3, we're on Frontier pushing forward. And again, I'm missing shots like there's no tomorrow. There's some seriously bad stuff. Until what? Out of nowhere, I managed to drop this medic with an unreasonably clean shot. Look, my mouse movements felt erratic, my tracking was super choppy, and overall, we were just adjusting to a new class and some new settings simultaneously, meaning I had moments where I looked like I should be banned from ever holding a rifle again, and some moments like this.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry!
I knew with enough time that these peaks and troughs in my gameplay would begin to even out, but for now, I was having a good time with the lottery. That was my aim. Exposing yourself to similar situations is how you develop experience after all, and I knew this would lead me to more consistently good sniping in the long term. It was just going to take a bit of time, maybe 100 days or something, I don't know. Now hopefully you're sitting back in your chair at that last section thinking, you know what, that actually makes a lot of sense, elmaxo. When you pick up a new skill for the first time, of course you're going to have fluctuations in performance as you gradually learn and get better, so inconsistency is only to be expected. But for this next little, how do I put it, road bump in my sniper journey, I don't think you'll be agreeing with me in the same way, because it kind of sounds like a joke when I verbalize it, but I promise you, it's not. So basically, the next major issue I noticed in my sniper gameplay in this first block of the challenge was killing heavies. Yeah, there is no joke. The slowest moving class in the game, who in theory should be by far the easiest to kill a sniper, especially given how fat his hitbox is, was actually giving me more trouble than I'd care to admit. Yeah, laugh at me now, get it out of your system, but if you're a sniper main, I think you'll kinda understand the issue I was having, or at least I hope you do, otherwise my credibility as a TF2 YouTuber will continue to go down the drain. Generally, heavies are one of the easier classes to kill. If they're returning to the front line and are moving in a predictable manner at their slow-ass 77% movement speed, yeah, it's not hard to put my crosshair a little bit in front of them and wait to Guitar Hero their ass when their head perfectly sits in the center of my screen. That's simple and definitely not my issue. At least most of the time. Sometimes I can even miss that, but that's not my main point here. The specific scenario I'm talking about is when those fat fuckers are revved up with their minigun and are moving at this super awkward slow pace that makes micro-adjusting your aim almost impossible as they strafe back and forth over and over. To get an idea of what I'm talking about, take a look here at this clip from day 8 where we're on Badlands. I'm positioned nicely behind my frontline combo and I spot this heavy to the right, but because he is strafing so rapidly whilst firing his Tomislav, it makes it so unreasonably hard to protect predict his movement, meaning I choke both shots. Or here on day 7, I'm farming kills from this great vantage point on Swiftwater until a revved up heavy rolls out from his spawn room. So I start slowly tracking his head, charging the shot, but just as I'm about to drop the fucker, he slowly strafes back in the opposite direction, meaning I choke the shot entirely. The most painful part about missing shots like these is that I swear to God, it's always on the fresh installed Gibbous heavies who apparently have the most insane revved up movement, and this bruises my incredibly fragile ego. But credit where credit is due, they do a real good job at dodging my shots, whether they actually intend to or not. Now, I'd love to sit here and say this weakness in my sniper gameplay gets better as the challenge progresses and I'm able to track these heavies with more precision, but no, not really. For some reason, this fat-ass, slow-moving Russian was going to be the bane of my existence throughout this challenge when he had absolutely no right to be. I have an embarrassing amount of clips of me screaming at myself for missing what should be very easy shots, but they'll never see the light of day because I don't want you, the viewer, to judge me and leave mean comments about my incompetence.
No, I'm not. Strip me of everything. Get the police in here to take my computer away. Officer! His gaming license has been revoked.
Anyway, the issues I've been yapping about so far have focused on the mechanical side of Sniper, and it's pretty obvious that my aim has a very long way to go before it's anything even semi-admirable. But for this next part, I want to move over to the other side of playing Sniper, and that is game sense. It may come as a surprise to you, but no. Sniper isn't just being some aim god who can land every single headshot that comes your way. It actually takes a lot of brain power when we have to consider things like game state, where to position, which sight lines to use, and... Whoa! That is the interp music. I think it's important we begin our discussion of game sense on Sniper with the class that was single-handedly shitting on me the hardest in this first block of the challenge, and that was Spy. Because most of our existence as Sniper is spent isolated from our team, tunnel vision down a sight line, we find ourselves particularly vulnerable to the conniving Frenchman who's able to go invisible, flank behind without being noticed, and can instantly kill people who aren't facing him. I found that the presence of just a single spy on the enemy team means you have to be on high alert at all times, as there is the constant potential of him emerging from literally nothing and murdering you before you can even react. The only counterplay against this is constantly being on your toes and checking your surroundings and hoping one pops up in that time window where you turn around momentarily before you go back to sniping. This is a significant mental burden to keep tabs on whilst you're focused on landing headshots, and it's something I really struggled to balance in these early stages of the challenge. Take a look at this clip from day 1 where I'm slow peeking this corner on Badwater and get a nice headshot on the medic, then another on this soldier, and I'm feeling good after these 2 quick frags. So I keep moving forward, get this sniper, and then, a spy named Dick Stanley ruins my fucking day in the most abrupt fashion possible. Or again, later that same day, I'm defending upward last and get a nice clean headshot on this sniper, so I want to keep the momentum rolling. We're playing good, so I move up until all of a sudden, yeah, another backstab puts an end to that life. There's just something so unsatisfying about dying to a backstab like this, where you've just started to get the ball rolling and you're landing your shots, so you decide to keep pressing forward and, oh, no, never mind. You have been removed from the game because you forgot to check your back at the exact moment a spy decided to push you, and it was proving to be really annoying during these early days of the challenge. The one positive takeaway I found dying to a spy in situations like these is the massive wake-up call it gives you. It's basically the universe reaching out through your monitor and slapping you on the face saying,
"Dude, there's spies around. Please check your back more unless you want to keep feeding that guy strange kunai. Okay?"
But unfortunately for me, I didn't really tend to heed the universe's warning and found myself dying on repeat to the same spies in the same spots rather frequently. Take a look at this clip from day 1 on Upward where I'm pushing around the right flank and unfortunately get backstabbed because I'm not really paying attention. It sucks, but whatever. It happens to the best of us and it's unavoidable at times. So next time I respawn, we won't go to that right flank again because that'd be stupid. We'll instead push with our team or go up the left flank so we can have people around to help us deal with the spy, and therefore we won't immediately die. So fast forward to our next life and, oh god, apparently I didn't get the memo because I've decided to push the same flank again, and to absolutely no one's surprise, I die to the exact same spy in the exact same position 26 seconds later. You know that saying of how you don't have to tell a child not to touch a hot stove twice because they'll burn their hand and learn their lesson? Yeah, well, my parents clearly didn't instill that in me enough growing up. Anyway, it was only when a spy backstabbed me for a second time that a switch in my brain would usually flip and turn me into that one album by Black Sabbath, because oh boy, I do not like being repeatedly embarrassed by sneaky Frenchmen. You can see how paranoid I get in this clip from day 11, where I've been getting repeatedly swarmed by spies this whole game, so my eyes are glued to the backlight. I spend a full 30 seconds after activating this spy's dead ringer, making sure he doesn't reappear to frag me. But it doesn't even matter, because I still end up getting backstabbed by a different spy who's already dominating me at this point. Yeah, look, it was pretty grim starting things off, and it made me realize that dying to spies was going to be an inevitability for the next 100 days. There are just times where you'll be a good boy checking your surroundings to ensure you're safe for like half a minute, but the 1 second you stop to scope in is gonna be the exact same time a happy-go-lucky spy will decloak behind you for the freest backstab of their career. As I mentioned earlier, I wasn't doing the best job of keeping mental tabs on enemy spies at this point in the challenge, because even when they did backstab me twice and had me on full alert, my paranoia would only last a single life, and I'd end up going back to my default state of not really caring after that. What I had to change moving forward was that I needed to stay on high alert at all times, and if I did get backstabbed once, I needed to make sure to spy check as frequently as possible for the rest of that round. Also, on a funny note, something I realized very quickly was that starting this sniper challenge 1 week after publishing 100 Days of Spy probably wasn't the best idea, because there may or may not have been a massive influx of new players trying out the conniving Frenchman, and that isn't good when it comes to your well-being as sniper. For everyone who says I misuse my influence, well, guess what? I get caught up in my own stupidity too, as I very much shot myself in the foot here, so I think that basically makes us even for that whole lolly-chop market manipulation thing that may have been against Steam's TOS. Okay? What I should have done if I had the forward thinking a year ago was do 100 Days of Sniper first, then start my spy challenge so I could farm all of the clueless newbies to make myself look like a gamer god, but that wasn't the reality we were living in. Fortunately though, this increase in spy players wasn't necessarily the end of the world, because it was a whole lot of new people picking up the class for the first time, and bad spies who decloak right next to you and don't know how to use their revolver when put in tense situations are some of the easiest kills you're gonna get as sniper. Take a look at this clip from day 5 on Upward, where I spot a teammate getting backstabbed up ahead. Now, usually, I'd be pretty scared. I'm on 45 HP, and I also managed to choke my shot on him, leaving me in a very vulnerable state. But, when you remember that 100 Days of Spy and its consequences have been a disaster for the TF2 player base, you'll know that in the balance of probabilities, it's plausible that this guy is playing as the sneaky Frenchman for the first time. So, I whip out my SMG, and just like clockwork, this guy starts fumbling between his different unlocks for 2 seconds as I pump him full of lead. This kill was especially funny because one of my biggest problems I had early on playing Spy was fat fingering and accidentally swapping to my Sapper or Disguise Kit in the middle of combat, which this poor fellow replicated perfectly, making this kill feel oddly poetic. Anyways, I think that's enough about Spy for the minute. It is one of the most complex matchups we have as sniper, especially when you start introducing unlocks like the Razorback and Girardi to the mix, but we'll talk about all that in depth later in the video. Before we can officially wrap up this first block of the challenge, I want to direct our attention to the other two weapons we have at our disposal when playing vanilla sniper, namely the SMG and the Kukri. I figured that because we were using the stock rifle in this first section, it only made sense to use the default secondary and melee option along with it. I can't say I had particularly high hopes for either of these weapons, especially because I knew we had some super powerful unlocks to pick from later on, like a jar of my own urine, but to my surprise, these guys proved to be really solid. The SMG especially was a really nice safety net to fall back on when I found myself in a pinch, as it gave me a fairly consistent form of damage against flankers and any enemies trying to get up close and personal. Take a look here on day 3 where we're on process, and a soldier bombs in very aggressively, which kills my teammate, and then he directs his attention towards me. In his defense, I probably think I'd be able to kill an SMG sniper in this exact scenario too, but with a combination of good tracking, movement, and some unexpected aggression, we're actually able to successfully gun down a 200 HP soldier in no time at all. Using the SMG actually reminded me a lot of the revolver on Spy, as most enemies severely underestimate how much damage this weapon could dish out in a short period of time, giving you a nice little surprise factor when you decide to take those more aggressive 1v1s. I can't even begin to tell you how many overzealous scouts would charge straight at me, expecting the easiest frag of their life, just to end up bleeding out on the ground to the 1000 paper cuts that is using the SMG. I found most of my success with the SMG when I'd use it in combination with some no-scopes for quick burst damage and simultaneously backpedal away from the enemy pushing me, which maximized my chance of survival. I'd either do enough damage to secure myself a kill, or because I got them low on HP and I was already backpedaling away, they wouldn't risk overextending to kill me, so I could live to fight another day. When doing this though, you do gotta keep in mind that you are the sniper, and you aren't supposed to function very well from close range. Well, at least not until we see the most disgusting combo since Karl Malone and 12-year-old girls. So you'll probably find yourself as the underdog more often than not. A scattergun, rocket launcher, or flamethrower should beat you most of the time, assuming your enemy has a baseline level of competency, but when you're in a pinch, that doesn't really matter. You just have to track your opponent to the best of your ability and hope you can survive in the process. I'll also mention it here, but the tracking exercises I was doing every morning in Kovacs already felt like it was helping substantially when it came to my SMG aim especially. After just 10 days of aim training, my tracking was starting to feel a lot more like one smooth motion rather than a bunch of micro flicks, and this was definitely translating to my in-game performance. My scores had already improved by an average of 36.8% in the first 10 days alone, and on that tracking exercise on the moving ball where I ranked in the bottom 10th percentile, I'd already increased my score from 176 all the way up to 349, which was the 54th percentile, aka I was now slightly better than average, and my SMG aim definitely thanked me for it. I will say that towards the end of this block of the challenge, I did feel as though I was leaning a bit too heavily on the SMG in close quarter combat, and was never really giving myself the opportunity to landing headshots in those difficult situations. Now, there's nothing wrong with this per se, but I started to realize that one of the biggest avenues for skill expression I was gonna have as sniper during this challenge was my ability to land those clutch-ass headshots when an enemy scout is hunting you down or a soldier is jumping straight on top of you. I realized that too often I found myself swapping straight to my SMG and didn't even attempt to hit those harder shots with my rifle, meaning I wasn't going to get any better at it, which could create quite the hole in my skill set as sniper. Take a look here on day 5 where I'm locking down this sideline on upward. I get a nice headshot on this soldier here until moments later, a scout drops down from seemingly nowhere and begins rushing me. Fortunately, my shot is fully charged, meaning I don't even need to land a headshot here, but I get frazzled anyway and do this god-awful flick before he cleans me up. I think my reaction in the moment sums things up pretty well.
No, I missed the shot on the flanking scout, no!
Or here on day 11, we're on Cashworks, and I notice the sentry on the left, and then the engineer who built it notices me and starts pushing. But for some reason, I take way too long to scope in as he is aggressing, which doesn't leave me enough time to take a close range shot on him, resulting in my swift death. Because I lack the situational experience of having enemies push aggressively, I'd either miss my close range shot on the off chance I'd actually attempt one, or I just default to using all reliable and begin spraying away as I backpedal. This is a completely feasible strategy that works well, don't get me wrong, but I realize that these are the exact scenarios where you want to be limit testing your own ability by taking those low chance shots, because that's the only way you're going to improve and get consistently good at them. Again though, we were very much still in the early days of this challenge, and this was something we would have a lot of time to improve at. And with that out the way, I think it's time we wrap things up. This is only the first section of the challenge, and if I'm being honest, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. So I hope you understand why this video is so damn long. Anyway, as you'll remember, I set the goal of getting 3,000 kills with each of Sniper's different rifles, and on day 12, after hitting a no-scope on this clueless demo man, I realized,
Oh shit, I went straight past 3,000. Oh. I hit 3,003.
yeah, I kinda wasn't paying all that much attention and went 3 kills over, but it didn't really matter. My OCD just didn't like the fact it wasn't a beautiful round number. Anyway, that was officially the first rifle we could tick off the list, leaving us with 6 more to go. Past this point, I was also going to start swapping around my melee and secondary weapons, so we'll have a lot more to talk about as we move through the challenge. Now, before I can unpack all the stats in this section, there's something I need to bring up which a lot of people noticed in the Spy video. As you may or may not know, I kept a tally of the amount of kills and deaths I got in each game I played as Spy when I did that 100-day challenge, so we could have some analytics to help explain my progress and the different trends that occurred. But what some of the aspiring accountants in my audience noticed was that I specifically mentioned how I was tallying all of these numbers into a Google Doc, which, for those who don't know, isn't the most efficient way of calculating your kill-death ratio over thousands and thousands of games. But because I wanted to go all out for 100 days as Sniper, I am happy to announce that I put in 3 whole minutes of work to figure out how to use Google Sheets, and we now have this beautiful spreadsheet set up with kills, deaths, win percentage, and even map played. Rather than individually typing each kill and death amount into my calculator app, now all I have to do is type equal sum at the bottom of the column and highlight all the cells, and bam, I've now probably saved myself something like 5 hours of work by the time we finish this challenge. I don't know why I thought using Google Docs would be a good idea last time. Even 20 days into the challenge, my friend was saying how much faster it would be to use a spreadsheet, but I was stubborn and stuck with it because, I don't know, I'm a massive idiot. But all my Excel bros will be happy to know that I have now taken the spreadsheet pill and saved myself a bunch of time in doing so. Anyways, that's all nice, but onto the numbers themselves. In this first block of the challenge, I got a total of 3,568 kills and died 1,671 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.14, which was a really nice starting point. Sometimes I forget I have thousands of hours in this game when I do these challenges, meaning I can never really start off as a complete noob. Your average player would be frothing over a KD like this, but I already know I can do a lot better, so I'm interested to see how much higher we can get this in the next 90 or so days. I also decided to introduce a new statistic to follow on this 100 days, and that is win percentage. At the end of a game, I jot down if I won or lost my rounds in this column over here, and this will give me a more holistic perspective on whether or not my improvement as sniper was actually leading to more victories, or if it was just resulting in me farming more kills for my strangers. So for this first block of the challenge, we ended things with a 63.6% win percentage, which seemed abnormally high, but I ran the numbers twice and this was actually correct. I'm surprised how much impact I was having on games, but I guess a KD of 2.14 is a pretty good starting point and does suggest that I'm providing value to my team, so I guess we'll see how much we can improve from there. And finally, my hours. We started this block off with 123 hours and 38 minutes of in-game time on Sniper, and this climbed all the way up to 157 hours and 11 minutes. This is a total increase of 33.5 hours, putting us ever so slightly ahead of schedule, and boy, I'm absolutely sure I'll maintain this consistent rate of progress for the next 87 days. So things had started off really damn well, and now with the first rifle officially out the way, it was time to move on to something a little bit different. With the stock sniper rifle out the way, it was finally time to shift our attention to the very first unlock of the challenge, and that, I decided, was going to be the MACHINA. Longtime viewers of the elmaxo channel will know that this ain't our first rodeo with this weapon, because it was the rifle we used in my very first challenge video back in, oh my god, June 2022? Where does the time go? I've basically got one foot in the grave at this point. Anyway, for that challenge, I set the goal of 1,000 kills with no headshots, and after 30 grueling hours with many setbacks, we actually managed to do it. So I was pretty excited to revisit this weapon because it had been such a long time since I last picked it up. That week I spent with the MACHINA was also the main reason I discovered my love of masochism in the form of challenge videos, meaning we probably wouldn't be here doing 100 days of sniper if it weren't for this guy. So it felt poetic that this was the first unlock we looked at. Now yes, I did technically have my already existing strange MACHINA from that challenge which we could use now to track all of my kills, but there was no chance in hell I was ruining that beautiful stat line of 1,000 kills and 0 headshots. So that meant I had to fork out $120 to get another one. This did feel kind of stupid to spend so much money on what is basically an identical item, but remember guys, this $120 is necessary for my business to produce income, so it's still a tax write-off, and god, I love my job times 2. Anyway, let's get on to the weapon itself. The concept behind the MACHINA is really interesting, as we gain access to 2 seriously powerful abilities. Firstly, our shots are now dealing 15% more damage when fully charged, meaning we can do a maximum of 173 on a body shot and 518 on a headshot. More damage is always a nice thing, but the second upside to the MACHINA is where things get really cool, because our fully charged shots are also able to penetrate through enemies, meaning
sniper, holy fuck.
we can hit collaterals. Yes, that mechanic which exists on basically every other sniper rifle in every other first-person shooter is only available to the MACHINA in TF2, and that's why we love it so much. Collaterals were easily what I was looking forward to the most when I picked up this rifle on day 13 for the first time, and come on, just look at this thing. We have a futuristic rifle that makes a badass sound when we fire it, it does a shitload of damage, it leaves a cool tracer after our shots, and has the ability to kill multiple enemies with just one bullet. Yeah, of course this was going to be fun. So, with my mind absolutely focused on farming as many sick collat clips as humanly possible, I dived straight into things, and we got grinding. My time with the MACHINA started off pretty well, as we were getting a bunch of kills. Hundreds of them, to be exact, but there was a slight issue at hand. For the life of me, I couldn't seem to get my grubby little mitts on a single collat kill. Yes, I know, I just hyped it up and it's like the whole point of using the weapon, but after 2 full days of playing, I had nothing to show for it. I have no idea what I was doing wrong, but it took me 433 kills with the MACHINA to even sniff a collat kill. And god, just look at how underwhelming this first one was. Oh,
That's the first time I've hit it. That wasn't even a cool one.
To be honest, if I blurred the kill feed to hide the collateral icon and muted the audio so you couldn't hear the roar of cheers it plays to the whole server when you get a collect kill, it doesn't really look like I hit one. It doesn't. If we go frame by frame, the only reason this was even technically counted as a collect kill was because this friendly soldier's rocket launcher happened to cover a small portion of my crosshair the frame I decided to click mouse 1, and because collats go through allied teammates, more on this later, this got to be my first official collateral, and boy, was it the definition of underwhelming. It wasn't some cool multi-kill on a group of enemies as they rushed to choke point, and I, God Gamer elmaxo, heroically saved the game with a well-timed shot. It was, well, that. Now, remember, that collat I hit was just a single kill, as my shot went through a teammate, not an enemy. So, do you want to guess how long it took me to hit a proper collat where I killed 2 enemies at once? Any takers? No? Okay. Well, on day 16, almost 4 full days into using the MACHINA at this point, I was defending on Badwater with this nice sightline, and finally, a heavy medic combo came into view, just begging to get collatted, and fortunately for me, the stars literally aligned.
Oh! I actually haven't got enough double collect kill yet. That's the first fucking one in 936 kills.
It may have almost taken 1,000 kills and a third of my total time with the weapon to get it, but that wait only made it more satisfying. Fortunately for me, this collect kill opened the metaphorical floodgates, as from this point onwards, they became a much more regular occurrence, which was a slight relief. If things didn't pick up and we continued at this rate of 1,000 kills for every collat, I was only going to land a grand total of 3 multi-kills by the end of my time with the MACHINA, aka 0.1% of my total kills, which isn't an amazing amount when we consider the downside this weapon has, but more on that later on. Anyway, from day 17 onwards, this definitely started to improve. But one thing I quickly became aware of with the sudden influx of collect kills was just how much luck factored into them. In the vast majority of cases, I'd be absolutely tunnel visioned on one enemy in particular, I'd wait patiently, tracking them as they moved across the map, and finally take the shot, and oh, cool, I guess. I'm pretty sure there was only one clip from my time with the MACHINA where I actually predicted a collect kill I was going to get, and that was on day 19, where I was defending on Swiftwater. The cart was pulling around this super narrow stretch before they can cap the 3rd point, and because it's so cramped, I knew it meant enemies would be more likely to line up behind one another, so I said to myself,
Clutch, lining up here.
and wouldn't you know, I killed not only the pyro, but a demo man who was behind them too. Even in this example though, it was still mostly luck, because it's not like I was patiently waiting for both of them to line up and I delayed my shot or anything. This demo man just happened to emerge out of nowhere from behind the cart, a 1/10 of a second before I took my shot. Now look, I don't necessarily want to sell the MACHINA short in the collat department. There are definitely good snipers out there who actually recognize the situations where a collat is likely, so they're patient and actually plan around it, but to quote the goat of UK rap, that's not me. With that being said, collats did become increasingly frequent the more days I spent with the MACHINA, and I imagine that your brain just subconsciously picks up on more of those opportunities the better you get, so maybe if I do 100 days at MACHINA, I'll become an absolute collatting beast. I will say though that I did have this one genuinely insane collat moment on day 22 of the challenge, and I think statistically speaking, it may be one of the single most impressive clips I've ever hit in 5,000 hours of TF2, but it doesn't really feel like it should be. Basically, we were defending on upward with a pretty forward hold near the cliff, and I kicked things off with a nice collat on a sniper and pyro. Nothing too crazy yet, but a pretty nice shot. I followed things up with a headshot on this soldier, and then 6 seconds after that, I get a second double collat kill, which seems pretty damn unlikely, and 10 seconds after that, I get a fucking 3rd one. It took me something like 12 hours of gameplay with the MACHINA to get my first collat double kill when we were on Badwater with that heavy medic combo. But for whatever reason, probably due to divine intervention from Jaybird himself, I managed to get 3 of them in a period of about 30 seconds on some random upward game on day 22 of the challenge. What? You can hear my absolute disbelief in the clip with how subdued my reaction is.
Is that 3rd? That's 3 collats?
Now, it isn't just collats through enemies we can hit, as the MACHINA allows our shots to penetrate through teammates and get us kills we otherwise wouldn't if some fat ass heavy on our team decides to stand between the enemy and our crosshair. Or at least I thought this was the case. At the time when I was using the MACHINA, I made sure to clip every time I got a collat through a teammate because I was under the impression that the other rifles in the game couldn't do this. Because it still played that same crowd cheering effect and showed the collat icon in the kill feed when I got someone through a teammate, I presumed this was unique to the MACHINA and only the MACHINA. But then, when it came time to write this script, I realized, am I really sure the other rifles can't shoot through teammates? Because that would be a pretty annoying mechanic to play around, and I'm 90% sure I've gotten a bunch of kills when an ally has accidentally walked in front of me at the last second. So I booted up a private server, spawned some bots, and to my dismay, what the fuck, every rifle is able to hit enemies through teammates. Stock, the BAZAAR bargain, the classic, you name it, those shots kill enemies even if they go through a teammate. I thought that all the clips you're seeing in the background now were only happening because I had the MACHINA equipped, but no, I would have gotten them no matter what rifle I was using. With this information in mind, it made me want to check how many kills I actually got due to the penetration mechanic during this block of the challenge, and in the end, it only worked out to be 20 additional kills out of 3,000, aka 0.67% of them, and although I may have dropped out of my statistics class in university, I can safely say that isn't a very big number. So even though that penetrating shot is a really fun mechanic to play with, in my experience over this block of the challenge, it didn't really seem to contribute that much besides that insanely lucky clip where I got 3 collats in 30 seconds, which was actually pretty cool, so maybe it was worth it. Anyway, I've been yapping about that little line of text for a while now, so I think it's time we direct our attention to the MACHINA's other upside, namely that 15% damage increase when fully charged. To be honest, any weapon in TF2 which gives a flat increase, no matter what the downsides may be, is usually a very, very scary unlock. And this is what I expected going into this block of the challenge, but the more I actually used the MACHINA, the more I realized how negligible this upside really is. When it comes to body shots, jumping from 150 damage with stock to 173 with the MACHINA just barely isn't enough to be a really powerful change. Because it's not crossing over that 175 health threshold needed to one-shot a Pyro or Demo Man, it's not as useful as you might expect. Same goes for headshots too. We go from 450 damage with stock to 518 with the MACHINA, and barring some very limited circumstances where a heavy is fully overhealed and using a minigun with inbuilt resistances like the Brass Beast, this extra damage really isn't doing all that much. Now of course, you're not always versing full HP targets, as in the middle of a battlefield, you're gonna find soldiers, pyros, and demos who've taken a slight amount of chip damage from a stray sticky or rocket, and they will die because of that 15% damage boosted body shot. The only issue here is that I don't really know how often that was coming in useful against enemies. If their health was between 151 and 173 when I took the fully charged body shot, that means the MACHINA is giving me access to new kills other rifles wouldn't be able to get, but because I can never truly know how much HP an enemy is on before they died, it's just hard to gauge how useful this ends up being. At the end of the day, more damage certainly got me more kills, and I don't want to paint this upside like it's completely useless, because it isn't, but I just think it's important to give it a little reality check, because I think on paper it sounds a lot more menacing and powerful than it actually is in practice. And speaking of reality checks, I think it's time we take a look at the downsides there was to using the MACHINA, as more damage and the ability to collat enemies does come with its drawback. The first of which being an inability to no-scope. Now, remember in the last section I was talking about how powerful it can be to spam enemies with SMG spray and weave in the occasional no-scope for some nice damage? Yeah, well, we've lost our ability to do that entirely. If you try to go for a no-scope with the MACHINA equipped, you'll hear this very unsatisfying sound and see some little particles come from the end of the barrel. This inability to no-scope definitely took a little bit of readjusting, as after 12 days with the stock rifle, I'd become pretty accustomed to using no-scopes as I retreated and when I wanted to shut down flankers. Take a look here on day 13 where I'm on Shark Bay and we can see an example of this readjustment period in action. I'm not actually sure what I'm trying to do here, but long story short, a scout starts to bum rush me out of nowhere and I instinctively go for that quick little no-scope into SMG combo, but because I'm using the MACHINA, it fails miserably, as seen with the devastation in my voice.
No, I just tried to no-scope. I can't do that with this weapon.
Well, here on the same day, I'm pushing up the hill on upward and suddenly notice a soldier to my left. So I quickly snap to him to try and no-scope him as I run away, but oh, yeah, right, I can't actually do that anymore. The consequences were a little less severe here in this clip, but the point is the muscle memory I developed in those first 12 days was unfortunately of no assistance anymore. Further into this block, I was definitely starting to feel the burn of not being able to no-scope, as if there were some flanker pushing me and I happened to miss that clutch headshot, I was now even more vulnerable than I used to be. This also increased my reliance on my SMG tracking, which was actually improving a good rate over this block of the challenge, but not enough to prevent a whole bunch of extra deaths. Now it turned out that this wasn't the end of the world, because I realized that not being able to no-scope actually made for a good opportunity to force myself to practice headshotting enemies at close range more. I even went as far as to swap off my SMG to items like the Razorback and Cozy Camper, which, if you don't know, are backpacks which only provide you with defensive utility and aren't going to be saving your ass when a scout comes rushing in. This basically transformed me into Rock Lee, training with ankle weights, as I was purposely handicapping myself so that I can improve in those sticky situations with no easy way out. Take a look at this clip from day 19 on Harvest, where I'm positioned safely back on the top of the hut. An enemy scout jumps out the window and starts heading straight for me, me, but I unfortunately choked the first shot, which leaves me in a bit of a predicament. I can either turn away and run for my life, hoping he isn't able to kill me in time, or I can be awesome and use this as an opportunity to practice my clutch headshots. I opted for the latter, and it led to this beautiful headshot just before he jumped up in front of me. We'll take a look here on the following day on Upward, where similarly to the last clip, I see a scout rushing towards me and use it as an opportunity for practice. I choke the first shot, and he gets closer, then I get a body shot, and he gets closer again, then I miss a third shot, and oh, yeah. It's a handicap for a reason. In a different world, I'd just backpedal and no-scope him as I got to safety, but in this one, I was dedicated to the improvement process, and that sometimes leads to unfortunate deaths. Sure, it sucked in the short term, but I knew it would pay off in the future, as all this experience would lead to more consistency later on. So even though not being able to no-scope objectively sucks, I try to look at it through a more positive lens during this block of the challenge, and fortunately for me, it turned out the MACHINA expedited my improvement process when it came to landing those close-range clutch headshots, and that was definitely a blessing in disguise. Now, to cap things off with the MACHINA, there is one final downside we need to address. You know how our inability to no-scope was giving us some survivability issues? Well, unfortunately for us, it doesn't end there, because the MACHINA has another downside in the form of alerting the entire fucking map to our existence whenever we fire a shot, because it comes with a big old laser. Now, I must admit that as far as aesthetics go, this is a pretty badass design decision, because lasers are objectively beast mode, and I'm not fully mad that it exists. With that being said, however, God, if you manage to get into a sneaky little position on the flank, or even get behind the enemy team entirely, no, I'm sorry, but it's not happening, as the second you fire a shot, you have effectively signed a contract with every nearby enemy player which states that you no longer wish to live and are giving them a giant arrow pointing in your direction that says, please murder me. Take a look here on day 15, where I'm defending last on Swiftwater in this pretty sneaky spot where enemies don't tend to see you very easily. I start charging and miss my first shot, which actually doesn't seem to alert anyone to my location, which is pretty lucky, but after that second shot, I start getting spammed by rockets, followed by some stickies, and now the enemy sniper is staring directly at me, and wouldn't you know it, I'm dead. Unsurprisingly, when your weapon of choice effectively fires off an SOS flare every time you want to shoot somebody, you do tend to get caught out more. The tracer is especially painful when it comes to enemy snipers, as if you do have the surprise factor and happen to be out of vision, missing that first shot will instantly alert them to your exact position. A sniper knowing which sightline you use is a massive disadvantage and requires you to either 1, reposition to find a new opportunity, or 2, risk going for the 1v1, which probably will come down to a coin flip of reaction times. We'll touch base with the MACHINA again towards the end of this section, but I actually want to use this point about the sniper matchup to introduce you to a topic I wanted to bring up in the first part of the video, but I kind of realized it was going to be the same length as Oppenheimer if I kept yapping, so without further ado, let's talk a bit more about sniper. Not us though, like the enemy ones. If I asked you, what's the biggest counter to sniper? Your mind probably goes straight to that little conniving Frenchman I brought up in the first part of the video. Because he can go invisible to flank behind with ease, and you'll more than likely be tunnel visioned on the front line, getting a backstab on a sniper is just about as difficult as an open layup, and that's to say, not very. I wouldn't fault you for thinking like this, as Spy is definitely our second biggest counter, but if you've played a lot of TF2, you know that the best way to shut down a sniper is, well, another sniper. As underground hip-hop star Funk once opened his critically acclaimed mixtape with,
Anything Spy can do, Sniper does better. Sniper does everything better than Spy.
because you're both sitting at 125 HP and a headshot does 150, you both have the same ability to drop each other in 0.2 of a second, which makes for one of the most intensely stressful 1v1s in the entire game. I can't think of any other class matchups that come close to the level of ego bruising that Sniper vs Sniper brings about, as it is purely a contest of raw mechanics and reaction time with a tiny bit of game sense sprinkled on top. One slight mistake where you move a little too predictably for half a second, and oh nope, that's you done. In a similar way to Spy, there's just something so unsatisfying and humiliating about instantly dying without any room to react in the moment from a sniper half the map away from you, and this is what makes the Sniper vs Sniper matchup so personal. As long as you can both see each other and have 0.2 seconds to spare to land a headshot, there is potential for a 1v1 duel to emerge, and I think that's what makes this matchup so unique. In my opinion, it is probably the single most important topic there is to cover for Sniper, because the way you play around this matchup dictates the rhythm of a game entirely, as a good enemy sniper is usually the only bottleneck to your potential when you find yourself having a good game. Well, that or like 10 spies who won't leave you alone. So, to begin our exploration of the Sniper vs Sniper matchup, I actually have to introduce you to someone who was very important to this entire challenge. Meet Siren. For those who don't know, the Australian TF2 servers are a pretty tight-knit community, so you'll often find yourself versing the same people over and over, day after day. So you start to notice the same names after a while, and Siren was one of the first I committed to memory during this challenge because this fucker was absolutely owning me whenever we had a sniper 1v1. Now I have to admit, I did not like Siren at first. There's a particular strategy he liked to use when we did our sniper duels called second scoping, which I will get into very shortly, and I really didn't like how much he used it. So we were far from buddies in the early days of this challenge. To be honest, I think this hatred was a little one-sided because he lived absolutely rent-free in my head, but I don't think he really cared at all when we did match up because he's a nice person, but that's besides the point. Just know, this man made me a very, very angry gamer because he could click my head a whole lot better than I could click his head, and that's largely due to the strategy I mentioned before, second scoping. For those who don't know, second scoping is a pretty notorious strategy you can use when you find yourself in a sniper duel because it makes the job of landing a headshot and actually getting a kill a whole lot easier. The strategy relies on the fact that when you're scoped in a sniper, your movement speed comes to a grinding halt, and because you can't strafe as rapidly and mess with your enemy's aim, you become a whole lot easier to hit. So, knowing this information, we can actually bend a sniper duel in our favor. The strategy dictates that when you notice an enemy sniper, do not scope in first unless they're facing the literal opposite direction and don't know you're there. As the strategy's name suggests, we want to be scoping after they do because it forces them into this more vulnerable state first, where they can't move as quickly, and we therefore have a higher chance of landing our shot relative to them. It is a little confusing in theory, so let me show you how it works in action. As you can see here on day 3 of the challenge, I'm pushing forward on Frontier, and as I peek this corner, I notice an enemy sniper up ahead. To maximize my chance of killing them, I first wait for him to scope in at me, so he slows down his movement and becomes a lot easier to hit, and once he does, I quickly scope in for a really easy headshot on a now vulnerable target. Seems simple enough. Now, you might not see a problem with this just yet, so imagine what would happen if we both wanted to second scope each other in that last clip. Because this strategy relies on your enemy scoping first, we'd be stuck in this awkward tango dancing from side to side, waiting for the other person to chicken out and scope in, and this stalemate obviously isn't good when we're in the middle of a battlefield. This is where we can evolve our second scoping into something a whole lot more problematic, because if we're both waiting on the other person to scope first, we can actually bait our enemy by quickly scoping, then unscoping to make them think we're going to commit to shooting first, when we aren't. Again, I get that this is all a bit wordy, so let me bring an example of our good friend Siren. It's day 12 of the challenge, and I'm pushing forward on Badwater. Suddenly, friend of the show Siren pops up on this rock and baits me by scoping in at me first. However, instead of committing to his shot like I do, he immediately unscopes to lock me into that vulnerable, slow-moving state, and I end up missing my tough shot on him, whilst he's able to rescope and hit an easy headshot on me as my shooting animation finishes. Now, hopefully you can see why this feels a little bit slimy to use, but I wouldn't blame you if you were sitting there thinking, hey, I mean, if it's in the game, why not use it to your advantage? Well, that's the problem I realized early on in this challenge, because second scoping does inhibit your ability to improve at sniper, and that's the entire point of this challenge. Because you'll always be the one shooting second with this strategy, you're relying entirely on your enemy, which is something you have zero control over, to miss their first shot, and that can be really awkward when versing a good sniper. Take a look at this clip from day 17, where I'm sniping up on this high ground on Frontier. I miss a shot on this engineer, and as I unscope, I notice an enemy sniper appear outside the spawn door, looking straight at me. He's looking to bait me here, so he quickly scopes, then unscopes, and walks backwards to mess with my aim. He's there thinking, yes, when this sniper misses his tough shot because I've moved away, I'm gonna get a free opportunity to headshot him. And most of the time, he'd be right. But guess what? I'm still the one shooting first. Even if it is a much harder shot to hit, sometimes you do make it. And I do headshot him in this clip before he's able to capitalize on my vulnerability. And that's why I made the personal decision to cut out second scoping on day 5 of the challenge, as I realized very quickly that it was a terrible habit which reinforced a bad mentality. A strategy which relies on someone else to screw up first forfeits a lot of your agency in a situation. A good sniper can always beat a second scoper, and that was enough to make me realize that I should almost never use it. I even remember this moment on day 8 of the challenge where I was pushing aggressively on upward and accidentally tried to bait the enemy by quickly scoping and unscoping, and I felt so disgusted with myself that I tried to employ this yucky strategy that I literally just walked away and tried to forget about it. That's how much I internalized my hatred of second scoping. Now, this was going to be great for my long-term progress playing sniper, as I would consistently be attempting tougher shots, but unfortunately, this was going to mean a lot of pain and suffering in the short term, as I was gifting enemy snipers very easy headshots by always forcing myself to scope first, but just like a fan of the Philadelphia 76ers, I trusted the process and knew it would make me a better sniper in the long term if I refrained from indulging in any awful, terrible second scoping. And this is where friend of the show Siren comes back into things. He became my absolute arch nemesis because he loved to second scope, and this infuriated me more than I'd care to admit. I even remember this one game on day 21 where I was playing against Siren and he was second scoping the other snipers on my team so much that one of them typed second scoping Siren sad face, which made me feel so fucking vindicated that someone else noticed how much he did it, and it fueled my petty hatred. Now, it wasn't just Siren who second scoped, it's a very popular strategy among snipers, and hey, if you don't want to improve this aspect of your gameplay and are happy getting dunked on by better snipers who don't need to second scope to get kills, more power to you. Personally, it just feels like a slimy way of getting the upper hand in a 1v1, and I definitely wasn't a fan of anyone who did it to me in these early days of the challenge, but that's just my opinion. Do what you want, it's a free country, or maybe not depending on where you live, and I won't control how you play the game. But I think it's probably in your best interest to try first scoping as much as possible, and that's what I decided to do so I can improve in the long term. Anyway, that's just one aspect of the sniper vs sniper matchup, and trust me, we have a whole lot more to unpack outside of second scoping later in the video, because there are a ton of intricacies to this dynamic, but we'll leave it there for now. Also, me and Siren have an awesome character arc, which I won't spoil, but for now, trust me, we're super big enemies who hate each other's guts. Alright, sound good? Okay, let's get things back on track. There's one more topic I want to cover in this section before we formally wrap things up, and that is sightlines. I've mentioned them in passing and how important positioning is a sniper, but I think it's about time I actually show you some of the spots I had been finding and absolutely abusing so far in the challenge. I think there's only one place I can start this discussion with, and that is one of the most disgusting, unfair, yucky, no good sightline there is in all of TF2, and that is on Sawmill. I don't want to start World War III in the comments on this video because everyone seems to love this map and has that one audio clip from Germa stuck in their mind.
Shout it at the mountaintops, baby. Sawmill, sawmill, sawmill.
But I do not like this map very much. I won't get into why that is, but I can safely say one of the main reasons is this spot right here. It seems unsuspecting, but let me explain. For basically every other King of the Hill map, you can't get a good sightline of the enemy team's spawn door from really far away. This makes sense, as otherwise you could just farm unsuspecting enemies as they leave their spawn room from a safe distance, and that isn't really fun for anyone involved, because there has to be some level of risk if you want to get a good sightline like that. However, Valve forgot about this little piece of balance philosophy when it came to Sawmill, because oh my god, you can get on this little spot where your hitbox is partially concealed and you have a beautiful view of their spawn room exit, and it just functions as an infinite kill glitch. The amount of clueless free-to-plays I absolutely farmed as they exited their spawn room over this 100-day challenge borders on war crime territory. Like Bosnian commander from the Yugoslav war downing a vial of poison. Bad. And I seriously don't think any other sightline in the game came close to this one in terms of brokenness. I think at some point Valve realized that it was probably a busted spot, because if you're on the blue team trying to spawn camp the red team, they put this building in the way of the sightline, but you can literally just walk up onto the roof next to it to see their spawn room anyway, making it basically redundant. For some reason, the map isn't mirrored though, and if you're on the red team trying to spawn camp, congratulations, you have free reign on helpless free-to-plays, and the International Court of Justice may be contacting you very soon. This sightline is extra busted too, because King of the Hill players just seem to be a bit slower in the head for whatever reason, and enemies will completely forget that they've died to you and keep walking into your crosshair as they exit spawn, over and over. Gross stuff. If you use this spot on Sawmill, you're gonna feel a little dirty. Another sightline I found which falls in the why am I able to spawn camp them from here category is this one on Frontier, which although not as easy to abuse as the previous one on Sawmill, is still way more powerful than it has any right to be. You can either stand here on the rocks, or if you want to be even more safe from flankers, you can stand back on this platform, which also gives you quick access to a medium health and ammo pack. This one is similarly broken because you're able to catch enemies off guard as they're leaving their spawn room, and because they're not really expecting to have their brains painted against the wall as they return to the front line, they tend to walk in a very predictable manner, and that makes it really easy for us to take them down. All you have to do is plonk your crosshair where they're gonna be, wait a moment, and Guitar Hero their ass into Jana the second they walk over it. The only downside of this spot I found is this really dark area immediately outside of the enemy's spawn room, and I don't know if it's just my monitor settings or something, but I really struggle to see enemy snipers if they peek me from it, and this just gives them an easy opportunity to kill you. Part of me thinks I can solve this issue by juicing up the brightness of my monitor, but I don't really want to flashbang myself whenever I accidentally look at the sun in-game. Also, because I literally have nowhere else to mention it in this video, Frontier has another interesting sightline, which is more of an exploit than anything, and you may already know about it. See this window? Well, it's very broken. I remember Muselk mentioned it in one of his videos back in the day, and ever since then, I always look for an excuse to abuse the fact you can shoot straight through the right of this window for no apparent reason. A lot of people do know about this one, but seeing people's reaction in chat after they die to this is always golden. It's not the most useful thing in the world because you have to awkwardly line up your crosshair and predict where they're going to pass, but if you're able to catch an enemy sniper who doesn't know about it, it's basically a free kill. Just keep in mind that this does work both ways, and I've died more times than I'd care to admit to enemy snipers on the red team's battlements. Another disgusting sightline I found made to farm godlikes is this nice one on Harvest. Whilst this spot doesn't give you a direct line of sight on your enemies as they exit their spawn door, it's the next best thing, as every enemy has to pass through your vision before they get to the front line. You have a nice bit of cover here to retreat to if you miss your shots, as well as ammo and health packs, and if they're starting to catch onto you, you can get up on top of this hut to slightly switch the angle you peek from, which can be good for throwing off the enemy snipers and their aim. Just like the previous two sightlines I've mentioned, everyone drops their guard as they leave spawn, which led to some stupidly easy kill streaks in this block of the challenge. And this spot was responsible for so many of the godlikes I would get later on. The only thing that will ever cause you trouble in this spot, or the other ones for that matter, is when the enemy team gets sick of your shit and finally swaps a sniper to try and counter you, but at that point, you've won the moral victory and can die knowing you're a jackass who successfully ruined a lot of people's fun. In my books, that's a massive W. For a speedy little quickfire round, some other spots I discovered included here on Thunder Mountain, where you can almost see from one spawn room to the other. Up here on Snowy Coast can be super powerful when holding this high ground. This spot on Badwater is one of my absolute favorites, even though a lot of people know to check it, and basically anywhere on Sweden, because this map is stupid, and whoever designed it must really love Sniper because, dear god, are the sightlines ridiculous. These were the main sightlines I found success with early on in the challenge, and there's definitely a whole bunch more, but these were my absolute favorites, which I abused to inflate my KD ratio. Anyway, we've covered a whole lot of ground here so far in this section, and I think it's time to wrap things up. On day 25, on a nice little game of, oh my god, payload upward, that's new. I hit this really close range flick headshot on a spy coming towards me, and this officially marked my 3000th kill with the MACHINA, meaning we were now done with 2 out of the 7 of the total rifles. I did really enjoy my time with it because the collab mechanic is just so fucking fun, but I'm not entirely sure if I'll be revisiting it much because I don't think it meshes particularly well with my playstyle. It has its moments, but I was definitely missing my ability to no-scope and shoot my rifle without the entire fucking server knowing my whereabouts. One of the interesting things I realized by the end of this second block of the challenge was that I had already gotten 4 godlikes, which if you didn't know are kill streaks greater than 20. It took me 100 days to get 3 of those on Spy, so the fact we had already gotten more of them in 1/4 of the time was pretty impressive. This does make sense as you're constantly putting yourself in danger as Spy by throwing yourself into big groups of enemies, which makes getting those higher kill streaks a lot harder, but it was something interesting to note nonetheless. As you remember, I was still starting each and every day with my Kovacs routine, and I had already come so far in just under a month. On average, my scores had improved by almost 40%, and I was really starting to feel significant improvement in the actual mechanics of moving my mouse, as things felt so much smoother overall whilst playing TF2. I know I've said it quite a bit, but my tracking was just a series of little flicks when I started this challenge, as demonstrated by my god-awful Kovacs scores, but now I was actually starting to follow my targets with a decent degree of precision. This was helping my SMG aim when enemies pushed me, and also came in clutch for tracking my targets' heads as they moved around suddenly. We'll see how my aim training continues to go, but even after 25 days, I think I was definitely becoming a believer in the good it can do for your aim. In this second block of the challenge, I got a total of 3,183 kills and died 1,498 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.12, which is basically equal to what I got in the first block. This may seem surprising given all the improvements I just talked about, but given I was trying to take more risks in my gameplay, this actually made a lot of sense to me. I was definitely prioritizing those close range headshots more because I couldn't no-scope and retreat like a coward as often, so I think that resulted in more deaths overall relative to my kills. My win percentage did take a pretty sudden drop though, going from 63.6% down to 56.7%, but this stat seemed to be a lot more dependent on external variables I couldn't control, and I wasn't sure if my first benchmark of 63.6% was a lucky outlier, but we'll be able to understand that with the more data I collect over the challenge. And finally, my hours. We started this second block with 157 hours and 11 minutes of in-game time on Sniper, and this climbed all the way up to 185 hours and 39 minutes. This was a total increase of 28 hours and 28 minutes, which was slightly less than I needed, but overall, we were perfectly on track to reach our goal of 250 hours in 75 days time. So, with the MACHINA officially out of the way, it was time to shake things up yet again.
You knuckleheads ain't even worth the effort.
Hold still.
With my time complete on the MACHINA, we could officially move on to the third rifle in this challenge, and that was the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER. Admittedly, this is one of the rifles which don't tend to see the light of day as much as the others, and it might just be the least popular option entirely. Some of the rifles we'll look at later down the line, like the Classic and the Sydney Sleeper, actually have a lot of meme value to them, even if they do kinda suck, so they still see a fair bit of usage. But the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER, not so much. It's pretty rare you actually see sniper players use this thing, but that did kinda pique my interest. I was excited to give it a shot in this section of the challenge, because it's a weapon I've never really bothered to experiment with in my time playing TF2, so learning its mechanics was hopefully going to be a new and fun experience. So let's take a quick look at what exactly we're going to be dealing with for this third block of the challenge. The HITMAN'S HEATMAKER introduces us to a new sniper mechanic called focus, and it's displayed by this little bar at the bottom of our screen. Every time we pick up a kill or get an assist on an enemy, the bar will start to charge, and once it's been filled all the way up, it turns red, meaning we have access to 10 seconds of focus. Now, you're probably thinking, elmaxo, what does focus actually do? Well, we can enter focus by pressing our reload key, and once we do, our rifle begins to crackle with energy, and our inner Zen Buddhist takes control, giving us 2 powerful upsides for 10 seconds. Firstly, our shot now charges 25% faster, meaning we can do more damage more quickly, and secondly, we no longer have to exit our zoom to reload after firing for as long as our focus lasts. Also, just a nerd emoji clarify one thing here, although it says the HEATMAKER has a 25% faster charge rate, this probably isn't what you think it means in game. On other rifles, after you take a shot, you have to briefly unscope then rescope back in, and that's time you obviously aren't able to charge your shot. But because the HEATMAKER cuts this out and you can stay scoped in whilst you reload, that means that by the time we're ready to fire again, we've already charged 25% of our shot instead of starting from 0 like the other rifles would. The HEATMAKER actually still has the same charging rate as stock, i.e. it still takes 3.3 seconds to fully charge. It's just that because we get to start that process off 25% sooner than the other rifles, which have to rescope after a shot, it effectively has a 25% faster charge rate. This is why it's so busted in MVM, but god, we're not opening that can of worms. Anyway, sorry to nerd out over the video game numbers, I just think it's important to understand, but let's move on. Now, you remember how I finished off the last section on the MACHINA, talking about how it was going to be great that I could now take shots which don't alert the entire server to my whereabouts because of that whole giant laser thing? Well, bad news bros, the laser is Barack. Another part of being in focus is that any shots we fire have that same stupid tracer that the MACHINA does, meaning the entire server will be able to see our exact position. There is one silver lining here, as it only applies whilst we're in focus, so if you're just sniping normally, there are no visual indicators, but it's still pretty lame to deal with nonetheless. So in essence, the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER is going to function in a similar way to something like the buff banner on Soldier. We deal damage, or in this case get kills and assists, we build up our charge, and then we gain access to some pretty powerful buffs once we activate it. I'm not gonna lie, this seemed like an awesome mechanic heading into my time with the HEATMAKER, and I was really excited to try it out. And god, it actually didn't disappoint. Now, admittedly, I didn't fully grasp the intricacies of how focus worked from the get-go, as it took a bit of experimenting on my first day to realize a couple of things. Firstly, I assumed that it would only be kills and assists from your HEATMAKER that would contribute to your focus bar, but it actually doesn't matter what weapon you use, it just has to be 3 kills or 9 assists or some combination of both, and you'll get that full bar of focus charge. The second thing I realized with the HEATMAKER was that your bar doesn't have to be 100% full to activate it. Because I was so used to unlocks like the Conch and Buff Banner, 2 weapons which very much need the bar to be full if you want to use them, I figured that the HEATMAKER would function in a similar way. But this wasn't the case at all, as you're able to activate your focus bar at any point, it's just obviously not going to last as long if you have less charge. Now, most importantly, the third thing I realized about this rifle about half an hour into using it was that the kills you gain while scoped in and focused extend your focus duration. I remember the exact moment because it was very early in the day on Swiftwater on day 26, and I thought my focus was about to run out, so I was going for a Hail Mary type play before it expired, so I fortunately connected a headshot on an engineer, which I saw extended my focus duration, and then got another one on this soldier before eventually dying. This single discovery was my Danny DeVito I get it now moment, because I realized I'd be able to go on these insane killing sprees where I never needed to unscope at any point, as long as I kept connecting my shots. I wasn't even that good at sniper yet, but the prospect of being able to snowball through an entire enemy team definitely had me looking forward to the next 2 weeks. Take a look at this clip from day 31 on Harvest, where I've managed to build up a full bar of focus and activate it whilst I'm holding this super powerful angle. And god, I get the scout, then this sniper, then a second sniper, miss a heavy, get a soldier, then get another soldier. That was 5 kills in just about 10 seconds. And to top things off, my focus bar is full by the end of this clip, meaning the snowball could keep going, it's just that no enemies walked out in time for me to farm more headshots. We'll take a look here on the same day on Snowy Coast, where I have a good view of their spawn door, activate my focused, and, well, I'm just gonna let this one play out.
Max, I'm trying to get some kills here.
Oh my god!
Bro, what
Holy
the fuck?
shit! Hitting this many headshots in a row was probably the most mechanically impressive thing I'd done up until this point in the challenge, and I mean, God, how beautiful was it? From this point on, screw the lame ass name Focus, I'm calling this shit Beast Mode, because we all know deep down that's what it truly is. Anyway, I feel like an excited little kid at show and tell right now because we've got more clips to look at. Take a look here on day 37 on Lakeside, where I'm in this great little spot that gives you a nice flat angle of the point, so I finish this demo off with a no scope and then activate Beast Mode, leading to a headshot on this pyro, a headshot on this soldier, a quick miss, then a headshot on this demo, and I finish things off with another quick rescope headshot on this engineer. I'm telling you, these little sprees are what make the HEATMAKER so fun to use, as it just felt buttery smooth being able to chain headshot after headshot after headshot, and still have a full bar of beast mode ready to go again. I think one reason these killing sprees feel so good, and credit to Valve here, is because of the sound design of this weapon. As you can quite obviously see at the end of the rifle, there is a massive silencer, and this leads to your shots being muffled. This actually does provide some in-game benefit, as it actually makes your shots much quieter relative to other rifles, meaning it can be harder for your opponents to hear you. But more importantly, when you hit a headshot, it just sounds awesome. You can hear the little blood spurts coming out of the neck, and ooh, I love the aesthetics of this weapon, and it makes those headshot sprays whilst in beast mode that much more satisfying. Also, I don't know about you, but whenever I play Counter-Strike, I always make sure to use the M4A1S over the M4A4, just because having a silencer deludes me into thinking my shots are more accurate, and I get a similar feeling with the HEATMAKER, so that's a nice touch. Now, although I love activating beast mode and going, well, beast mode, I'd be lying if I tried to convince you that the clips you'd been seeing so far are what happened every time I activated my focus, because this couldn't be further from the truth. To emphasize this point, take a look at this clip from day 29 of the challenge on Badwater. I secure a quick body shot kill on the spy as he's trying to escape, which fills up my bar completely. I then enter beast mode, and as you can see, the bar starts draining and nobody appears from any of the angles I check for a full 10 seconds. There were countless incidents like this where I'd clutch up getting some early kills or assists and then go to activate my beast mode, but I just wouldn't see a single enemy and it would all go to waste. Seeing that bar slowly tick down as you frantically try to find somebody to shoot always left me feeling like that little sad ant with the bindle. This is on me though, as I should be checking to see how many people on the enemy team are alive before I activate beast mode, so I can't really blame anyone else but myself for not having the game sense to recognize when to use it properly. And speaking of the sad little ant with the bindle, nothing was more humiliating than putting in the work to get some kills with the HEATMAKER, and then starting to move forward to a more aggressive position, just for some pesky little flanker to come and insta-kill me before I'm able to activate beast mode. Watching that full bar evaporate in an instant and seeing all my hard work go to waste does bruise the soul a little bit. But again, similarly to the last point, me dying in situations like this comes down to bad positioning and game sense, so I can't really get angry at anyone but myself. There was also another issue I found myself running into when activating beast mode, and it's the opposite side of the coin to all the snowballing clips we were talking about earlier. Because you have to stay scoped in to get the benefits of that additional charge rate, it can really amplify how much you tunnel vision on certain enemies. Now, up until this point in the challenge, I was already struggling to balance the time I spent scoped in versus how much I needed to be checking my surroundings to make sure I'm safe. You don't want to be scoped in too often, as that encourages flankers to pick you off, but by the same token, you don't want to be constantly checking your back, as you might be passing up on easy opportunities for kills on the front line. So it's a really delicate balance you have to strike here. So when you introduce me to a rifle that basically forces you to stay scoped in for at least 10 seconds straight, it doesn't take a genius to know that I'm gonna be tunnel visioning even more than usual. Take a look at this clip from day 26 on Pier, where I've activated my focus and am determined to get one of these scouts pushing through the main choke. I miss my first shot, and as I see him exit my vision to the right, I realize, oh, he's probably gonna rotate to the flank now, so I should flick in that direction. But unfortunately, I have this epiphany about 3 seconds too late, as before I can even register what's going on, I get blasted by a fully charged body shot from a gibbous MACHINA sniper on the backlines. Or here on the following day on Thunder Mountain, I activate my focus whilst using one of the most fucked sightlines in the entire game and become completely tunnel vision on one of the scouts. Suddenly, I start getting back shots from this spy's revolver, which takes me down to 14 HP. And after a really awkward sequence where I shimmy around, strafing left and right to throw his aim off, he gives up on the whole gun thing and embraces his inner roadman, shanking me to death like I'm from the streets of Manchester. These clips show you how it was really hard not to tunnel vision when you activate focus, because you're only going to be getting the benefits of this mechanic if you're staying scoped in whilst reloading, and if you decide to reposition or scope out for whatever reason, you're forfeiting the only upside there is to this weapon. I mean, God, it's kinda in the name of the mechanic itself. Focus. By definition, you have to shift your concentration from one area and move it to another. So yes, whilst you may be shredding your way through the enemy team with that faster charge rate, you're forgetting about the swarm of 20 Frenchmen who are constantly honing in on your position at any given moment during a match. Of course though, the way to navigate around this issue is game sense. I should always be considering all the external variables variables that are likely to fuck me over before I use focus, and do my best to minimize their threat before I tunnel vision for 10 seconds. But similar to the piercing shot on the MACHINA, it's just not something I had time to properly develop in only 2 weeks with the HEATMAKER, especially this early on in the challenge. I was probably doing a slightly better job with it by the end of this block, but not enough to write home about. Anyway, the funny thing about this discussion so far is that I haven't even begun to talk to you about the actual downsides there is to the HEATMAKER. The last topics I've been talking about, like dying with focus, not activating focus at the right time, and tunnel visioning with focus, are just issues you run into with the positive side of this weapon. So let's actually take a look at why most sniper mains don't touch this unlock with a 10-foot long pole. It's only 5 words, but trust me, they sting. You ready? Alright. Minus 20% damage on body shot. That's definitely not good. And if we run the numbers, you'll definitely see why. So an uncharged body shot or no scope usually does 50 damage with the other rifles, which is a nice little chunk. Against light classes like Scout, Engineer, Spy, and even other snipers, it's going to take you 3 of those shots to secure a kill. Now, if you happen to fully charge your shot, it's going to be doing 150 damage all at once, meaning we take down all of the classes we mentioned before, along with medics now because they don't have the time to passively heal in between your shots. We're not covering anything groundbreaking here, but I don't want to understate how powerful fully charged body shots are when playing sniper, as they provide you with a very reliable way of taking down classes if you don't think you can get a quick headshot, or if you just happen to be watching a sightline for more than 3 seconds and are fully charged. But when you slap that 20% reduced damage penalty to the HEATMAKER, it gets messy. Our no scopes or uncharged body shots are now doing 40 damage, and our fully charged shots are going to be doing 120 damage. And oh god, those thresholds are just painful to even say out loud. Instead of being able to drop 5 of the 9 classes with a fully charged body shot, now the only thing you'll be getting are kunai or big earner spies, who will more than likely have the dead ringer equipped, and Sandman scouts. And the last time I saw a Sandman scout in a game of Team Fortress 2 was probably back when Babe Ruth was still alive and playing baseball. Take a look at this clip from day 29 where, surprise surprise, we're defending on upward. The game's just started, meaning the enemy team is trying to push out their spawn room, and as I stand there with a fully charged shot, ready and raring to go, a medic with uber charge quickly enters my vision. But because of those 5 curse words attached to the HEATMAKER, my body shot only hits him for 120, and he escapes to the other side with his uber intact. Well, here on day 32 on Borneo, I kill this medic with a very satisfying headshot, and I followed up with 2 body shots on a sniper in the back. He ducks away for a moment, so I begin to chase, eventually landing a 3rd body shot, which would ordinarily kill him, but thanks to the HEATMAKER, it leaves him on 5 HP, which buys him enough time and leads to my eventual death. This was obviously the most annoying part of using the HEATMAKER throughout this block of the challenge, but in an attempt to see the glass half full, I used it again as an opportunity to refine my aim even more by prioritizing headshots to a greater extent than I otherwise would. Again, it's important to remember that we were still pretty early into the challenge at this point, and relying on fully charged body shots isn't a great habit to lean on. It's a rare opportunity you get to do something like drop a medic with uber charge, and even when it does happen, you have a very short time window to react, as good medics will always pop their uber the millisecond they see a competent sniper. This means you're probably not going to have 3.3 seconds to fully charge a shot, and will instead need to hit that quick flick headshot before they have time to react to your existence. So I tried to adopt a growth mindset when it came to this downside of using the HEATMAKER, and focused on landing my clutch headshots more, rather than spending my time whining about the fact I was missing the occasional free fully charged body shot kill on a Gibbous Scout. The best evidence I have for this mentality shift can be seen in my total headshot kills I got by the end of my time with the HEATMAKER. About 2,500 of my total 3,000 kills were from headshots, and this is 9% more than the 2,300 I got with the MACHINA in the last block of the challenge, so maybe this body shot nerf wasn't all bad for my long-term progress. Don't get me wrong, it is a significant downside which really nerfs your ability to get kills, but for the sake of the challenge, I just had to focus on my overall progress above all, in a similar way we did with the MACHINA. Also, to wrap things up here, one thing that annoyed me about the HEATMAKER the more time I spent with it was how you actually charge up your focus bar in the first place. I was initially surprised how kills and assists with other weapons could contribute to your focus, because thematically, it doesn't really make all that much sense. This shit is called the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER, and it has a giant suppressor on the end of it. It's supposed to be an assassin's best friend, and it incentivizes you to go for headshots due to its reduced body shot damage. So why not make its core mechanic fit into that idea better? I don't know how you'd balance the numbers exactly, because I have a peanut gamer brain, but I think it would make a whole lot more sense if it was headshot damage which filled up the bar. This This is what the weapon wants you to do after all, and if we're supposed to be a hitman, why the assists I'm piling up from spam throwing my own jar of urine at a choke point contributing to more of my focus than the clean suppressed headshots I'm getting on the enemy medic? It's just a minor nitpick I have with the weapon, and I still love using the focus mechanic and think it's a heap of fun. I just wish you charge it up in a way that makes more sense to the weapon's core identity. Plus, it's not like Valve was going to do anything anyway. It's just fun to do these little what-if scenarios in the same way it's fun to imagine what Derrick Rose's career would have looked like had he not torn his ACL in the first round of the 2012 playoffs. Anyway, we'll touch back in with the HEATMAKER towards the end of this block, but for now, it's time to move on to a much more interesting conversation. So, at this point in the challenge, it had been about 30 days straight of me playing Sniper, and if I'm going to be honest with you, I just wasn't having as much fun as I was with Spy. Now, don't get me wrong, it wasn't too monotonous at this point, but there was something underwhelming when it came to each new unlock I got to toy around with. So far, we had gone through Stock, the MACHINA, and now the HEATMAKER. And yes, they do have their differences, don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't bringing the same excitement that a new knife would when I did 100 days of Spy. Like, holy shit, do you know how happy I was when I got to use the big earner? That shit was awesome. Something about Sniper just felt a lot more grindy, and I think that was partially due to how much more seriously I was taking my improvement this time around. Using an aim trainer is probably the most obvious example of this, as I was starting each day with 25 minutes of shooting little circles over and over, but that wasn't the only thing. After already losing my 100 days virginity on Spy, the novelty of the idea wore off a bit, and I knew generally what it was going to be like, and that definitely made things feel a bit more serious. So whenever I got the opportunity to do something a little silly or go for a play that probably was going to end awfully, I was a lot more likely to take it this time around because they felt few and far between. And this leads me to my next topic of interest, as I had developed a bit of a strange addiction throughout this challenge so far, which injected a fresh amount of chaos when things got particularly stale. Alright, to introduce it, I have a simple question for you. Where should a sniper be positioned? You probably say that it depends on the situation, but generally, you at the very least want to be behind your team's front line so that you don't get too close to the action and have soldiers and demos bombing in on you every 10 seconds. Right? Well, congratulations. This is the correct answer. But you know what I realized? It can actually be pretty fun if you flip things on their head a little bit. After a month or so of Sniper at this point, I began noticing little patterns and opportunities to get behind the enemy team when I absolutely shouldn't. Maybe it's because we wiped them and had free reign on the map for a few moments, or someone wasn't guarding the flank when they were supposed to be, but I began going on sneaky little adventures whenever I found the chance. Now, I will admit, I have like 30 or so clips of me doing this because it became a little too much of a regular occurrence during my Sniper grind, so let's take a look at some examples. Here we are on day 34 of the challenge on Swiftwater, and for some reason, I've managed to end up behind the enemy team as they cap the third point. This is not a good spot for a sniper to be, but somehow, only like one enemy soldier notices me getting up here, so I figure it's time to make some magic happen. First I headshot this demo knight, then drop a pyro who isn't moving, then drop an engineer setting up a telly, and finish it off with this clean headshot on a pyro coming to clean me up. But like, what? How did any of this happen, and why was it actually effective? Well, here, all the way back on day 4 of the challenge on... Wait a minute, Swiftwater again? Yeah, as we'll come to learn, this is by far the easiest payload map to get behind as any class because of the maze of flanks it has. I'm on offense here and feeling a little cheeky, so I find a lucky break in the action and just decide to jump down and wrap behind without a single soul noticing. Anyway, you know how this goes. I kill a sniper, then another sniper, then a soldier, then that second sniper again, except this time he rage swapped a scout to try and get me, and then an SMG kill on a demo knight who thinks they are a match for my sneaky sniper gameplay. In just 1 minute, I took down 5 enemies, aka half of their team from behind them, and it had no right to happen in the first place. One of my absolute favorite sneaky sniper clips happened a bit later on in the challenge when I was using the BAZAAR bargain, but it's just too good to pass up on. It's day 60 and we're defending on the absolute best map in the game, CP Steel. Now, the other team has managed to cap every point except last, but luckily for me, I've managed to get myself into a little spot behind them during a break in the action. I start off using this window and get a headshot on this clueless sniper, and then get a low HP scout who is retreating. But I soon realize they're pushing up towards the point itself, so I rotate my angle. They have absolutely zero reason to check for a sniper behind them here, meaning I managed to rack up a kill on this medic, then a kill on this pyro, then a kill on this scout, then a kill on another pyro, then the medic I killed before wants a piece of me, so I throw some urine at him and smack him once to send him to purgatory before his teammates come and clean me up. Just to give a little summary, that was 8 kills from one flank in less than a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we love the sneaky sniper playstyle, and I hope you can understand why I went for these opportunities whenever they presented themselves. It became one of my absolute favorite strategies to indulge in when I got a lucky break and found the opportunity to get behind, but if I'm being honest, it didn't always go as smoothly as the examples I've shown you. Unsurprisingly, it's actually kinda hard to get behind a sniper, because you can't rocket jump, you can't trimp, you don't have a jetpack, and you definitely can't go invisible, meaning you'll usually get put down before you can inflict any serious serious damage. Here back on day 6 of the challenge on Gold Rush, we're pushing towards last, so I decided to drop down because there is a stupid powerful angle you can get up in the windows in this area that gives a great sightline of their team. But before I can manage to get any closer, a soldier cleans me up without any issue. Or here later on in the challenge on day 66 on Gold Rush again, I take a teleporter which turns out to be a mistake because their team is pushing up, so I say fuck it and kill this pyro with my kukri and then go for the Hail Mary play of trying to hide on this cliff face, which gives a comically stupid angle of their team as they respawn, but as expected, a pesky little demo man notices my game plan and stickies me before I can become an issue. Now admittedly, sometimes it wouldn't be an enemy preventing me from getting behind or someone luckily catching me before I could take my first shot, as there were instances where, how do I put it, I just kind of choked the opportunity real bad, like I'd get behind and just, miss. I have one extremely sad example of this where on a game of Frontier, I managed to get to this disgusting angle behind the entire enemy team, but end up choking not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 shots before the round ends, and I am left empty-handed. So look, if you're playing Sniper and ever find the chance to get behind, take it. It's a unique experience that teaches you skills you rarely ever get to practice as Sniper. It's even higher stress than usual, you need to land more of those clutch shots, and I can almost guarantee you that you'll be experimenting with angles you never thought about using in the past. It wasn't always successful, but looking for stupid opportunities like these can introduce a bit of fun to your stock standard sniping journey, and that's exactly what I needed at those times where TF2 felt especially monotonous. Now, something I haven't really talked about during the challenge so far are the secondary options Sniper has available to him. Up until this point, I've been using the SMG most of the time, or when I wanted to focus on hitting my shots and removing that safety net, either the Cozy Camper or Razorback, which I promise we'll get to eventually. However, there is one secondary option I have been purposefully neglecting because I knew it was pretty busted and didn't want to lean on it as a crutch too early on, but after going through the stock rifle and the MACHINA, I thought it was time to give it some love during this block. It may just be the funniest weapon concept in all of TF2, and it also happens to be extremely powerful. So let's take a deep dive into Girardi. Not literally though, that'd be kind of gross. With all other context removed, trading your submachine gun for human excreta seems pretty bad. Like Westbrook to the Lakers bad. We're forfeiting our ability to deal consistent damage at close range for a form of utility, as when we throw Girardi at our enemies, it creates a small explosion of piss that coats our enemies in a small radius and allows us to deal mini crit damage to them. If you didn't know, mini crits are really powerful, as they 1, allow our weapons to deal 35% more damage, and 2, our attacks ignore fall off. A rocket is going to deal a lot less damage if it's fired far away from your enemy, but if they happen to be coated in Girardi, you'll be doing the same amount from anywhere on the map as you would be doing from point blank. This is the reason why the buff banner and direct hit can be so powerful together, as once you pop it, you can one-shot 7 of the 9 classes no matter what distance you happen to be firing from. Now I will admit that Sniper isn't going to be the one directly benefiting from having no damage fall off, as this mechanic doesn't affect any of your rifles. They do the same damage no matter what distance you fire from, but it can be massively useful for your teammates around you, especially classes like Soldier and Demo Man with their area of effect damage. The utility doesn't end there either, as on top of the offensive buffs it provides, it also has some considerable defensive ones too, as you're able to extinguish the flames on yourself and your allies to potentially save them from burning to death. And to tie this all together, our Girardi is only on a 20-second cooldown, or 16 seconds if we happen to extinguish a teammate who is on fire, and I know this does sound like a pretty long time, especially when it comes to Sniper who can drop a light class in 0.2 seconds, but for the sheer amount of impact one good Girardi throw can have on a game, 20 seconds definitely isn't enough. Now hopefully it hasn't been too obvious from my quick little rundown of the stats, but before I even equipped Girardi for the first time in this challenge, I'd always been a firm believer that this item is stupid powerful, and that was vindicated immediately within my first few games of using it. Take a look at this clip from day 29 on Hoodoo, where I'm in this tunnel that can provide a pretty nice sightline on the defending team. Unfortunately, a lot of the enemies know I'm here, but I'm actually curious to see what my Girardi can do, so I quickly stutter step to open the door briefly, throw my jar of piss, and close it again before the enemies can punish me, and within a couple of seconds, 2 assists pile up for me in the kill feed. Or here on day 36 on Altitude, I realize that the enemy team has 5 players on the point, which means we're moments away from losing. So I go for this absolute Hail Mary play and launch my Girardi, which coats 4 of them in piss and allows my team to secure the easiest cleanup job I have maybe ever seen, as they all die moments later due to their increased damage vulnerability, and it ultimately saves us from losing the game entirely. Looking back on this clip, I think it's kind of crazy that Sniper has the ability to make a large group of enemies like this all take 35% more damage, and it's only on a 20-second cooldown. To gain access to an ability similar to this, a buff banner soldier first has to forego using something like the gunboats or shotgun, then has to go and spend a bunch of time farming 600 damage and loses their progress if they happen to die, then has to activate the charge, which takes a few seconds, and then has to pray he doesn't get destroyed the second he peeks around a corner with his team. But as Sniper, you just get this this completely game-altering ability, you can throw from behind cover 3 times every minute. I'll also mention it here, but in this block of the challenge where I was using the HEATMAKER, I found Girardi especially useful in this regard because it was such an easy way to pile up assists for free. As you remember, the HEATMAKER can build beast mode with the kills and assists we get with our weapons, so if I happen to cover a large group of enemies in Girardi and my teammates clean them up, it significantly reduced the amount of time and effort it took to max out my focus bar, which was a nice little upside. Another helpful aspect of Girardi, and one I grew to appreciate a lot during this block of the challenge, is that it can be super useful hunting down pesky little Frenchmen who won't leave you or your teammates alone. When you successfully code an enemy in Girardi, it's displayed visually to you and your teammates with a comical yellow tinge along with some little droplet particles that ooze off your target as they walk around. The handy thing about this is that the particle effect persists on spies even when they try to go invisible, which is great if they want to make an escape. Take a look here on day 37 on Barn Blitz, where I catch this obvious spy disguised as a demo man and instantly code him in Girardi. He activates his dead ringer to feign his death, but as you can see, the particle effect persists and follows him around even though he's invisible, which allows me and my teammates to track him down as he tries to escape and ultimately shut him down before he can uncloak. Or here on day 35 on Frontier, I bump into an enemy spy trying to flank behind, but before he has time to quickly duck off and avoid me, I throw my Girardi on the ground, which reveals him to me, leading to an easy kill with the bushwhacker. Spies were still a real big nuisance to me at this point of the challenge, as my game sense was still developing, but Girardi definitely made for a nice tool to have when it came time to punish them for getting caught out. Another thing that I was finding to be a real annoyance about playing Sniper was when you get set on fire by a pyro, as it isn't just the damage which slowly chips away your health bar, because there's also the fact it becomes impossible to aim while scoped in due to the insane amount of aim punch it causes. Every tick of fire jolts your screen suddenly up and down, which makes hitting headshots next to impossible. This is obviously where Girardi can be super useful, as it was in this clip from day 36 on Pier, where I push too aggressively and get set on fire by this pyro and his Phlogistinator, so I start to backpedal, quickly extinguish myself with Girardi so I don't suffer from aim punch, and successfully line up a headshot as the pyro pushes once again. You're not always going to have a health pack or medic nearby, so Girardi was a nice little safety net to fall back on when I found myself picking more aggressively and happened to get caught out by something like a Scorch-Off flare or a stray flame particle from a pyro. One thing that did actually surprise me when I started to use Girardi more was just how buggy it can be, as I noticed it really struggles to interact with map geometry at times. Like, take a look here on day 35 on Harvest, where I catch a pyro from behind entering the shack, so I launch my Girardi directly at him. Like, let's get a replay. I don't think I could be any more accurate in my throw, but apparently it doesn't connect, meaning my bushwhacker swing does normal damage and I get my ass toasted. We'll take a look here a bit later on in the challenge on day 86 on Badwater, where I luckily check my surroundings in time to notice an enemy spy, but when I go to throw my Girardi, apparently it just fucking phases through his foot and vanishes out of existence, but luckily a melee swing and no scope scares him off. Anyway, fast forward 16 seconds and guess who's back again? So I go to Girardi him for a second time and what? How does that not connect? I don't know if it's because he was a couple frames into going down the stairs, which messes with the flat geometry of the floor, but I was flabbergasted as seen in my live reaction to it. We face it. What the fuck? I have about 50 or so clips like this where my Girardi either 1, dematerializes out of existence because it hits a certain surface that just breaks the laws of the universe, or 2, the geometry of the ground is a bit funky, which means Girardi that looks like it should hit doesn't hit. Honestly, it doesn't make me that mad because I feel like this stupid jar of urine is so busted and needs some buggy nightmare like this to keep it in check, but even then, it wasn't happening enough for it to be a significant nerf. Girardi actually has a surprising amount of depth to it for a weapon that seems so basic on its surface, but I can already feel this part of the video starting to drag on a bit, so we'll revisit it a little later on because it definitely became one of my favorite secondaries to use. Later on the challenge, I also became significantly better at maximizing just how useful it can be because there is a bit of a learning curve to it, and I mean that quite literally when it comes to the arc it travels at, what angles to throw it from, when the best opportunities are to use it, and so on. So we'll definitely have more to talk about then. Also, I know some of you sniper mains are probably screaming at your monitor right now for me to mention the bushwhacker, and don't worry, we'll get to that forbidden combo eventually. Anyway, I think it's about time we wrap up this block of the challenge and bring it back to how things were progressing more generally. I was still doing my Kovacs routine every day, and it was actually going really well. On day 31, I had this insane session where I set a new record on 6 out of 18 of the total exercises, and I was really enjoying the process of grinding it out. I know I've said it a lot at this point, but my raw tracking mechanics when it came to moving my mouse felt so much more consistent, and that was only getting better and better with more time. I will say though, there was this absolutely hilarious moment on day 29 when I was doing my Kovacs routine, but was super tired because I didn't get much sleep the night before and was having a Red Bull to try and get my head straight, but as you can see, it didn't do all that much.
Whoa. I'm way too tired right now. Jesus Christ.
This honestly does go to show how important a good night's rest can be when it comes to your focus and trying to improve at something, so hey, make sure you get 8 hours of sleep or your Kovac scores might fall off a cliff out of nowhere. But to be honest, when it came to playing Sniper itself, this stretch of the challenge did feel a bit stagnant relative to the other ones. The only aspect of my sniping which I could definitely point to significant improvements in was my close range headshots and how far they'd come along. After over a month of deliberate practice and forcing myself into harder situations where I had to make that clutch shot, funnily enough, I was starting to hit it more consistently. There truly wasn't anything as satisfying as having some cocky scout, soldier, or demo knight thinking they're invincible get put down by one clean shot right before they get to me, and I was really happy that they were becoming more reliable. But outside of that, I don't know what it was, but I just didn't feel like I had improved as much as I should have in this third block. During the spy challenge, the first 50 days was when I felt as though I made the most significant improvements in my skills as I wrapped my head around the fundamentals, and then over time as it became more and more niche in the skills I had to learn and improve upon, that rate at which I would progress began to slow down significantly. This makes sense and is how most skills go in life. If you take a look at something like weightlifting, the most progress you'll ever make in the gym is those first few months where it's all very novel to your body, meaning you can rapidly make gains. But after years of building muscle, it takes a lot more intentional effort with your training and diet to come even close to that rate of progress you had at the beginning. So this did make me a little worried, and I couldn't really tell why this block felt a little bit more stagnant compared to the previous two.
Perhaps it was because the HEATMAKER was the weakest unlock I had used so far,
and that was affecting my gameplay performance, but I'm not entirely sure. It was still early days though, and we had a lot of time to turn things around, and I wasn't overly concerned. Anyway, during the warm-up for a game of Badwater on day 38, and yeah, I know this is kind of embarrassing to show you that I was farming kills at the start of games when people weren't really trying, but fuck you, getting 3,000 kills with each rifle sucked.
Aparo was bouncing his way to the front line, so
I landed this very easy charge headshot on him, which led to my 3,000th kill and officially wrapped up my time with the HEATMAKER. This meant we had now completed our time with 3 of the rifles, only leaving us with 4 more to go. In this third block of the challenge, I got a total of 3,136 kills and died 1,422 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.21, which was a slight improvement since our time with the MACHINA. This was only a 4% increase and not significant enough for me to be overjoyed with how things were going, and it definitely cemented my feelings of stagnation with the challenge. Maybe this is a little harsh because I think the HEATMAKER is definitely a step down from the stock rifle, and perhaps I would be getting a better KD had I been using it, but I truly believe there was something else at play here limiting my progress. My win percentage also bounced back during this block of the challenge, going from 56.7% back up to 62.6%, which was closer to where I was at after the first block. But to be honest, I still had no idea what was going on in this department and wanted more stats before I began to extrapolate what this meant when it came to my improvement. And finally, my hours. We started this third block with 185 hours and 39 minutes of in-game time on Sniper, and this climbed all the way up to 212 hours and 58 minutes. This was about the same time I spent during the last block and meant we were slightly behind schedule, but luckily for me, this emerging time deficit we had going on wouldn't prove to be an issue whatsoever as the challenge continued to progress. This is usually where I do a joke about foreshadowing, but no, things get real fucky later on. Anyway, with my progress feeling a little stagnant, I think I knew exactly how I could shake things up moving into the next block of the challenge. Heading into this next block of the challenge, I had a big decision to make. We'd already racked up 3,000 kills on 3 of the 7 rifles, and I wasn't fully sure which option to run with next. We still had the BAZAAR bargain, an unlock which a lot of people consider to be broken, the Sydney Sleeper, aka the piss gun, the classic, which is basically a meme weapon, and then we had an interesting option that can't actually be considered a rifle at all. Because the weapon we chose here was going to be the middle option of the challenge, I thought that this could be a good opportunity to break up the monotony of using hit scan weapons over and over and try something a little bit different. And that's why for this 4th block of the challenge, I'm going to be taking my talents to archery and we'll be using the HUNTSMAN. This is going to be a massive change of pace relative to every other option we had used so far, because the HUNTSMAN says goodbye to the marvels of modern technology, which gifted us with highly accurate long-range rifles, and says hello to a more primitive way of being, because we're going to be making use of a weapon that cavemen invented about 71,000 years ago, the bow and arrow. Now, if I'm being honest with you, the way the HUNTSMAN works is pretty intuitive. So much so that Valve didn't even bother to give this thing stats like every other weapon in the game. But I know a lot of people who don't play TF2 watch my videos, so let's give it a brief rundown. The biggest change here is that we are no longer a long-range hit scan scan class. We can't just point at an enemy, click on them and instantly deal damage, as our arrows take time to travel through the air as a projectile in a similar way to a rocket or sticky bomb. Now the less we charge an arrow before firing means it'll deal reduced damage, it'll travel slower, and it'll arc downwards more over time, whereas a fully charged arrow will do the opposite: big damage, big speed, and less arc. Now I could go to the wiki here and unpack all the nerd emoji damage stats and movement speeds whilst charging, but I'm not going to do that. All you need to know is a fully charged body shot with an arrow deals a maximum of 120 damage, meaning you can't nuke light classes in an instant like you can with a fully charged rifle shot. The upside here is that it only takes 1 second to fully charge your arrow with the Huntsman, whereas it takes 3.3 seconds with the stock rifle. Headshots are also still a thing and do triple damage like usual, and you get 12 arrows in reserve. So that's basically it. It's a bow and arrow, it's going to be a fun break from all the sweating I'd done with the past few rifles, and there isn't going to be much to talk about. If anything, this is basically an intermission. It's the holiday arc to rejuvenate my spirit so I can be refreshed when it comes time to pop off with the Bazaar bargain in the next section. Isn't that right, Max? We're not going to spend a stupid amount of time talking about a bow and fucking arrow, are we? Well, look, I hope it's obvious at this point in the video, but brevity really isn't my forte. When I equipped the Huntsman for the first time in this challenge, I truly did think it was a kind of necessary evil I had to get through, because I promised to rack up 3,000 kills on every sniper weapon for this challenge. I thought maybe I could loosen up a bit for 2 weeks and treat it like a chill little break before we got back into the action, but within a few games of using the Huntsman, I was actually having the time of my life, which I did not expect whatsoever. So I actually have a lot to talk about in this section, because it was genuinely such a fun 2-week period of the challenge, and I don't want to sell it short, so let's dive in. Now, if you've played much TF2 before, the first thing that should spring to mind when I mention the word Huntsman is luck, because this weapon kinda has a pretty notorious reputation amongst the community for being, how'd I put it, kind of bullshit. There's a lot of reasons people feel this way, but the first and most obvious one I realized whilst using it in this block as a challenge was the hitboxes. This is by no means a profound observation, and it's actually something I've talked about in an old video all the way back in December 2021. But it is the elephant in the room when it comes to a discussion of the Huntsman. Just take a look. It's day 44 of the challenge, and we're pushing last on Badwater, until all of a sudden, a soldier comes bombing in at high speeds. Now, if we slow things down, you can see I start charging my shot, the soldier gets knocked up, and as I release the arrow, look at the trajectory it's on. If we're lucky, that might make contact with his elbow and do 120 damage because the hitboxes in TF2 are generous, but if this were the real world, I think that's a missed shot. So let's move 1 frame over and see what happens. What? That hit his head? I think my live reaction is pretty telling here.
How is that a fucking headshot? I shot his knee. I love the Huntsman.
We'll take a look here on day 42 where I'm defending on upward and notice this pyro pushing way too aggressively by themselves. So again, I start charging my shot, release the arrow, and if we slow it down again, I think we can all agree this is a ball shot. That arrow right there on the path it's traveling is going to hit that pyro in the balls, or maybe slightly above it if we want to be less funny. Look, the point is that by our understanding of the universe and how things travel through space and time, there is no world in which this arrow makes contact with that pyromaniac's head. Right? Yeah, you know where this is going.
How was that a headshot? I was aiming at the knees, I'm pretty sure.
How the hell is that even possible, I hear you ask? Well, there was a great video made back in 2021 by Shunik, which explains exactly why this is able to happen, and the TLDR of it is basically source code spaghetti. Huntsman arrows have a really janky interaction with enemies and their bounding box, which basically means if you shoot this scout anywhere in the red, it will register as a headshot. Admittedly, I'm a peanut brain Dumbo who knows next to nothing about game design, but my intuition sees this hitbox visual and says, something doesn't seem right here. But look, that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Huntsman. Because the head hitboxes are so generous, it made me realize that one of the most powerful strategies there is to this weapon is spam. It's not particularly flashy, but one of the most effective ways I discovered you can get kills with the Huntsman is finding a nice little choke point the entire enemy team has to funnel through, aiming at head level with your crosshair, fully charging up an arrow, and congratulations, you've probably just found yourself an infinite kill glitch. Take a look at this clip from day 41 where we're defending on Barn Blitz, and I find this little gap between the shed and the crates and figure it could be a good place to spam. So I fire off an arrow and, get my first kill on somebody. Then I swap my angle for a moment, but quickly return to spamming, so I fire off my second arrow and, that's another kill on a random enemy. And I fire off a third arrow and, yep, that's 3 kills on 3 enemies who I couldn't even see. We'll take a look here on day 43, where we're again here on Barn Blitz, except this time pushing towards last. And from past experience, I know this flat choke point is great for farming easy kills. So I peek around, aim towards the cart, and that's 1. We turn around and actually get a clean flick on the heavy, then back to spamming, and I get a demo man here. then top it all off with another clean flick onto the scout. In my defense, there was a little bit more skill on display in that clip than the first one, but it just goes to show how effective this strategy can be. When you don't need to shift your vertical aim at all and can just focus on your horizontal flicks, and you have a projectile with a stupidly generous head hitbox, and you only have to peek for a fraction of a second before you can duck back to cover after firing, it really starts to feel like there's magnets in the tip of your arrows, which are just naturally gravitating to your enemies' heads. This strategy also made me realize how important sheer volume was to the luck part of the Huntsman. Because you're only waiting 1 second to charge an arrow and you can redeploy it relatively quickly, the most important thing I found to maximize your damage output as a Huntsman sniper is just spamming as many arrows as is physically possible. I know this sounds like a kind of stupid take, but I found that the quality of your shot really doesn't matter when you're spamming the same spot over and over, as there's always going to be a degree of luck as to whether or not an enemy happens to walk in front of the arrow's trajectory as they cross a sideline. So I realize it's in your best interest to focus on the volume of your shots to maximize your chance of getting kills. I hope the background footage has made this point more obvious, but I'm rarely focusing on trying to hit a specific enemy unless I know they're already low on HP or are something like a slow moving heavy, because I just want as many arrows flying across into a specific choke point as possible, because in my observation, this led to the most kills. It basically turns the Huntsman into a slot machine, as after missing 3 shots in a row at a choke point, you'll get that one random super satisfying ding from your headshot and see it light up in the kill feed, which is just about all the dopamine I need to form a life-crippling addiction. This spamming strategy works best on maps I'd usually hate as sniper that have those tight choke points and closed-in hallways like Gold Rush, Hoodoo, and Dust Bowl, because you can seriously just turn your brain off and lob arrow after arrow for some of the easiest kills you're going to get in a game of TF2. Now unfortunately, the bullshit luck of the Huntsman doesn't end there, because I haven't even made it to the best type of kills I was getting with this thing. The ones where I had absolutely no idea of someone's existence and just happened to catch a random invis spy minding his own business in a very unfortunate situation. So let's take a look at some examples. This first clip is here on day 46 on Sunshine, and I catch this sniper staring right at me as I turn the corner, so I quickly flail about and throw off some half-assed shot before I duck back into safety, and oh shit, I got him? Well, let's rewind. As you can see by the symbol above the sniper, he is dominating me, but when I dropped him, there was no revenge in the kill feed. So if we keep watching, I start to move forward, and you'll notice right here the corpse of a conniving Frenchman who was invisible and just accidentally took an arrow for that sniper who was dominating me. We'll take a look here on day 48 on Borneo, where we're pushing towards the last, and I want to take out the sentry on the barrels. So I charge my shot, fire it off, and what? I was aiming for the sentry gun. Who did I just hit? Upon further analysis, you can actually see the slight edge of a wrench repairing the gun, meaning the engineer was chilling on his dispenser in a safe spot smacking his sentry, but because the hitbox of my arrow is so stupidly generous, apparently I landed a headshot on him. And God, don't even get me started on the amount of spies I was accidentally killing. Here on Gold Rush, I peek the corner, and bang, spy. Here on Frontier, I'm aiming for this demo, and boom, another spy. Here on Badwater, I'm going for a predictive shot as they walk over the hill, but oh, hello, that's another spy. Here on Pier, I want the sentry, but hit this spy instead. Here on Snowy Coast, I'm carefully lining it up on the heavy and whoa, slow down there, buddy. And finally, here on Upward, I think I'm trying to get this lucky shot on the sniper as he peeks, but I catch this random invisible spy instead. I don't know why this happens so much, but spies need to be more careful when they're maneuvering the map, because with the frequency these types of kills were occurring, it was definitely not a coincidence, and this actually brings me back to square one. Luck. So much of the Huntsman comes down to luck. This isn't to sell it short, as funnily enough, there are skillful elements of the Huntsman which we're going to discuss shortly, but what I began to realize is that so much of this weapon and its absolute craziest moments come down to a little bit of game knowledge and a whole lot of good fortune. You might think I intend this as a jab against the weapon, but honestly, I don't. This shit was hilarious and I was laughing my ass off throughout this portion of the challenge. Dropping enemies I couldn't even see was just some good old-fashioned fun, and it really was a nice change of pace from all the focus I'd been placing on my mechanical skills and tracking and flicking and all of that stuff. Video games are supposed to make you smile at the end of the day, and the Huntsman was doing a great job of that during this portion of the challenge. Now, I wouldn't be doing this weapon justice if I left things there. I knew going into this block of the challenge that luck was going to be a major part of the Huntsman, but the more time I actually spend with it, the more I realized that there's room for some pretty insane skill expression which I'd never really considered in the past. The first thing I noticed specifically was leading your shots. Just like any projectile weapon in the game, a lot of the skill expression comes with knowing your enemy's movement and being able to predict where they're going to go. Now yes, the more generous hitboxes do obviously help when it comes to landing these predictive shots, but that doesn't mean that there's no skill involved at all. Take a look here on day 40 where we're defending on Upward, and I noticed this pyro up on the battlements. I land a low charge arrow which does 77 damage, so the pyro begins to retreat to safety and goes out of view. But because I know his movement speed with the power jack, and I also know how quickly my arrows travel, I'm able to get this really nice predictive arrow on him, despite the fact I can't even see him. Well, later that same day on Frontier, I'm moving towards this window to get a nice sight line and notice a soldier rocket jumping towards towards me. I wait a moment until he gets close to the apex of his jump and release my arrow to get a pretty damn clean mid-air headshot on him. There's also a couple of really nice predictive shots I was able to get on invisible spies during this part of the challenge, the first of which you can see here on day 42 of Badwater. I'm moving towards the cart, but for a split second, notice the outline of an enemy spy as he bumps into the pyro on my team. I see what direction he's heading, probably up the stairs to the health and ammo, so I launch an arrow off on the path he's likely taking, which actually ends up connecting. And again, here on day 44 and upward, I notice an undisguised spy running for the window, which obviously suggests he has the dead ring equipped, so when he activates it, I quickly predict that he's going to hug the left and flank towards me, so I flick to launch an arrow off and get a really nice headshot on him. On top of all the predicting, I was also starting to realize the skill ceiling there was to the charging mechanic itself on the Huntsman, because it actually opens the door for a lot of crazy plays I didn't realize would be possible when I started out. As I mentioned earlier, the amount you charge your arrows influences 3 different variables: its speed, its damage, and the way it arcs. And what I began to learn as I used the Huntsman more was that these low charged arrows which arc downwards can actually be really useful. And nothing displays this better than the sniper versus sniper matchup. Now, to get it out the way immediately, you're at a disadvantage if you're using the Huntsman and going up against a sniper using any of the normal rifles. All they have to do is point and click on your head, whereas you have to use your predictive skills and account for your arrow's travel time, on top of aiming well, which is just objectively harder. But there are things we can do to improve our chances. You remember in our discussion of second scoping back in part 2 that you never want to be caught while scoped in as sniper because you move extremely slowly, which makes you very vulnerable to be an easy headshot. But the Huntsman doesn't suffer as much in this department. When scoped in with a rifle, a sniper moves at 27% of their normal movement speed, but when you're charging an arrow with the Huntsman, you move a lot faster. 45% of your normal movement speed to be exact. This already makes us considerably harder to hit relative to a normal sniper, but on top of this, we're also able to jump and charge our arrows simultaneously, which makes for a really effective way of peeking corners when using the Huntsman. Take a look here on day 48, and we're on pier, and I want to peek around this corner, so I both jump and start charging my arrows simultaneously. As I do this, I notice a sniper looking straight at me. This is what he's seeing from his perspective, and this is obviously a much harder shot he has to make on me compared to a normal sniper, who'd be moving slower and would have his head in a normal position because he can't jump and charge simultaneously. Anyway, he chokes the shot, and I release my arrow just before I hit the ground at about 50% charge, meaning there is more of an arc on the shot, which does successfully hit, and I'm able to escape to safety. We'll take a look here on day 46 on Mountain Lab, where I know there's a sniper on the battlements, so again, to throw off his aim, I both jump and charge my arrow simultaneously, making it a very hard shot for him to hit, and ultimately, I get a nice headshot and can quickly retreat to safety. Because you can only get about 50% of your shot charge before you hit the ground when you peek like this means there will be a considerable downward curve to your arrow compared to a fully charged one, and this is an important adjustment you have to learn, which takes a lot of time to master. I barely scratched the surface when it came to these low charge shots, but towards the end of my time with the Huntsman, I started consciously practicing it more, especially against snipers as I just showed, but also more generally. If an enemy is pushing you and you don't have enough time to fully charge your shot, well, guess what? Unless you want to die in the process of fully charging your arrow, you have to start learning the different arcs there are with different amounts of charge, because it can be potentially life-saving. Take a look here on day 38 on Borneo, where a Demo Knight spots me and begins charging right at me. If I even dare to take the time to fully charge this shot, he is going to decapitate me without any issues. So out of necessity, I only get about half of my charge in, jump backwards, and manage to connect the headshot. Well, here on day 46 on pier, I'm just wandering around the map when, oh god, a sniper turns the corner and is walking straight at me, so I quickly flick my crosshair slightly above his head to account for the arc, and don't even bother charging my shot. I literally just tap fire and drop him instantly with a quick reactive headshot. It gets even more crazy when you start doing these low charge shots from longer ranges, where there's a considerable amount of fall off the further they have to travel, as you can see here on this clip on day 42 on Hoodoo. I go for this ridiculous shot where I barely even peek the sightline by jumping and fire a low charge arrow, which actually manages to headshot somebody. Now I know this was obviously lucky, but it just goes to show the crazy skill ceiling there is to the weapon, as you can literally fire off low charge shots from behind cover, and because of the way they arc, land headshots on enemies that can't even attack you. It's a shame I only started making use of this towards the end of my time with the Huntsman, especially those long range shots, because I think there's some potential for crazy kills when it comes to low charge arrows. It just goes to show that whilst there may be some really lucky moments you get with the Huntsman, there is still a considerable amount of skill to mastering it. Now this might be obvious to some of you because funnily enough, in a game like TF2 where there are oceans of depth to each and every unlock, of course it's going to take skill to master any weapon in this game, but the Huntsman does have a reputation for being lucky, which I may or may not have contributed to in the past, but I just want to make it clear that you actually do have to turn your brain on when using this thing, at least if you want to get the most out of it. Now interestingly, there are a whole lot of small things I picked up about the Huntsman during this block, which don't need that much time individually, so for the sake of brevity, we're going to wrap things up with a bit of a rapid fire miscellaneous round. And when I say brevity, I mean elmaxo style brevity. Number 1. taunt kills. They're pretty funny, and if I did see a wide open layup, I'd always double tap my G key and go for it. If my ass was ever lucky enough to find an unaccompanied teleporter exit, you already know what I was going to be doing. I've seen people use the stun mechanic on the Huntsman taunt to stop uber pushes, and I almost successfully got one on day 40 on Upward, but the medic reacted in time and clobbered me with his uber sword. Quick PSA here too, I don't care what team you're on, but if you ever find that a Huntsman sniper is in the process of securing a taunt kill, do not interrupt it. If I catch you breaking that gentleman's agreement, I'm not going to be impressed, and you're going to be in my bad books. Just wait for them to finish the taunt, then get your free kill, and laugh at your stupid teammate who was dumb enough to get caught out. Number 2, mini sentries. One of the most underrated upsides I found of the Huntsman is the fact you can take down mini sentries without any trouble. All it takes is a mostly charged arrow from the other side of the map, and voila, the issue is gone. I think it should always be your responsibility to destroy them if you find them because of how quick you can charge an arrow, so make it a priority. Number 3, fire arrows. If you happen to have a pyro on your team, they're actually able to light your arrows on fire with their flamethrower. I never expect them to do it, but if they are feeling nice and set it on fire, this means you're able to kill light classes with a fully charged body shot, which is actually super powerful. Your arrow will do 120, and then after 2 ticks of fire damage, they will be dead. For some reason, I recorded a bunch of clips of this happening when it's a pretty benign interaction if I'm being honest, but hey, if I ever saw flame particles on the tip of my arrow, I made sure to locate the nearest light class immediately. Number 4, SMG synergy. As you'll know, the most damage our fully charged body shots will do is 120, which leaves light classes on a measly 5 HP. This is where having the SMG, or hey, even the cleaner's carbine equipped, more on that guy soon, can be super useful. At longer distances, it'll take 2 SMG shots to kill an enemy you've hit with a fully charged shot because you'll only be doing 4 damage from that type of range, which is mildly infuriating, but if they're any closer than that, you'll only need 1 bullet. This makes both SMG synergize really nicely with the Huntsman, and in my opinion, they trump Girardi in utility purely because of their ability to secure these kills on lower health enemies. Number 5, be careful of pyros. It was very rare that this happened, but like any projectile in the game, enemy pyros are able to deflect them straight back at you. Now this isn't a major problem because I found that most pyro players didn't have the reaction time or predictive skills to consistently reflect my arrows, but there were a few deaths I can attribute to this, so make sure you keep it in mind when dueling the freakazoids who enjoy playing that awful class. And to wrap things up with number 6, just some quick tips. There are 2 things I learned in my time with the Huntsman, which I feel like would greatly help your own gameplay. The first of these is that you have to be playing proactively rather than reactively. This is something we'll talk about with the Classic, as it suffers from this issue like 10 times worse, but you should always be jump charging an arrow every time you turn a corner because you never know who could be there. I have so many clips of this happening because I made it a habit every time I entered a new area where I just get a free kill because I was peeking a new sightline with the shot charge. I just had to adjust my aim slightly to secure a free kill. The other quick tip to keep in mind, and this is something I only realized I was doing after looking back at my footage, but you should always 180 the instant you fired off your arrow. This isn't the double slit experiment, alright? Once that arrow is airborne, you're either getting the kill or you're not. So you don't have to be watching it to influence the outcome. You're much better off shifting your attention to the backline in case of any flankers or spies especially, who could be lurking about whilst you were focused on getting a kill. I actually think this habit of turning around after every shot is why I died less as a proportion of total kills during this block of the challenge, and it's something I'd encourage you to do after every shot you fire. Rapid fire round is now officially over. Now, I actually had one more section planned for my discussion of the Huntsman, but it did really pan out as I expected. Before I ever equipped the Huntsman during the challenge, I knew I wanted to honor Bing Soy in some way during this section of the video. If you somehow don't know who Bing Soy is, if you check the most popular video on this channel, it's a documentary dedicated to him and his unconventional playstyles. His most famous strategy, at least in my opinion, is his patented falling off the map to imminent death whilst also doing a 360 Huntsman headshot, and here's him doing it on Moss Rock. Anyway, the point is I knew I wanted to replicate a clip like this during the challenge, and I planned it out to be this whole narrative where I was trying to get it but kept failing. So on a game of Upward on day 40, I decided it was time to get grinding. Here you can see my very first attempt where I don't even try to spin and do a 360, so it wouldn't have counted anyway, but I do end up missing. Then, on my second attempt about 40 seconds later, well, you just take a look.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yo! Yes! 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 That one goes out to Big Soy, baby! Holy shit! Not gonna lie, I kind of wanted to make a funny little story about this and go like Rocky style where I had to keep practicing to actually get it, but no. 2 attempts in a 1-minute period and that was a wrap. Kinda underwhelming, but hey. That's life. Anyway, God bless you, Bing Soy. Hope you're doing well. That one goes out to you. With that out the way, our discussion of the Huntsman is a wrap. I genuinely had way more fun with it than I ever imagined, and it truly was a really good break from the proper grind. It's also funny because I I may or may not have had the best KD so far with the Huntsman, but we'll touch base on that when we close out this block of the challenge later. For now, we have one more thing to discuss. I mentioned it in passing just before, but I actually tapped into 2 other new unlocks during this portion of the challenge. The first of which was the Cleaner's Carbine. I knew I wanted to use an SMG alongside the Huntsman because they synergize so well together, and because I'd already spent a significant amount of the time with stock, I figured, hey, why not give the Cleaner's Carbine a go in this block of the challenge? And dear God, I am so grateful I made that choice. It was released alongside the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER back in 2012, which you might have guessed because stylistically, both in aesthetics and mechanics, they are very similar. Before we get to the good stuff though, let's quickly address the downsides there are to the carbine. Firstly, we have a 20% smaller clip size, going from 25 bullets like the stock SMG has, down to 20, which is a slight nuisance. The next downside is that the carbine fires 25% slower relative to the SMG, meaning we can't put damage out as quickly. And to be honest, this unlock is actually starting to sound pretty bad. Finally, we also don't get access to random crits, which is always just a little bit of a slap to the face when they tag that along in a weapon stats. So you're probably wondering, why would we ever use this thing? Well, in a similar way to the HEATMAKER, which has its focus bar that can be filled up with kills and assists, the carbine has a crikey bar, which fills up when we do damage with it. Also, on a quick little aside here, no one in Australia actually says crikey in a sincere manner. That was basically just Steve Irwin, God rest his soul. So come on Valve, if you're going to appropriate our jargon, do a better job in future. Anyway, once we deal 100 damage with the carbine, the crikey bar will turn red, meaning it's ready to be activated, and once we right click, we get access to 8 seconds of mini crits. So look, I'm going to cut straight to the chase here. If these mini crits could only be used on the carbine, this unlock would get thrown straight in the trash. I'm not giving up all that damage and ammo just to deal mini crits for 8 seconds, because the extra 35% damage isn't going to be doing all that much. However, because we're able to swap our weapon once we activate those mini crits to either our primary or melee, this opens the door for so much tomfoolery, and this mechanic is half the reason this block of the challenge was so damn fun. Now, if you haven't played TF2, you're probably thinking, okay, you do 100 damage with the carbine, activate the mini crits, then swap to your Huntsman for extra damage. And you are kinda correct. This can actually be a super powerful combo because 8 seconds gives you enough time to fire off 2 fully charged arrows, and if they're boosted by mini crits, it means we're dealing 162 damage, which is enough to one-shot scouts, engineers, medics, snipers, and spies with a body shot, which we obviously couldn't do before. Now yes, this is good and all, but I actually need to introduce you to another new weapon in this block of the challenge, one that will occupy our melee slot, and one that really likes this whole mini crit mechanic. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the Bushwhacker. This is actually the first melee weapon we have talked about so far in this video, and it is a seriously powerful unlock due to its single upside. And I've got it right here. Crits whenever it would normally mini crit. How interesting. So just to recap, we have an SMG that can give us on-command mini crits for 8 seconds, and a melee option that turns mini crits into normal crits, which triples our damage, aka each successful swing will inflict 195 damage, aka enough to one-shot 7 of the 9 classes when at full HP. Up until this point in my TF2 career, I obviously knew about this synergy, but I always relegated it to this kind of useless gimmick, largely thanks to one Mr. Octarian, but oh my god, no. Screw the Huntsman for a second here. This 2-week section told me above all that this carbine plus Bushwhacker combo can actually fucking shred through enemies, and look no further than this clip I got on day 42 on Upward, where I am stupidly deep behind enemy lines and know there is only one thing that's getting me out of the situation. So I spot this damage sponge of a heavy to fill up my crikey bar, and once it goes red, I right click and unleash hell. And I'm just gonna play this one with my live reaction because, well, you'll see. And it doesn't end there either, as after executing 4 enemies with my Bushwhacker, I fill up my crikey bar yet again and get another crit kill before I finally kick the bucket and my spree is put to an end. This is easily the best clip I hit in this entire challenge, and it wasn't even with a rifle where I'm stacking up clean headshots or anything. No, it's just me going balls to the wall with the melee weapon that makes me take 20% more damage from everything. And take a look again here on the very same day on Snowy Coast, where I'm behind the enemy team on this high ground, somehow with a full crikey bar. So I activate my mini crits, drop down like I'm Batman, and clean up 2 medics before I depart for the grave. For a more spicy clip, look here on day 40 on Harvest, where I drop this clueless sniper for an easy kill, then direct my attention to this soldier who's spamming me out with rockets, so I get the big brain idea to surf it towards him like I'm the soldier, and market gun him as the sniper gets me too. I mean god, just listen to my live reaction, this is the sound of pure, unadulterated joy. Yeah! Oh my god, I love this combo so much. And just when you think I'm done with the clips, no, we've got one more. To really hammer in how fun this stupid combo can be, look at this clip from day 38 on Lakeside, where I charge the point and just listen to how happy I am. What the fuck? What the fuck indeed, past elmaxo. To be honest, I don't really have any tips for you if you want to indulge in this stupidity. The only things that come to mind which are kinda useful are number 1, try and approach from the flank when you activate mini crits, because you will get obliterated if you charge straight at your enemies with that 20% damage vulnerability. And 2, you can actually use buildings to charge your crikey bar, which can be surprisingly useful. You don't suffer damage fall off when attacking buildings in TF2, so this means if you spot some sad lone dispenser on the other side of the map, it's actually a free ticket to fill up your crikey bar, which can be very handy. I really could sit here and over-intellectualize how to use this combo properly, but no, I don't wanna. This was the most fun I had throughout this entire challenge, and it's just something you gotta experience for yourself. I will admit that not every play went like the ones you've been seeing. I mean, god, the amount of clips I had where I was preparing to hit some crazy chain of bushwhacker kills just to be annihilated before I could even get my first swing off is pretty comical.
Mate, trust me, I got bushwhacker, okay? Come on me, let's go.
I will be revisiting the bushwhacker a little bit later on in the video, because having the ability to one-shot people like you've been seeing me do is a pretty interesting design choice on Val's behalf when Sniper can already assassinate people from long ranges, especially when we factor Girardi into this equation, but I'll just keep my mouth shut for now. Anyway, I think it's time we wrap things up for this block of the challenge. It's kinda hard to gauge my progress here because the Huntsman is so different to any of the rifles, but my Kovac scores were doing really well and constantly improving, so at the bare minimum, I did feel like my aim was on point during this block of the challenge, even if I wasn't scoping in with a rifle and getting hit scan headshots. I did still have my fair share of bot burger moments, and I actually want to show you one clip specifically because I have nowhere else to include it, and it just shows how I still suck at this game, even after almost 2 months straight of playing Sniper every day. It was here on day 42 on Snowy Coast, and I started charging my arrow as I turned to flank here, and get a body shot on this kinda clueless looking sniper. I don't bother strafing when I go to finish him off with my carbine, and
Oh shit!
how many hours? He's 12 and 41. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just got fucking owned. Yeah, snipers with 0.6 hours in TF2 were still capable of shitting on me. As good as you get, and as much as you improve at anything in life, we're all still capable of figuratively shitting the bed from time to time. Anyway, I actually forgot to record the clip of my 3000th kill on day 49, so with the power of some console commands and editing magic, we're gonna say this Huntsman kill I got on a static bot here on Gorge and offline mode was the kill I needed. So, how impressive. Also, because this marks the end of my time with the Huntsman, I do want to give a little shout out to somebody. All the way back on day 19 of the challenge, I was playing in a random lobby on Swiftwater and actually noticed a guy called the day 15 of Huntsman. Long story short, I'd been seeing him frequently on Australian servers and he was fully committed to only using the Huntsman. Like, at the time of writing the script, he's on day 226 of Huntsman and has over 18,000 kills with it. I ended up befriending him because I kept seeing him so much, so I want to give a shout out to his commitment. In this fourth block of the challenge, I got a total of 3,439 kills and died 1,493 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.30, which was actually the highest of the entire challenge so far, which is pretty funny to think about. I think the playstyle you adopt with the Huntsman promotes you to tunnel vision less and be more aware of your surroundings, so if I had to guess, I was dying less to flankers, which is why my KD in this block was the highest yet. My win percentage also dipped slightly back down to 59.3%, which seemed to be about my average win rate thus far. My average over the last 4 blocks seemed to hover around the 60% mark, so I think it's safe to say if we managed to reach something like 65% or higher in the last block of the challenge, I'd say we've improved significantly. And finally, my hours. We started this fourth block with 212 hours and 58 minutes of in-game time on Sniper, and this climbed all the way up to 248 hours and 41 minutes. It took a bit longer to get kills with the Huntsman relative to the other rifles, so I ended up playing a little bit more during this block, and funnily enough, that meant I was dead on 125 hours of in-game sniper time for day 50, meaning we were exactly halfway through my required hours at exactly halfway through the challenge. I really did have a good time in this block because every weapon I was using was just so much fun. Whether it was some bullshit headshot I got from across the map with the Huntsman, or a triple kill with the carbine and bushwhacker combo, I just found myself smiling and laughing more on these 11 days than at any other point in the whole challenge. So for that, I was deeply grateful. But all good things must come to an end. We were about to reach the halfway point of this challenge, and fortunately for me, this is where my progress was really about to start taking off. Well, 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 would you look at that? We were officially on day 50 of the challenge, which means we were exactly halfway through this masochistic mess of an idea. Up until this point, progress had felt decent, but I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that I was a bit underwhelmed. I thought I would be significantly better by now, especially when it came to my average KD, which was lagging a bit behind what I expected, but fortunately for us, this was going to be my breakout season. And we'll touch on that in a second, but for now, I need to talk to you about one of the important changes I made moving into this 5th block of the challenge. As you remember, I'd been spending about 30 minutes every every morning doing my Kovacs routine, and after 50 days of it, I felt as though it was time to shake things up. I was having a look through some different routines made by other people in the community, but actually realized there was a harder version of the one I had already been doing, where it reduced the size of the targets you had to hit, therefore requiring more precision, and in scenarios where the targets were moving, their speed was also increased to make it more challenging. Just like you gotta add more weight to your bench press, now felt like a good time to up the difficulty of my aim training, and I was excited to see how much more difficult it would be. Before we leave this routine in the dust though, let's take a look at my scores so you can see just how much I improved, and oh boy, things have gotten a lot better since day one. In the first 6 exercises, which were all flicking related, I ranked in the top 60% of players in my first run on day 1, but since then, I'd moved all the way up to the 90th percentile, aka the top 10%. More specifically, my best exercise was the very first one in that routine, where my score had increased from 62 targets in a minute to 105 targets in a minute, which put me in the 95th percentile, aka the top 5% of all players in that exercise. In the next 6 exercises, which were all about tracking, an area I struggled with a lot in the beginning, I'd also made some really nice improvements. After my first run, I was in the 20th percentile, or the top 80% of players, which was far from impressive. But after 50 days of practice, I've moved up to the 71st percentile, which put me in the top 30% of players. As you may remember, there was one exercise where I ranked in the bottom 10% of all players, but with all the practice I had done, I was now in the top 20% for that exercise, which was nice to see. Finally, in the last 6 exercises, which were a combination of both tracking and flicking, I averaged the 30th percentile after my first run, aka the top 70% of all players, but this had shot up to the 85th percentile, which placed me in the top 15% of all players. This group of exercises had really grown on me with time, especially this one you can see on screen right now called PivoTS, I think that's how you say it, and this one would yield me one of my most impressive scores later on, but we'll get to that in time. Anyway, we'll continue to touch base with these more difficult exercises throughout the rest of the challenge. Just know I suck shit on my first run through, and all my scores dropped off the face of the earth, as it took some pretty sudden adjusting with everything being a lot more difficult. But aim trainers are kinda boring to talk about, so let's get into the exciting part of this block. With the Huntsman out the way, we now only had 3 more rifles to choose from, namely the Sydney Sleeper, the Classic, and the BAZAAR Bargain. Now, if you have a decent amount of experience in TF2, one of these options should definitely be sticking out compared to the others, as this lineup we have to choose from looks a lot like the 2007 Cleveland Cavaliers, with the BAZAAR Bargain being LeBron James, and the Classic and the Sydney Sleeper being whoever else was on that team. If comparing a weapon to the greatest basketball player of all time didn't make it obvious enough, let me be more direct. The BAZAAR Bargain is a really good weapon, arguably a bit too good depending on who you ask, and it was going to be the next rifle we were using in the challenge. I'm not going to lie, this was probably the most excited I was to use a certain unlock, as it's a notoriously powerful option, which a lot of people say is broken, and if there's one thing I know about potentially broken weapons, is that they can get you a really good KD. Anyway though, that's enough hyping it up. Let's actually take a look at the stats. The first thing to note here is the downside, the quite significant downside, as it is going to be taking us twice as long to charge our shots relative to stock, and this is a massive nerf. Remember, stock takes 3.3 seconds to fully charge a shot, which is already a pretty considerable amount of time, but the BAZAAR Bargain says fuck that and takes it all the way up to 6.3 seconds, which is honestly just comical. The amount of time spent tunnel visioning it's going to take you to drop a fully overhealed heavy is not good for your longevity when there are flankers around, and this is obviously a massive downside we have to factor in. But if people consider this weapon to be OP, there's obviously got to be a pretty good upside to bounce this out, and boy is there, as after each headshot kill we get, our charge rate increases by 25%. On paper, this stat is kinda hard to visualize, so let's take a look at it in seconds. As we just mentioned, when you start off with the BAZAAR Bargain, it will take 6.3 seconds to fully charge your shot. After 1 headshot kill, this goes down to 4.3 seconds. After 2 headshot kills, this goes down to 3.3 seconds, meaning it charges at the same rate as the stock rifle at this point, and anything more past this just turns the BAZAAR Bargain into a better version of stock. As with 3 heads, this becomes 2.7 seconds, at 4 heads, this is 2.3 seconds, at 5 heads, this is 2.0 seconds flat, and after 6 heads, it reaches its fastest rate of 1.8 seconds. Headshot kills past this point won't increase your rate of charge, and thank God for that, because you'd basically be able to insta-kill any light class in the game if this kept spiraling. From a design perspective, this is what we call a snowballing weapon, where you begin in a relatively weaker state, but as you secure more kills, you progressively become stronger, which in turn makes it easier to get more kills, leading to this bloodbath of a positive feedback loop. The only 2 things that can put an end to this is if you just completely stomp the game and win, or if you happen to die, your boulder is going to roll all the way back to the bottom of the mountain, and you're going to have to start pushing it back up again with 0 headshot kills to your name. So look, we get it. It sucks initially, but as you get more kills, it gets more powerful. Cool concept. So how does the BAZAAR Bargain go in practice? Yeah, basically from the second I picked this thing up, it was steamroll after steamroll. To get an idea of how powerful this faster charge rate was in practice, I want to show you exactly one clip I got on Borneo on day 52. I'm sitting on 6 heads, meaning I've reached the fastest possible charge rate, and playing pretty passive until I started to drop down and oh, that full HP heavy just vanished. All I needed was to scope in for just over a second, which was in turn enough time to take down the tankiest class in the game. We'll take a look here on day 56 on Upward, where I secure my 6th head by killing this clueless sniper sniper, which gets me that fastest charging rate. So I'm able to drop this first demo man in no time at all, and a second one too after that. With the stock rifle equipped, neither of these headshots would have done the damage required to kill these guys. What I was made aware of so quickly after using the BAZAAR bargain for a couple of days was that it just ups the pace and intensity of your sniper gameplay so much, and pushes the limits of what you're able to get away with. With any of the other rifles on sniper, you're usually going to be securing one pick before you have to quickly reposition so the enemy doesn't catch on and hunt you down. But the BAZAAR bargain says fuck that entirely, because you're able to charge your shots at such a fast rate that you can actually get away with taking multiple fights from the exact same position. The charge rates at 6 heads genuinely transforms you from a singular pick class assassin into this behemoth capable of shredding larger groups of enemies as long as you have the aim to back it up. And even then, you don't really need to hit headshots.
Of course, this whole weapon centers around the fact you need to get headshot kills early to access this faster charge rate,
But once you get there, you can actually disregard them entirely. Now, admittedly, I did have a very strong emotional connection with my headshot kill strange part and wanted to maintain a good headshot kill to body shot kill ratio, but I did find myself indulging in this guilty pleasure from time to time. I mean, once you hit 5 or 6 heads and can reach full charge in under 2 seconds of being scoped in, why not stack up some easy kills on light classes? Take a look here on day 52 on Mountain Lab, where on the way to a godlike kill streak, I sneak in 2 fast charging body shot kills when the opportunity presents itself, first on this scout and then on this medic. By the time I do reach that fabled 20 kills in a row, we can actually see that 14 of them were headshots, meaning the other 30% came from body shots, showing just how useful they can be when you're on these longer streaks. I do think in general it's always a good idea to go for the headshot kill just for the sake of practice and improving your aim long term, but when you're able to put out such a high volume of fully charged shots in such a short period of time with the BAZAAR bargain, I think it only makes sense that you pick up the occasional body shot kill along the way. Also, given it takes a lot of skill to get those 5 or 6 headshot kills in the first place to gain access to the faster charging, I think you've earned the right to sneak in a couple of dirty body shots. I also had this pretty insane moment on day 60 on Harvest where in a period of 37 seconds, I was able to go from 0 heads and 0 kills all the way up to a 10 kill streak, which is probably the fastest I have ever got on one as sniper, and this demonstrates the insane power there is to an unlock like the BAZAAR bug. The next thing we gotta talk about here is the, I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm kind of struggling to find things to talk about with this faster charging rate, because it's basically just stock but even better, and I already talked about that weapon in part 1. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not to say this weapon is bad whatsoever, it's just kind of not that interesting. There's no fun gimmick like a penetrating shot for collapse or a focus mechanic to talk about in depth, as you basically just kill people even faster, i.e. stock on steroids. I guess the one area we do still have to touch on though is the downside, as to get into a position where you can drop light classes to a body shot in a second and a half, you do have to go through some pretty significant suffering. As I mentioned earlier, when you start off with the BAZAAR bargain and are at 0 heads, your shot is going to take twice as long to charge at 6.3 seconds. That's a pretty tough pill to swallow and makes killing classes like Soldier or Heavy significantly harder without any heads. Take a look at this clip from day 56 on Upward, where I'm in a sticky position below the map and cannot see the head of this engineer I'm trying to kill. Unfortunately for me, I have 0 heads at this point and decide to commit to charging up a full shot to get the kill, but after 6 painfully long seconds, I end up choking it. I mean, God, listen to the awful sound I make after missing. Anyway, because I'm stubborn, I run it back again and wait another 6 painfully long seconds, except this time managed to line it up correctly and get the engineer. In the 16-second period it took to get that kill, I could have fired off close to 4 fully charged shots with the stock rifle, but because we're on the BAZAAR bargain, it meant I had to be a patient little Peter. Now don't get me wrong, I had a fair few moments like this where I wasn't able to get a kill that would have basically been guaranteed if I had the stock rifle's normal charging rate. But to be honest with you, after a few days with the BAZAAR bargain, I realized that this downside just wasn't anywhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. Whilst your initial charge rate is considerably slower, as we saw in that clip on Upward, you still maintain the ability to kill anybody on 150 HP or less in 0.2 seconds with a successful headshot. And for as long as you have access to this mechanic, you have access to easy headshot kills. Take a look here on day 50 on Upward, where yes, I am already on 3 heads, but ignore that, I'm trying to make a different point here. We're on the hill, and in a 6-second period, I'm able to drop 3 separate snipers to quickscope headshots. It wouldn't matter if I were on 0 heads here, because as long as I am prioritizing enemies with 150 HP or less, you're still able to drop light classes instantly and can therefore stack heads without a major shift in who you are prioritizing. I know I haven't talked about target priority on Sniper in much detail yet, but generally, and I use generally intentionally here because game state and context are very important, but your 3 biggest targets are usually going to be 1. Snipers, 2. Medics, and 3. This one's a bit more debatable, but most people would say engineers. After this, it's a bit of a scramble as to which classes are most important to kill, but let's ignore that for a second. Do you notice anything that those 3 top picks have in common? Well, they all have 150 HP or or less, meaning they can die to a single headshot. So if you don't see the point I'm making yet, the enemies you should be prioritizing as sniper, no matter which rifle you happen to be using, are going to die to a quickscope headshot, which means the BAZAAR bargain's slower charging rate really doesn't matter here. And this is what made me realize that the downside of this weapon isn't as bad as it sounds on paper. Sure, we're going to lose the occasional kill on a class like Demo, Pyro, or Soldier because we have to wait too long to get enough charge to kill them with a headshot. That definitely sucks, but at least in my experience, the early kills you're missing out on are majorly overshadowed by the additional kills you gain access to later on when you're sitting on 6 heads with that super fast charge rate. I mean, God, there's a reason I was able to accumulate 5 godlike kill streaks in my time with the BAZAAR bargain, and that's because once the ball starts rolling, it's hard to stop. That slower charge rate you start with is annoying, but if you have the mechanical skill to land your shots, the upsides you gain access to later on almost make this downside irrelevant. Now, of course, I am framing this a bit more simply than it actually is, as there are some external variables you have to factor into this equation. Overheal does of course exist and can make the process of getting quickscope headshots much more challenging, and this does slow down the rate at which we can collect heads. You're also very reliant on the enemy team's class composition with the BAZAAR bargain too, as if they walk out with 12 soldiers, well, getting those 2 initial headshot kills is going to be much harder than if it were 12 engineers. I didn't really have the benefit of swapping between rifles when I wanted to, but if I did, the enemy team's composition would be a very important factor when considering which option I wanted to run with. If they're more tanky with less light classes, this makes that initial snowball with the BAZAAR bargain a whole lot more difficult, and it's when I'd lean on the other options we have to choose from. Conversely though, if they have a bunch of free-to-play light classes learning how to maneuver in a 3D environment for the first time, that's a bunch of free headshot kills waiting to be farmed and turned into a faster charging rate. I will say that one of the single most painful things I experienced while using the BAZAAR bargain was when I was absolutely popping off with 6 heads, farming enemies with that higher charge rate, and then all of a sudden, there'd be a backstab, a headshot, or some other pesky flanker that will bring you down. Nothing made me feel quite so sick to my stomach than the realization in the respawn queue that I was going to be starting all over again. It's like playing a really good life of Demo Night where you have 4 heads with the Eyelander and you're moving around the map at God's speed just to die and respawn and feel like someone has broken your kneecaps with how slow you exit that spawn door. You become such a precious commodity at 6 heads, and you really need to play with caution and make sure you're scanning the environment around you. Nothing is worse than dying to something super preventable and losing all the progress you made in a single life. Remember, because you charge your shots so damn quickly when on 6 heads, you can afford to unscope more regularly and check for any potential flankers to make sure your spree doesn't come to an abrupt end. Honestly, I don't think I did a particularly good job at this, as when I reached 6 heads or was on a kill streak in the double digits, my mind was focused exclusively on getting as many kills as possible, as you can see in this clip from day 53, where I'm 1 kill off getting a godlike, but don't take any care in setting up my final shot, so I end up getting blasted by a MACHINA sniper whilst I'm focused on a spy near me. Now, I know I've been framing this weapon as if it's the next coming of Jesus Christ for the majority of this section, so I do want to put in a quick word of warning here. After my time with the BAZAAR bargain, yeah, I can safely say it is the most powerful unlock we've used so far. The way you can just chew through big groups of enemies because of that faster charge rate is simply unrivaled on sniper, and I'm almost fully certain that I'd personally put it above the stock rifle on a tier list. But with that being said, there is a massive disclaimer that needs to accompany this rating. The BAZAAR bargain is one of the most skill-dependent weapons in all of TF2. If you're new to the game and already struggling to get a single kill each life when you play sniper, adding the extra buffer of 2 headshot kills before you're on the same level as the stock rifle isn't going to be a good trade-off, and you'd definitely be better off practicing before you start to consistently use the BAZAAR bargain. Remember, I am a TF2 YouTuber who has 5,000 hours in this game and has spent the past 60 days straight practicing my aim and getting better at sniper for over 3 hours per day. So, of course, this thing is going to look powerful in my hands. If you're newer to the game, I think you're probably going to struggle hard using the BAZAAR bargain, and it definitely takes a lot of experience with TF2 to unlock this weapon's insane potential. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't use, but I think most players would be better off using the stock rifle, which is just so much more consistent, and that's something important to have when you're actively trying to improve at the game. So to wrap things up, yeah, the BAZAAR bargain is really damn good. I experienced the biggest leap in my improvement during this 10-day block with it, and part of that is undoubtedly due just to how good this weapon is. For reference, my KD had gone from 2.14 after the first block as a challenge, all the way up to 2.85 by the end of my time with the BAZAAR bargain, which was an increase of 33% in 2 months of playing. As I mentioned, some of this increase was definitely because the BAZAAR bargain is a powerful unlock, but to be honest, I think most of that increase in my KD was because all the hard work I've been pouring into my sniper gameplay was finally starting to pay off, and I want to talk a bit about that specifically. If I had to point to one block of this challenge where I made the most progress in my skill, it would easily be these 10 days I spent with the BAZAAR bargain, as everything just really started clicking here. It felt as though all the intentional practice I'd been putting in, whether that be forcing myself to go for those tough close range shots or consciously not second scoping, were finally producing some dividends. Take a look at this clip from day 50 on upward, where I've got 9 heads with the BAZAAR bargain and a medic is healing me, so I begin to limit test by pushing towards their spawn room. I first land a really nice flick on this demo man, then patiently track backtrack this next one for another clean headshot, and as I turn to see two medics running towards me, I get a third super nice headshot. I would have absolutely zero hope of landing shots like these from such a close range in the first block of the challenge, and this moment really did stick with me because it was a nice display of how far we'd come. In particular, forcing shots on flankers and other enemies trying to close the gap on me had become an actually reliable skill I could fall back on at this point in the challenge. You remember in those early sections, I talked a lot about how I like to backpedal and no-scope and spray enemies with my SMG to take them out, but nowadays, I actually had a lot of faith in my ability to land those clutch shots. Take a look here on day 52 on Mountain Lab, where I'm again limit testing and catch this Flog Pyro at point blank. Now ordinarily, you'd use your critical thinking skills here to weigh up how unlikely it is that you're going to land a close range headshot and how much more likely it is that this Flog Pyro will WNM1 you into ashes. So in the balance of probabilities, it's in your best interest to get the fuck out here. However, damn, I actually landed. Well, here on Harvest on the same day, I'm pushed pretty far forward in an aggressive position and see the scout coming towards me. I miss my first shot, which should be an invitation to start backpedaling and get out of there, but again, I have faith in my aim and end up landing this nice headshot just before he's able to meat shot me. Along with these close range headshots becoming more consistent, another aspect of my sniping which I felt had come a really long way was my flicking. And I'm going to give a shout out to Kovacs here because I think that played a really important role in my progress. Those countless hours spent shooting stupid little dots in what looks to be a padded cell in an insane asylum had definitely solidified my muscle memory. And along with the experience I'd been accumulating in game when it comes to enemies' movement speeds and patterns, I was starting to piece together some really nice shots. Take a look at this clip from day 50 on Swiftwater where I missed this shot on a sniper, but as I moved towards the staircase, I hit this nutty reactive flick headshot up onto this soldier as he rocket jumps into the sky. Well, here on High Pass on day 54, I start things off with a nice headshot on this scout as he jumps towards the point, and then direct my attention to this sniper hiding behind the sheets of metal. I put my crosshair where I think he's going to start walking when he wants to escape, but instead he decides to go for a jump shot with the Huntsman, and I reactively flick headshot him so hard that I think I gave myself whiplash. Seeing this clip kinda made me wish I tested my reaction time at the start and end of this challenge because oh my god, I'm giving myself credit there. That was kinda nutty. Along with these more tangible improvements like consistent flicking and the close range shot, I also found I was developing a bit of a clutch factor to my gameplay. I will admit that this is a bit wishy-washy because I can't really point to a certain metric that can outright measure my clutchness, but I truly believe that I was starting to perform a lot better under pressure in those crucial moments where it's do or die. Take a look here on day 53 on Harvest where I'm on this nice flank that gives you a good sightline but get noticed by this scout. Instead of bailing and trying to escape with my life, I trust my ability and scope in as he rushes me, and he lands a 100 damage meat shot, which means I'm about half a second from meeting my maker, but ultimately I do land the clutch flick to save my life as he comes within touching distance. We'll take a look here on day 58 on Hoodoo where most of my team is dead as they're about to cap last, but I put on a prime Kobe Bean Bryant performance as I headshot this jumping soldier, then drop this heavy with another headshot, then get this super clutch headshot on the soldier who is frames away from getting the game-winning cap, and top it all off with yet another headshot on yet another soldier. Being able to single-handedly stop a game-winning push as sniper of all classes against 4 enemies is basically the definition of clutch. And the more I found myself in these scenarios over and over, the more experience I gained, and the easier it made it to execute the most optimal play that could save my team from losing. It was improvements like these which led me to have KDs like 3.48 on day 52 and 3.50 on day 56, which were my absolute best performances I'd been having throughout the whole challenge thus far. In summary, my aim was starting to get really good, leading to more and more kills, and my game sense and understanding of positioning was evolving too, leading to less and less deaths. I'm happy to say that my hyperfixation on the improvement process this time around was leading to some very nice progress, and I was actually really confident in my skills and how the challenge was evolving. Now, interestingly, I wasn't the only person on Australian servers making considerable progress with their sniper gameplay during this chunk of the challenge. In fact, there was a very important development with our good friend Siren. Now, as you remember, he's my arch nemesis that lived rent-free in my head because of his second scoping, as it completely drove me up the walls. However, in the last block of the challenge when I was using the Huntsman, I didn't recall ever matching up with him, and after looking back through my footage, I don't have a single interaction recorded in that 11-day period. But on day 50, where I coincidentally swapped back to using a rifle, I immediately ran into him on an upward server. Now, of course, I was expecting the worst here and was annoyed that the day I swapped back to a normal rifle, I ran into him, which meant I was going to get second scoped. But to my surprise, something was different this time around. He was on the enemy team playing sniper as per usual, but I was having a really good game and noticed I was actually winning the 1v1 a whole lot more than I usually would. It made me think to myself, holy shit, I've gotten so good at sniper that I'm consistently dunking on Siren now, which was solidified by the fact that after getting him for a 3rd time in a row, he actually typed in chat, "You've gotten way better bananas." And before you say it, yes, my alias on Steam here was the bananas are marvelous, with my favorite monkey image ever. Anyways, up until this point, Siren usually just mocked me by staying silent as I seethed to myself, and I genuinely don't think he typed anything during our matchups in the past, which just goes to show how he's a normal, well-adjusted and nice person versus me, who gets a rash irrationally mad at second scopers. But anyway, my point is that he was complimenting me even though I'd been a little nerd who had whined about his playstyle on a few occasions, so this caught me off guard and actually softened me up a bit towards him. Now unfortunately, I wasn't able to clip all of our interaction, but we started talking for a bit throughout the game, and Siren revealed to me one of the best pieces of information I have ever read in my life, maybe ever. He typed in chat, "I've stopped second scoping and my sniping's improved." Who would have thought? Oh my god. After 50 days of Siren making me want to gouge out my eyes whenever we matched up, he finally realized that second scoping was inhibiting his progress. Not only was this an immediate relief because it meant that when we were in the same game from now on, I had a much better chance of killing him, but it also showed that he was committed to improving at the game, which is something I definitely respected. He also mentioned that he was trying to emulate Jaybird and Fat Magic as he played the game, and if you don't know, these two are some of the best sniper mains out there on YouTube, and they'll actually be quite important to the video later on. Anyway, this interaction and finding out that he had stopped second scoping led to the wholesome ending between me and Siren, because from this point onwards in the challenge, we actually became friends on Steam and started to talk a lot more about our improvements every time we matched up. This was a nice little development in elmaxo-Siren relations as we had transformed from rivals into lovers, and we'll talk a bit more about this later on. For now though, I actually had come to a separate realization about the challenge thus far. You see, if I had to describe myself as a TF2 player, I'd say I come from the Uncle Dane school of thought, and what I mean by that is that I like to take my game seriously and improve as much as I can because that's what I enjoy in TF2 most. Now, I know not everyone is like this because you got people in the community who like being friendly, you got some people who like the super competitive side of things, and you also get people in the middle who claim that they play for fun and get mad at people who try hard when in reality, they're also sweating, they're just not good enough to compete, so they spend most of their time whining at people who take the game seriously as a cover up for them sucking.
I'm leaving the server. This is no longer fun for me.
Let's go somewhere else where people are not sweating so hard that they're fucking filling up gallon buckets.
Oh, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent there. Anyway, my point is, each of these different types of players tend to stick to certain maps in the game, and as a proud Uncletopia sympathizer, that means about 90% of the time, I'm queuing that holy trinity of Upward, Badwater, and Borneo. I mean, god, if you go back and look at all the example clips I've been using, I'm pretty sure more of half of them have been on Upward. Now, this is fine in my opinion, because they're very well balanced maps, which are fun to play, but if you're more of a casual fan or don't even play the game, you probably associate Sniper with one map in particular, and that is 2 Fort. It is by far the most iconic and most popular map in all of TF2, which is kind of strange, because it's, well, it's not very good. Now yes, I know that's not to say it can't be some good silly fun. I have very fond memories on this map, especially when I first started playing the game, but after 5,000 hours or so, you do realize it's not designed very well. Capture the Flag is a fundamentally flawed game mode to play, which doesn't accommodate to TF2's depth very well. There are next to zero health or ammo packs anywhere on the map, and it's a lot of tight hallways and cramped areas, which limits a lot of the movement mechanics this game has to offer. So yeah, as a sweaty little gamer, this map is never in my queue, and I only ever play on it for challenge videos like I did when I got 1,000 body shots with the MACHINA. But I did realize around 30 days into this challenge that it would be criminal to do a sniper video and not spend a little time on 2 Fort. I mean, come on, those battlements are iconic, and I'm pretty sure there'd be room for some intense sniper 1v1s with the 2 Fort regulars. So on day 58 of the challenge, I caved in and decided that I was gonna spend a couple rounds on a game of 2 Fort just to see how it would feel. And well, I actually only played one because I ended up getting a 40 kill streak and didn't die once. Yeah, just like with the Bingsui Huntsman play in the last section of the video, I wanted to make another little narrative about how I spent some time on 2 Fort and met all the friendlies and had a good time, but it just turned out to be the most brutal slaughter of the entire challenge when I farmed the enemy team over and over and over. In a period of 12 minutes, I managed to kill 39 enemies because unsurprisingly, everyone who plays on 2 Fort tends to be newer to the game, or not very good at the game, or some combination of both. I had this moment where I felt like Macbeth and looked down at all the metaphorical blood on my hands and felt pretty shitty because I basically just ruined all these people's fun by entering their safe space and abusing them, so unfortunately, my 2 Fort adventure didn't last very long. Now, I know I've been hopping around from section to section here without good segues, and I'm afraid that's going to continue because I've been neglecting a certain topic in this video. Well, less neglecting and more of a I don't know how to structure a 6-hour long video type thing, so bear with me here. But I think it's time we talk about Dora's favorite part to Sniper, the backpacks. Not gonna lie, this is definitely something that should have been covered, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half ago given how much I use these items, but hey, better late than never. Anyway, the backpacks refer to 3 of Sniper's secondary weapons, namely the Cozy Camper, the Razorback, and the Darwin's Danger Shield. These 3 guys are pretty unique when it comes to unlockable weapons in TF2 because they do not provide any offensive capabilities and instead focus on utility, which stretches the meaning of the word weapon a fair bit. But remember, that just because it doesn't do damage doesn't mean it can't be a powerful choice, which the literal glass of urine we talked about earlier in the video demonstrated quite well. Anyway, the first of the backpacks which I gravitated towards in the challenge had to be the Razorback, and if I were to guess, I'd say this is the most popular of the 3, and that is for one very blatant reason. it can block backstabs entirely. Now earlier on in the challenge, this was a very appealing upside to have whilst playing Sniper because I struggled a lot to always be conscious of my surroundings and did find myself dying to spies fairly consistently. There was nothing more frustrating than playing a good game, getting loads of headshots, going on a massive kill streak, just for some stupid spy to come along and ruin all of that. This made the Razorback an obvious choice to take, and I mean, yeah, it kinda did a good job of protecting me when spies were getting on my nerves. I have a beautiful collection of clips where some absolute clueless spy player would try to backstab me through the shield, only for them to end up stunned for 2 seconds, unable to swap or use their weapons, and I'd come along and smack them to death with my melee weapon. You're warned when a spy attempts to backstab you by this really loud audio cue of your Razorback breaking, along with this weird kind of electricity crackling sound, and that signals to you that it's time to turn around and chase down some poor Frenchmen. It was always really funny when this did happen because, well, it just really shouldn't. There's no good reason you should ever be backstabbing a sniper who has the Razorback equipped, and it acts more like an IQ check than anything. The only people dumb enough to stab a Razorback sniper are 1, new players who don't know any better, or 2, insane god spies who are so good at trick stabbing that they're willing to go through the 2-second stun just to get another circle strafe stab to reset their health pool with the kunai and kill even more players. These are the only 2 options, as if you have a modicum of knowledge about the game and how it works, you'll know that Spy doesn't have to use his knife to get a kill, and actually has a really reliable option in whatever revolver they have selected. Unfortunately, the Razorback doesn't stop bullets, and it only takes 3 pretty easy shots on a mostly stationary target who has tunnel vision on the front line to secure a kill. It's not fully guaranteed that a spy will kill you if they use their revolver, as you are given a small window of time to turn around and react, and that did come in pretty clutch at times. Take a look here all the way back on day 17 on Pier, where I was positioned in this nice spot on the high ground, but start getting shot at by a spy behind me with the Letron J. They hit the first 2 shots, which brings me down to a scary amount of HP, but fortunately for me, I'm able to charge straight at them and chop them down with 2 swings of my kukri. Well, here on day 60 on upward, I'm rolling back to the front line, but get caught out by a spy who knows he can't get the stab on me, so he starts shooting me with his Letron J, but this gives me enough time to react by landing a no-scope, and then my team comes along to save my ass. Without the Razorback, I would be long dead in both those clips, but because it does occasionally buy you enough time to react when a spy tries to gun you down, it can be a very clutch option. There are also situations where a competent spy player will see the giant shield attached to your back and think, oh, I can't get the backstab, so I'm just gonna go kill somebody else. But I'm never gonna know how many deaths were prevented due to this. There were definitely moments where I was positioned near a sentry or had a lot of teammates around, meaning it wasn't feasible for an enemy spy to use their revolver to try and kill me, as they'd probably just end up dying immediately, so they'd instead leave me alone and look for a different kill opportunity. I'm sure this saved me quite a bit, but if I'm being honest with you, my intuition says it probably wasn't worth sacrificing a secondary slot entirely, just for this occasional upside. The most common scenario in which I used the Razorback was right after dying to a backstab, where I'd rage swap off the Girardi or SMG to give myself that nice little safety blanket and feel like I was better equipped to deal with spies, when in reality, I don't think it did that much, because it's hard to prevent a good spy from killing you. Those crafty fucks know how to play around this unlock, and you're better off just switching your brain on and checking your back more if you do find yourself dying to spies regularly. I will say though that I did have this one genuinely hilarious interaction on day 37 with a spy who backstabbed me earlier in the game, which made me swap to the Razorback, and as you can see or hear, he again goes to backstab me, but it gets blocked. This was vindicating because raid swapping to the Razorback actually worked for once, but then, well, he started going off in text chat saying, "You got backstabbed once, homo, you freak, lol," which made me lose it laughing. And then later on, when he was playing super aggressively at my team's spawn, I smacked him a few times with my kukri and successfully killed him, so I threw in a laugh taunt to beta reaction, and wouldn't you know, he says, "Dude, who the fuck do you think you are?" God, just never change spy mates, I truly do love you. Anyway, if you ask me, the Razorback just solidifies bad habits and encourages you to indulge in this playstyle where you switch your brain off when it comes to flankers and instead focus entirely on what you can see through your scope. It means that when you swap to other secondary options, you're gonna be more likely to hard scope for extended periods without feeling the need to spy check, and this is obviously gonna result in a lot more preventable deaths. As you know, I'm all about improving as much as possible for this challenge, and at least in my opinion, it didn't feel like the Razorback facilitated that very well. Now if you ask me, everything I've just talked about should be enough to make you think twice before using the Razorback, but unfortunately, it doesn't end there, because there's another pretty brutal downside to using this weapon, namely, you cannot receive overheal. This is a topic I want to dive into during the next section of the video where we talk about the medic a bit more, but god, just know this is a major downside for a weapon to have. Overheal is a godsend in the sniper vs sniper matchup, as having a medic on your team means you can have your health pool increased to 185, which is obviously enough to survive a headshot, and this gives you 2 opportunities to win the duel rather than just 1. Losing this upside is a major loss for your survivability in general, and to me, it's the final nail in the coffin. Admittedly, I didn't have this epiphany about the Razorback being a bad choice immediately, immediately, and it took months of using it throughout the challenge to realize that it was hindering my progress, but if I had my time again, I don't think I'd use this unlock at all. In total, my strange Razorback blocked 52 backstab attempts, and this is obviously a massive case of survivorship bias because we can't account for all the deaths it prevented, but with the amount of time I spent using this unlock, it was still pretty underwhelming to see. Also, a funny little nitpick I noticed, but if you had the 3D model of your class enabled at the bottom left, it never showed the Razorback when you had it equipped. But funnily enough, whilst I was double checking the stats of this weapon, I noticed in the update history that they actually fixed this in December 2023, so thank you, Valve. It's good to see that you're really tackling the most pressing issues that the game is facing. Now, next up in the backpack discussion, we had my personal favorite option, and that is the Cozy Camper. This was by far my most used backpack, as it provides some really nice upsides, namely the passive health regen it gives you, as well as flinch immunity when our shot is fully charged. If I'm being honest, these two benefits aren't all that flashy. It's not like the Razorback where you'll very obviously see your life being saved if a spy tries to stab you. Instead, the upsides of the Cozy Camper are very understated, and you can go entire games without realizing just how much good it's doing you. First up though, let's take a look at the health regen. After taking damage, the Cozy Camper will regen us 1 HP per second, and this scales all the way up to 4 HP after 8 or so seconds, as long as we don't take any more damage. This obviously gives us a really nice level of sustain, and it can come in super clutch in a variety of situations. Take a look at this clip from day 21 on Snowy Coast, where I pick up a nice headshot on this sniper. I stay around trying to hold the angle, but keep getting spammed out by rockets, and after I get hit by 3 in a row, it takes me down to an ass-clenching single point of health. Without the Cozy Camper here, I obviously would have met my demise after those 3 rockets, but fortunately, the extra 5 HP it regens after the headshot I get are enough to save my life and allow me to retreat to my spawn room and restock. Or here on day 28 on Harvest, I drop down to give this spy a quick little slap for a free kill, and as I retreat, I surf a rocket to safety, which again leaves me on 1 HP. Without that passive regen on the Cozy Camper, this is another instance where I'd be a goner. I also found it especially useful to have when you're retreating after taking fire damage, because it extends the time window you have to get a health kit before you'll burn to death. I mean, come on, I feel like we've all experienced that moment where you're inches away from a small health pack but are a fraction of a second too late, which results in your humiliating death where your flaming corpse tumbles to the ground. Even if the Cozy Camper only gives you an extra tick of fire damage to find some health, that was often the difference between life and death, and came in surprisingly clutch more often than I expected it to. These are some of the more easy examples to point to which show the benefit of the Cozy Camper sustained, but more generally, it's just a nice option to have when you're holding an angle. If you happen to take a little bit of chip damage from a stray rocket or sticky, you don't have to waste time searching for a health pack and repositioning, as you're able to maintain the angle you're holding and wait for 5 to 10 seconds to get back to full health. I know this sounds like a small benefit, but little time saves like this open up more opportunities to get kills you otherwise would have to forfeit, and it's a really nice safety net you can fall back on. Now, the other upside to the Cozy Camper is the fact you don't flinch whilst taking damage when fully charged, and oh my god, this is such an awesome ability. For those who don't know, you can be on the other side of the map as Sniper, and if some dimwit of a scout fires a single pellet from his scattergun in your direction that deals a whopping 3 damage, it sends your crosshair flying due to aim punch, and it is incredibly frustrating. The most obvious time you'll notice this as Sniper is if there's something like a Scorch Shot Pyro on the enemy team spamming flares at you from across the map, and if you try to scope in whilst you're on fire, your aim flinches an insane amount for every tick of afterburn damage. But with the Cozy Camper equipped, if we manage to get our shot fully charged, this becomes an issue of the past and allows us to take shots we'd have next to no hope of landing without it. Take a look here on day 24 on Borneo, where some annoying ass pyro launches a Scorch Shot flare at me, which makes hitting my shots while scoped in next to impossible. But when I commit to holding this angle and my shot reaches 100% charge, you'll notice that my aim smooths up immediately, and this allows me to land a body shot kill on this demo man. Also, you may notice that I'm left on 2 HP here from afterburn damage, which again shows how clutch that passive regen can be when you're burning to death, as the Cozy Camper provided me with an extra 11 HP during this clip, which ended up saving my life. I have so many clips like this where I'm able to commit to holding an angle after taking fire damage, purely because I know I'll be fully accurate once my shot is fully charged, and this was definitely my favorite aspect to this unlock. Of course, this anti-flinch upside applies to all forms of damage, but I found it most useful with afterburn because it was a lot more predictable with that constant tick damage, which made it easier to time my shot. Also, not gonna lie, for most of the challenge, I didn't realize that there's actually a third upside to the Cozy Camper, and that is you take 20% reduced knockback whilst aiming, and yeah, look, I had no clue this was a thing, and I could have gone the whole 100 days without knowing, and my experience wouldn't have changed whatsoever. So yeah, that's definitely a stat which exists on the weapon. Anyway, I really did fall in love with the Cozy Camper super early on in this challenge, just because these upsides solve some of the tiny issues I have with Sniper, but I have to admit that there is a less objective reason I enjoyed this unlock so much. As you may recall in previous sections of the video, I'm a big fan of forcing myself to get better by intentionally putting myself in uncomfortable situations, and the best example of this was the tough shots I'd always go for at closer ranges. Now, to ensure I wouldn't be a coward and swap to my SMG or use Tarati, I realized pretty early on that I could just equip the Cozy Camper, and this would basically leave leave me with no other option but to attempt those super tough shots. I started calling this the Rock Lee method of training, which I referenced earlier in the video, and this is the main reason I loved using this unlock so much. That little bit of healing and flinch prevention were just some nice quality of life changes I valued when I was trying to force myself to play better. But from more of an objective standpoint, I can recognize that the upsides the Cozy Camper provides are good, but when you're comparing it to something like Girardi, well, it isn't much of a contest. Hell, I'd probably argue that the SMG is a lot more useful as well. But when it came to my improvement process, the Cozy Camper reigned supreme, and I loved it so much that on day 72 of the challenge, I dropped close to 500 Australian dollars on a collector's one, and don't worry, this one wasn't a tax write-off. So look, it may not be the strongest option, but the way it facilitated my improvement process was a really nice upside, and in my biased opinion, that easily made it my favorite option out of the 3 backpacks. And finally, we have the last one, the Darwin's Danger Shield. Now look, I gotta come clean here. This block of the video is already shaping up to be the longest in what is already a stupidly long video, so we're gonna keep this part brief. Okay? Okay. Look, I don't like this backpack. I see a lot of good sniper mains use it and they seem to love it, but personally, I just really don't see the hype. Basically, we take 50% less fire damage and no longer have to deal with afterburn. And on paper, this seems pretty nice. If the Razorback was a giant middle finger to spy players, that makes the Darwin's Danger Shield an even bigger middle finger to pyro players. But look, when it came to using this thing during the challenge, I just couldn't do it. I know I literally just talked about how annoying the flinch from afterburn damage is with the Cozy Camper, and this does an even better job at stopping that, but I don't know, I just never felt like I was getting that much utility out of this weapon. Perhaps if there were multiple Scorch Shot pyros who weren't giving me any space to breathe by constantly spamming my ass with flares, this thing was useful, but I don't know, it just never clicked with me. I'd rather have the passive regen of the Cozy Camper, or just use the Girardi to extinguish myself. I feel like this could be a pretty unpopular opinion, but at least in my experience during this challenge, I just never felt like it was doing that much for me. Sorry sniper mains, maybe I'm a massive idiot for this one, but I'm feeling a light to decent 3 with this guy. Anyway, those are the 3 backpacks. They all offer different utility, and depending on how you like to play sniper, you'll probably end up enjoying them a little differently to how I did. But god, okay, with that out the way, I think we can finally wrap up this block of the challenge. My sniper gameplay had taken the biggest leap of the challenge by far during this section, and I was really starting to feel confident in my aim because it had become so consistent in every facet. My flicks were on point, I was landing those clutch shots, and overall, I really started to feel like I was coming into my element on sniper. A lot of this was definitely helped by the BAZAAR bargain, which had proved itself to be one of, if not the most powerful rifle I'd used so far, and I was a little sad that it was time to give it up because I'd really enjoyed using it over the past 10 days. Anyway though, all good things must come to an end, and on day 60 on a game of Borneo, I picked up my 3000th kill on this sniper right here, which officially marked the end of our time with the BAZAAR bargain. If I had to pick a highlight from this block, it'd probably be on day 52, where in a single round of defense on Badwater, I managed to accrue 83 points along with a 17 kill streak, which had to be my best performance on sniper in the challenge thus far. This block definitely revitalized my spirits, and seeing all this tangible progress finally pay off definitely made me trust the process more. In this 5th block of the challenge, I got a total of 2,928 kills and died 1,026 times. And hold the fucking phone, how was that possible? If I got 3,000 kills on my BAZAAR bargain to finish this block of the challenge, then how did I end this 10-day stretch with less total kills than that number? Now, I do have to admit that I came into this block already having 50 kills on my strange BAZAAR bargain, because I may or may not have rage swapped to it whilst using the HUNTSMAN when I was getting dunked on by really mediocre snipers a fair few times, but that'd only take us to 2,978 kills, leaving 22 unaccounted for. To be honest, I'm genuinely not sure what went wrong here, but my best guess is that I accidentally forgot to input some of the numbers, or maybe I deleted a couple of rows in my spreadsheet by accident, but that seems unlikely. I did have a habit of not inputting my kills and deaths on rounds that were really short, like if I joined within a minute of my team losing, I wasn't going to put my 1 kill and 2 deaths in my spreadsheet, but yeah, I must have fucked up pretty majorly somewhere along the line here. But disregarding that discrepancy, this led to an overall KD of 2.85, which was a major improvement on any previous section. I mentioned it earlier, but this was a 33% increase from the first block of the challenge with the stock sniper rifle, and I was really proud of how far that had developed in 2 months. My win percentage also reached an all-time high during this block of the challenge, increasing all the way up to 66.8%, and because we now have a bit more of a data set when it comes to win rate, I can safely say that this was a really good number, and it reflected all the improvement that had occurred. I will admit that win percentage was a slight afterthought during the challenge thus far, as I wasn't explicitly focusing on the objective, but this was going to change a little later on, and this stat would have a bit more merit to it. And this This is usually the section where I talk about my hours, but unfortunately, I forgot to check them when I reached 3,000 kills. To be honest, I think it would have been a little less than I needed, just because I was accumulating kills so quickly with the BAZAAR bargain, especially compared to the HUNTSMAN, but I guess we'll just have to wait until the next section to know how my hours are truly going. I hope it doesn't sound like there's some underlying conspiracy as to why some of the numbers have gone missing or didn't add up during this section. I just think I'm generally incompetent at managing massive projects like this, so sorry about that. Anyway, that was my time with the BAZAAR bargain. We only had 2 more rifles to rotate through before we reached our goal of 3,000 kills on every option, but unfortunately for me, these last 2 unlocks were going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Oh no.
Face up, face!
Alright, look, I have a bit of a confession to make. The last 2 weapons in this challenge suck. They're funny, don't get me wrong, and I actually do insanely well with them if I'm being honest, but overall, they suck. They're bad, they're no good, and no one takes them seriously. I made the classic error, no pun intended, of eating the beautiful medium rare steak and gorgeous roast potatoes on my plate first, but left the sad clump of collard greens until last. And now, I was a very sad child who was forced to eat their vegetables. This brings us to the first culprit, namely, the Sydney Sleeper. Now, to start things on a positive note, let's take a look at the name of this weapon and appreciate just how awesome it is. I mean, come on, Sydney is a fantastic city. We've got beautiful beaches, great public transport, and a very affordable cost of living. Side note, I may be lying about one of these things. Anyway, if this weapon is representing the literal best city on planet Earth, it must have a pretty awesome concept to back it up, right? It's definitely not a gun which has its whole shtick centered around shooting darts filled with urine, right? There's no way Valve would make the rifle named after my city a literal piss gun. That'd be silly. Yeah, so let's talk about the piss gun. Honestly, as far as weapons go, the Sydney Sleeper is pretty funny. After they released Girardi in 2009, it really seemed that R. Kelly made his way onto the development team at Valve because we got our second piss-themed weapon a year later with the Sydney Sleeper. As you'd probably expect, every time we fire off a shot at an enemy, we drench them in urine. It has the same effect as Girardi, meaning they'll take mini crit damage, and on paper, that actually sounds pretty fun. It shifts Snipe into more of a support class as you can apply Girardi onto priority picks like medics and engineers, which in turn makes it easier for your teammates to kill them due to their increased damage vulnerability. And yeah, it does kinda do that, but we have to address the elephant in the room with this weapon before we talk about all that good stuff, because there is a glaring issue if you take a look at the Sydney Sleeper stats. Now, before we go ahead, let's take a deep breath together and think some happy thoughts, okay? In and out. Lovely, that's much better. Anyway, this weapon can't headshot. Yeah, you know that core mechanic which literally all of your gameplay as sniper centers around? It's gone, it's dead, there's no more dropping light classes in 0.2 seconds, and god, I can just feel my soul ache as those words leave my mouth. Now sorry, technically we can land headshots, they're just mini crits instead of regular crits, aka 68 damage instead of 150 damage. Just for reference, that isn't enough to kill a kunai spy, and this is a little bit problematic when it comes to our playstyle as sniper, to say the very least. Take a look here on day 62 on Badwater, where we're pushing forward, and I peek around this corner to see a demo man playing very aggressively, so I begin charging my shot. After a few moments, a medic pops their crits on this demo, which is not very good for my team's whole goal of surviving, but luckily for me, I have a fully charged 100% shot ready to drop them dead, and oh, it does 203 damage, and I get nuked by a crit sticky. Had this been the stock rifle, this 450 damage headshot would have sent the demo man back to the respawn queue, but unfortunately, that's just not how the Sydney Sleeper operates. We're on day 61 on the best map in the game, CP Steel. I'm holding second and barely catch this enemy sniper's head peeking over the ledge, so I line up my crosshair, land this headshot which deals a whopping 68 damage, and I end up dying 8 frames later to his normal headshot. That last clip demonstrates one of the most glaring issues that this reduced headshot damage has, and it's the fact it puts you at such a significant disadvantage in the sniper 1v1. That matchup is predicated on fast reaction times and super precise aim to land your quick flicks, but when your headshot damage is less than half of what it usually is, well, you can throw that out the window because you'll be losing that duel every time against competent snipers. This matchup is the equivalent to versing a sniper with full overheal when you have the Sydney Sleeper equipped, because at minimum, it's going to take you 2 shots to get the kill. The only consolation prize here is that because your first headshot will drench the enemy sniper in Girardi, your second shot only has to hit their body, which takes less precision to secure the kill, but god, this would all be much nicer if it only took 1 headshot in the first place. What I realized very quickly whilst using the Sydney Sleeper was that you had to have a complete mindset shift when it came to how you play sniper. Go on other days of pushing aggressively and taking those quick risky headshots you're used to, as you now just no longer have the damage to back it up. Instead, you must transform yourself from a reactive Richard into a proactive Peter. Now you may be thinking, elmaxo, who is Peter and what the fuck does he have to do with Team Fortress 2? And that's a fantastic question. You see, because our damage is so low when we go for those snappy 0.2 second headshots, there's really no point in attempting them unless we know an enemy is injured and will actually die to that 68 damage shot. Instead, we want to be making use of the Sydney Sleeper's upsides, which facilitates a much slower paced playstyle that centers more around hard scoping and holding angles. Now, am I a fan of this potential playstyle? No. Not really, but I had 3,000 kills I had to get. Instead of aggressively turning corners and scanning for light classes I could drop in an instant, I began scoping in from behind cover and then slowly peeking around to reveal more of the map with the 100% charged shot ready to fire off. Take a look here on day 63 on Borneo, where I'm using this tree as a nice point of cover to spawn camp the enemy team as they enter and exit through the main door. And I get into this really nice rhythm of charging my shot from behind the tree, peeking around, and then shooting a 100% shot on the first enemy I see, and this leads to 5 surprisingly quick kills in just under 18 seconds. Now, the reason this works so well is due to what I'd argue to be the best aspect there is to the Sydney Sleeper, and that is the 25% faster charge rate. Now, this isn't like the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER, which is technically 25% faster because you can scope in whilst reloading. This has a flat faster charge time, and it is incredibly powerful. We function like a sniper using the BAZAAR bargain with 3 heads right off the bat, and although our headshots are a lot weaker, our body shots definitely aren't. I seriously turned into a body shot factory when I used the Sydney Sleeper, and found these utopian games where I'd have this busted ass sightline that no one could attack me from, and the entire enemy team would be light classes leading to body shot kill after body shot kill after body shot kill. Admittedly, it's nowhere near as flashy as how you normally play sniper, and it's rare I ever found myself going, wow, sick play there, Max, but I have to say, it does work pretty dang well, especially on defense when enemies are constantly running towards you. Like take a look here on day 67 on Bumpers, where from this elevated sightline, I drop this NG, drop this soldier, drop the NG again, drop the soldier again, drop this sniper, drop the NG from before who rage swaps the sniper to try and counter me, and top it all off with the sniper again. In just over half a minute, I wipe 7 people by recycling the same sightline with my fast charging shots, and it doesn't feel or look very good. There's no fun flicks, no quick reactive turns or headshots on flying enemies. It's the Tim Duncan of snipers primaries, if I'm being perfectly honest. No flashy dunks or crossovers, just 5 championships in 19 years by hitting bank shots and playing good defense. All of this is thanks to the faster charge rate the Sydney Sleeper has, and it's honestly pretty funny because I think this upside is a whole lot more useful than the gimmick the weapon is supposed to center around, i.e. that whole drenching people in Girardi shtick. This is actually where my main gripe with the Sydney Sleeper lies, because I think the concept of a support rifle would be absolutely sick in TF2, but in my experience during the challenge, it just never really lived up to this label. If we take a look at the stats, the duration of the Girardi scales with how long we charge our shot for, meaning at 0% it'll last 2 seconds, whereas a fully charged 100% shot will last for 5 seconds. This sounds cool in theory, but in practice, I just didn't find this aspect of the weapon to be very useful. Let me put it this way, when you fully charge a body shot, it's gonna inflict 150 damage and drench your enemy in Girardi for 5 seconds, right? Well, for 5 out of the 9 classes, this will kill them instantly, making the Girardi worthless. Then, for 2 out of the 5 classes, namely Pyro and Demo, they're going to be left on 25 HP. And at that point, you need such a small amount of damage to kill them that it basically makes Girardi redundant in most cases. For Soldier, he'll be left on 50 HP, and at that point you could argue that Girardi is a bit more useful to secure the kill, especially because it removes fall-off damage, and for Heavy, it's definitely useful, as that damage vulnerability will help you kill him when he's at 150 HP. In 7, and arguably 8 out of 9 of these matchups, drenching your opponent in Girardi just really isn't that useful, and in the one case it is on an enemy Heavy, well, guess what's more useful than a fully charged Sydney Sleeper body shot? A fully charged normal rifle headshot, which is super easy to land because Heavy is a fat, slow-moving blob. Well, at least most of the time. That fucker was still managing to mess up my aim after 2 months of sniper. I will admit that the one area where this does become actually useful is when we factor in overheal from a medic, but don't worry, we'll get to that. But I did feel that this weapon really didn't live up to its potential as a support weapon, and as an almost Grandmaster Ana player in Overwatch, this made me a little sad, because I think it's a cool video game archetype which we just don't see enough. Also, whilst we're on the topic of assist, there is something deeply wrong with the Sydney Sleeper. Now admittedly, this is more of a nitpick than anything, but I just have to talk about this because of how frequently it happened. Okay, to explain my point, let's take a look at a clip. It's day 61 on the best map in the game, CP Steel, and I pre-scoped this angle and hit this Heavy with a fully charged body shot and coat him in Girardi. Now we aren't able to see what happens next as I retreat, but my friend ends up picking up the kill with a rocket, and I am credited with an assist in the kill feed, and this makes sense because I did so much damage and drenched the poor Russian in piss, which makes him more vulnerable. But take a look here the following day on Badwater. If we slow things down, you can see I scope in on this Pyro, hit the headshot which does 68 damage, and drenches him in Girardi. Then a Demo Man connects his pipe which gets the kill, but if we look at the top right of our screen, there's nothing. It even shows the mini crit symbol with that little red glow, but no assist for me. And then it happened again, and again, And again, from my observation, the game really didn't like it if you happened to damage an enemy a fraction of a second before one of your teammates got a kill, and it meant that it wouldn't always formally register as an assist, as you saw in all of those clips. But whatever, I guess it's not the end of the world. Until it was. Take a look here on day 61 on the worst map in the game, Sweden, where I catch this flog pyro and smack him with the fully charged body shot. After 3 or so seconds, a scout on my team gets a follow-up shot on them, which results in a kill. But look at the kill feed. Where is my assist? The mini crit is there, but I don't get rewarded with my half a point on the scoreboard. I mean, come on, look at this definition. To help someone, typically by doing a share of work. Valve Software, I did my share of work and it directly contributed to this kill, and it didn't happen a fraction of a second before the scout got the kill, which is spaghetti code seems to hate, so for God's sake, where is my assist? Or again, here on day 69 on Bomb Blitz, I hit a fully charged body shot on this heavy who, seconds later, is killed by a soldier on my team, but no assist. To be honest, I've always found assists to be buggy as shit in TF2, but playing with the Sydney Sleeper took this to a whole new level. I genuinely had dozens of assists that just went without being recorded, and you know what? If you're trying to make a support-centric rifle, the least you could do is have a functioning assist system. At the end of the day though, it doesn't affect the outcome of a game, it just means less points on the scoreboard, and that directly correlates to my self-worth, which is why I've dedicated this much time to ranting about it. Anyway, back to things that actually matter. To the Sydney Sleeper's credit, it does have one upside, which you could objectively consider as supportive utility, as you're actually able to extinguish your teammates who are on fire with your shots like you can with Girardi. This is a very cool mechanic, and it does undermine my argument, but there's one issue here. After 9 days in a row of using nothing but the Sydney Sleeper, I still genuinely couldn't tell you how to consistently put out your teammates who are on fire, and no, I'm not joking. As you can see here on my second day with the Sydney Sleeper, I was under the impression that only scoped in headshots were able to extinguish teammates, so here on the best map in the game, CP Steel, I see this heavy on fire, I scope in, I headshot him, and this gives me the +1 notification, and he gets extinguished. Simple enough, right? Then, the next day on Harvest, I miss my headshot to extinguish this heavy, so I just go for a no-scope instead, and oh my god, this extinguishes him as well. Just listen to my live reaction where I seem to have an epiphany about this mechanic.
Oh, you can no-scope the headshots for the... Oh, that changes everything. Oh, that changes everything. Oh, that changes everything.
But then, the next day on Bomb Blitz, I see this heavy on fire retreating to safety, so I go to no-scope him, which seemed to work yesterday, and nothing. And then I no-scope him again, and nothing. It's only on the third no-scope that I'm able to extinguish him. So now I don't know what to believe, and 4 days later again on Bomb Blitz, I just try to go for a scoped body shot to see if that works on this medic, and nothing. Now, I know that shot looks sketchy as to whether or not it actually hit the medic, but if you go frame by frame, it is on his hitbox, so do no scopes work, but scoped in body shots don't? And then the next day after that on Frontier, I see a sniper who is gonna dive afterburn, so I no scope him once, and it doesn't extinguish, then on the second no-scope again, it doesn't extinguish, and I can't even get a third attempt off in time because he burns to death right in front of my eyes with the blood on my hands. To this very day, I still don't know what consistently extinguished teammates the best. I think it's scoped headshots, but I'm honestly not sure, and I'm not going to test it because I think it's genuinely hilarious that someone with 5,000 hours in the game who used the Sydney Sleeper for 10 days straight is still clueless over how one of the weapon's core mechanics works, and it just goes to show how unreliable it is. Maybe it's a hitbox issue more than anything, but I truly do not care enough to test it, so go and spam Shunik because he's a smart cookie and knows a lot about how this game works on a deep level, which I certainly don't. The only thing I will say is that on day 61 on Bomb Blitz, I hit an absolutely clutch extinguish on my teammate who was like 2 frames away from burning to death, so I can confirm there is at least some supportive utility that this weapon has to offer. It's a shame it seemed to be so inconsistent for me because I think this is a sick idea for a mechanic, I just couldn't seem to do it reliably during this block as a challenge. I think the biggest thing that upset me during my time with the Sydney Sleeper though was the fact it changed my playstyle so significantly, and I was worried that this was going to affect my progress on Sniper as I indulged in what I perceived to be as some really bad habits. The first and most obvious downside here was that I was prioritizing body shots a whole lot more than I was usually comfortable with just because of how weak the mini crit damage was on headshots. I had a gut feeling that this was going to have a negative effect on my precision when I swapped back to something like the stock rifle or BAZAAR bargain where I couldn't afford to miss my headshots as much, and I felt like I was missing out on good opportunities to practice things like close range shots purely because this unlock didn't do enough damage when it came to quick scopes. There's also the fact that I was playing way more proactively, which meant significantly more hard scoping, and that is just something I was basically trying to eradicate from my sniper gameplay entirely. I just hated being in that vulnerable state any more than was necessary because it made me easy pickings for both spies and snipers, so the fact I had to lean on it considerably more with the Sydney Sleeper was again another worrying habit which I didn't want to affect my regular gameplay. Now, given how much I've ragged on the weapon and the fact it wasn't helping my improvement process, you may expect my stats to nosedive off the face of the earth, but in a cruel twist I actually ended this block with with a KD of 2.95 and a win rate of 70.3% during this block of the challenge, which must have been the universe's way of laughing in my face. I felt like it was the devil tempting me in the desert by showing me how effective these bad habits could be on Sniper if I just focused on body shotting more and playing at a slower pace, but no, I wasn't having any of it. Lucifer could not tempt me because I knew these were destructive habits, even if they proved to be effective in the short term, because the second I swapped to a different rifle, this style of play would be far from optimal. Also, I have to mention this before moving on, but I initially thought that using the City Sleeper and Girardi would make for this absolutely beast combo, mainly because I saw this upside which states scoped headshots always mini crit and reduce the remaining cooldown of Girardi by 1 second. So if I played well and hit headshots, we could get more Girardi more often, which means more utility for my team and more winning, so this has to be a great idea for a potential loadout, right? No. No, it was not. This is almost as pointless of a stat as the 20% reduced knockback on the Cozy Camper. 1 second is so fucking negligible when it comes to your Girardi's recharge rate of 20 seconds, and it's genuinely hilarious that they even bothered to add this stat to the weapon. It kind of feels like Valve botched the core concept of this being a more support-oriented rifle, so they just slapped on some random band-aid fixes, which kind of gave it more utility on paper, but do next to nothing in practice. There actually was a period from July 2016 with Meet Your Match to the last balance update TF2 ever received in March of 2018, where the City Sleeper had this baller-ass mechanic, where it would create a small explosion of Girardi if you hit either a headshot or fully charged shot, which would drench nearby enemies, and oh my god, that had such potential to be awesome with a bit more fine-tuning, but Valve scrapped that genuinely fun concept for the mess of a weapon I just used for the past 10 days. I really do wish they kept that mechanic and honed in on the support aspects of this rifle more, but I guess it just wasn't meant to be. Now, for as much as I've just spent that last little while ragging on about the City Sleeper, it did teach me something very important to playing Sniper. Well, maybe not teach as much as it did reinforce, but when you can only deal a maximum of 203 damage at any given moment, it makes you realize how important killing medics are. We touched on this briefly for a moment earlier, but if a medic is overhealing someone on the enemy team, it makes your job as Sniper a whole lot more challenging. If you didn't know, a medic's overheal gives any class in the game an additional 50% health, which slowly decays over time. For light classes like Scout, Spy, and most importantly Sniper, this takes their health all the way up to 185, which means a quick scope headshot or fully charged body shot will no longer do enough damage to kill them. This became especially frustrating whilst using the City Sleeper, because I was already prioritizing body shots more than usual, and my headshot damage was reduced, which made overheal an even bigger problem than I was used to. It was preventing me from getting kills I usually would, and this really made me realize the importance of pick priority as Sniper. I remember saying to myself earlier in the challenge that I wanted to focus on the quality of kills rather than the quantity, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't tend to actualize this ideal when push came to shove. For most of the challenge thus far, when I saw an enemy gamer who could die quickly, I'd basically always go for the shot. Now, I can safely say that snipers were always my biggest target, even when I was prioritizing the quantity of kills, because they pose the biggest threat to my survival, but after that, I kinda stopped caring. To me, a strange kill was a strange kill, and I wanted to get as big of a KD as possible so I could gloat to you about my improvement. But my time with the City Sleeper really made me realize how flawed this view was. I've always known Medic is by far the most important class in any game at TF2, because they keep people healthy, can provide overheal, and have access to Uber, which is by far the most game-changing ability there is. But it was really only when I lost the means to deal a 450 damage headshot when I equipped the City Sleeper that I began to act on this knowledge. Admittedly, this line of thinking does sound a little bit like the classic archetype of a sexist father learning what empathy is after having a daughter for the first time, but look, it was a realization I had nonetheless, and we're all works in progress. You can see it's starting to seep into my gameplay too with this clip on day 67 on Frontier, where I initially noticed this demo knight attacking my soldier and want to get the kill on him, but when my brain processes the fact there is a heal beam attached to him, I followed up to the medic healing him instead for a really easy body shot kill. Or here on day 68 on Barn Blitz, I initially start off looking to get the medic, but he vanishes, and you can see my brain processing the fact if I had any other rifle right now, I could drop this heavy to a 450 damage headshot, but instead, I play it patient and wait for the medic to reappear for another super easy body shot kill. I definitely think one of the biggest factors which contributed to my 70% win rate in this section of the challenge had to be how hard I started going for medics above everything else, because they truly are the most valuable pick you can get when it comes to your own team success. This was definitely something I took forward into future sections of the challenge, and it was one of the valuable lessons that the City Sleeper did actually teach me. Now, I don't want to paint it like I never targeted medics before this section of the challenge, I just treated them like any other quickscope headshot kill I could get, and if there was an easier option I could go for, that was usually gonna take precedence. Like, come on, if it comes down to some AFK gibbous engineer or the 10,000 hour medic main surfing a rocket off into the sunset with crazy air strafes, you can rest assured knowing that NG is going to make a great addition to my rifle's strange count. But even if I hadn't been doing the best job with killing medics up until this point, I had learned some pretty valuable things about them, and I want to discuss that here for a little bit. Starting off with number 1, enemy medics medics with the Crusader's crossbow will never respect your sightline. Alright, a quick little lesson for those who don't play much TF2. This is Medic, and he has an extremely powerful weapon called the Crusader's crossbow. It shoots a syringe which allows him to both heal teammates and damage enemies from long distances. Now, the interesting thing about the crossbow is that the further the syringe travels, the more it will heal, or the more it will damage the enemy it hits. Now, this isn't some pesky little annoyance that'll make you grab a small health kit if it hits you, because at max distance, this can do up to 75 damage, which means 2 of these shots is enough to take you out of sniper. So this gives a lot of medic players a newfound confidence when it comes to their long range duels against snipers, and they will often throw all conventional wisdom about respecting the sightline if they see a potential kill lining up, and oh my god is it funny to watch in real time. Take a look here all the way back on day 6 of the challenge on Badwater, where 2 medics are targeting me with their crossbows. I miss a shot, then I get taken down to 53 HP with the syringe, and when he jumps back onto my screen to try and connect the kill blow on me, I hit a crazy clean flick headshot to put him down and drop his Uber along with it. Well, here on day 17, again on Badwater, I drop this sniper who's watching a different angle, and a medic on the ground sees the tracer of my MACHINA and goes to test his luck by swapping to the crossbow, taking a shot, missing, and then dying to my headshot. And finally, if we look here on day 21 on Frontier, I'm holding this angle looking down the hill, and Mr. Tough Guy Medic thinks he's a match for my impeccable aim, and oh, he actually got me. Yeah, look, most of the time I'd clutch up and land the headshot on these overzealous medics, but hey, I'm only human, and sometimes I'd get dunked on. Anyway, yeah, the crossbow does a scary amount of damage, and sometimes it isn't all that hard to hit the non-moving Australian dude posted up on the battlements, and I found myself getting absolutely owned from time to time. Also, don't get me started on the crossbow if it happens to be a random crit, because Lord Almighty, you will get obliterated when that shit hits you. Word of advice to medics, respect snipers in their sightline, because your well-being is very important to your team's chance of victory, and you don't want to piss that away by having an ego duel with the enemy team sniper. But also I'd be doing the exact same thing if I were in your shoes, because it's never not funny to drop a sniper with 2 well-placed syringes from half the map away, so just be cautious when you go for it. Now, next up is number 2. Oh my god, medics, please heal and overheal your snipers. I think this was mainly an issue when it came to newer players, because they'd see the big muscular soldier or heavy and glue their heal beam to them and ignore basically everyone else. But I'm here to give all you aspiring medic players a PSA, because healing your snipers is super important if you want to win the game. Now yes, admittedly, you'll usually want to be directing your attention to your teammates on the front line who are in immediate danger, but for the love of God, don't neglect the poor sniper burning to death on the back line if you can. Ideally, you'll want to give your sniper overheal whenever possible, and this is something I really focus on when I play medic personally, because it is such a powerful tool which allows them to tank 2 headshots instead of just 1, and this gives them a crazy advantage in the sniper versus sniper matchup. Now look, it does feel a bit scummy as a sniper to have the slower reaction time and still emerge victorious because you had the extra HP to tank a headshot, but a kill is a kill at the end of the day, and it's not like you can control what a medic does. Also, because of how crit heals work in TF2, which basically allow you to heal people who haven't taken damage in a while significantly faster, it doesn't even take that much time to give a sniper that full 185 overheal. So if you find yourself having a quick break in the action, make sure to quickly flick around and find some ally snipers, because it takes less than 1 second to give them that full buff if they haven't taken damage in over 15 seconds. And again, on a more basic level, god, new medics, please heal snipers when they're low on health. I know they won't get you a bunch of cool assists, and it won't look like you're straight out of Meet the Medic, but it really does help your team if you can spread the love around to everyone. A small part of my soul does break away every time my flesh is slowly burning into a crisp and death is imminent, just for a new medic player to ignore me entirely. Next up is number 3, dropping a medic with Uber is the best shit ever. Sometimes when you're playing sniper, a medic is going to have the audacity to peek your sightline whilst they have 100% charge ready in their medigun, and this is almost always a mistake. Unless you're matched up against a dude with 3 hours on sniper, where you might be able to milk your Uber for as long as possible whilst peeking him, please for the love of God, do not try your luck against competent snipers. Sometimes you'll just be unlucky and not realize that there's a medic perched up in the backlines, but if you knowingly try to test your luck and walk straight into the middle of a contested sightline, you deserve to drop that Uber. You are gifting me a beautiful opportunity to see that also sexy +2 in pink letters when I get a kill on you, and this is the type of shit my adrenal gland yearns for. It's just a stupid idea to gamble on a sniper hitting their shot when you spent the last minute or so carefully divvying up heals and slowly building your charge up just to lose it in the blink of an eye because you're impatient. Ideally, you want to approach the enemy team from an angle where the sniper isn't looking, so you can hold on to that Uber for as long as possible. But if that can't be done, pop that charge before you turn the corner, or you might be feasting on a mouthful of dirt after your lifeless corpse smacks against the ground from a fully charged body shot. Conversely though, from the perspective of sniper, if you do notice that little particle effect coming off the medigun which indicates they're at 100% charge, that is your signal to drop everything and shift the entirety of your focus to killing that medic. Uber is the single most powerful powerful ability in the game, and if you have the opportunity to ruin the enemy team's entire push by killing the medic, you always gotta take it. If we go back to the class priority list I mentioned earlier in the video, I'd honestly add an exception here and put medics with Uber at the very top, even above enemy snipers, as you'll only ever have a small window to kill a medic when they're at 100% charge, and it's always worth dying for that pick. Usually, I always try to prioritize headshots just for the sake of my improvement, but if it's a medic with Uber, I'll make an exception, and I'm more than happy to fully charge up a body shot to ensure I get that pick, because it's just about the most useful thing you can ever do for your team. And finally, the fourth thing I want to talk about with medic is the vaccinator. I have to keep this section kinda short, but after what I had to endure in this challenge and 10 years of playing TF2, I want to talk about this weapon for a second. So, the vaccinator is a side grade to the medigun. As we know, once we reach 100%, we get uber charge, and this makes us invulnerable for about 8 seconds. However, the vaccinator works slightly differently, as we can activate a mini uber that only costs 25% of our full charge and lasts for 2.5 seconds. Now, it doesn't make us fully invulnerable like normal uber does. Instead, you can choose between 3 different resistances: bullets, explosives, and fire damage. You can see when it's activated because it'll surround the medic and their pocket in a bubble with the symbol of what damage is being resisted above their head, and this stops 75% of that damage type and blocks all critical damage. Now, even on paper, this sounds like it's a pain in the ass to deal with, but in practice, oh my god. In practice, this is probably the least fun weapon to go up against in all of TF2. I already despise this weapon with every fiber of my being before doing this challenge, but after 2 months of versing it basically every other day as sniper, I have more thoughts about it, and if I could boil it down to a single sentence, it'd be, fuck this weapon. Do you want to guess how much damage a quickscope headshot does if they have bullet resistance from the vaccinator? 13. A high skill play which requires immense precision and reaction time does 13 damage. That's a 90% decrease. I've done more damage with a scattergun as scout from long range than a headshot against an opponent with a bullet resistance bubble. It's truly some soul crushing stuff. Take a look at this clip from day 15 on Frontier and wait, but before we go any further, just give me a second. I need a little breather. Okay, sorry, the clip. I noticed this sniper with the bullet resistance above his head, so I know this isn't going to be easy. I land my first headshot and he misses, then I land my second headshot and he body shots me, then I headshot him for a third time and he body shots me again, then he drops down to get a different angle where I headshot him for a fourth time and he doesn't even bother to shoot me and walks back to the previous angle where I miss my first shot and he ultimately lands his first and only headshot, which kills me. I hit 4 headshots in the time it took him to get 1, but because the vaccinator exists in Team Fortress 2, it amounts to literally nothing. Now, it doesn't end there either with the vaccinator. Don't get me wrong, those stupid bubbles are annoying as fuck and turn you into a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies, but that's not where the misery ends with this unlock. If we take a look at its stats, you'll also notice that it passively provides a 10% resistance to whatever damage type is selected as you're healing someone, which means it can cuck you out of even more kills. I noticed this part of the weapon a lot in this section of the challenge using the Sydney Sleeper because it kept saving dumbass light classes from my fully charged body shots. Take a look here on day 66 on Viaduct where I'm positioned on the cliff and slowly move around the corner to get a good sightline. I see this medic and quickly position my crosshair where he's going to move towards and hit him for an incredibly underwhelming 135 damage instead of 150 due to his passive bullet resistance, which obviously isn't enough to take him out. Or here, a bit later on in the challenge on day 84 on Barn Blitz, I peek around this corner to get an angle, find this medic, but the frame I headshot him is the same frame he starts healing someone out of view, which gives him that slight passive bullet resistance, which means my headshot does 145 damage instead of killing him instantly. The absolute worst possible scenario you can run into with the vaccinator is when a medic decides to pocket a competent sniper with it, and you can basically kiss your round goodbye because this is the hardest matchup you'll run into without a doubt. I don't even want to spend the time analyzing clips in detail because they just hurt to watch. You can't kill the medic with a quick headshot or fully charged body shot. The sniper being pocketed is basically basically indestructible, and your will to play the game gets chipped away at every time they drop you with a headshot. It's lame, it's cheesy, and unfun to play against. Even when you do manage to find a vaccinated medic off guard without any bullet resistances, killing them only provides short-term relief rather than a sense of overwhelming gratification. You've now got about 15 seconds where you don't have to worry about every person on the enemy team randomly becoming some juiced up super soldier who barely takes any damage from you. And god, is that a very serene period of time. This is definitely in contention for my least favorite weapon in all of TF2. The only saving grace with this thing is the fact it can help you kill bots if they overrun a server, but barring that, this thing is criminally unfun to go up against, and my time during the challenge only solidified this fact. If you like using it, I don't know, I hope you get one of those painful cramps in your calf muscles during the middle of the night which hurt real bad or something. Fuck you. That's about everything I have to say on the medic, and with that out the way, it's time we wrap up this section of the challenge. Overall, my time with the Sydney Sleeper was, well, I didn't really enjoy it, but I was getting a stupid amount of kills, and that's always kind of fun to do. I did feel like a very dirty boy going for so many fully charged body shots, and I hope this didn't affect my precision when I swap back to some of the other rifles later on in the challenge, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, on day 70, on a random game of Badlands, I found this soldier, threw a jar of piss at him, and killed them with a no-scope, which secured me my 3000th kill, and officially brought our time with the Sydney Sleeper to an end. This was a pretty important milestone because it now meant we only had one more rifle to go through, and after that, we'd be free to use whichever option we please and could get really good with it. We did cover most of these stats before, but we'll quickly run past them again just to cap things off. In this 6th block of the challenge, I got a total of 3,110 kills and died 1,056 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.95, which is genuinely so funny and makes me think that maybe I should just sell my soul and grind out body shot kills to finish off this challenge later on. My win percentage also reached an all-time high during this block of the challenge, increasing all the way up to 70.3%, and spoiler alert, this was actually the highest it ever got, so maybe that means the Sydney Sleeper is actually sleeper broken and everyone should be using it to win their games. And finally, my hours. Now remember, I'm not sure where our hours were when we ended our time with the BAZAAR bargain in the last block of the challenge, but we finished this section at 295 hours and 21 minutes. In total, this meant we had completed just under 172 hours out of 250, and this was ever so slightly behind schedule by a few hours, so everything still seemed to be on track. With this amount of hours, it also meant we'd reached a pretty interesting milestone as my total hours played on Sniper had actually surpassed my time on Spy, which is crazy to think about because this class was now officially my second most played. I did accidentally reset my in-game class hours back in 2018, so these aren't entirely accurate. I'm pretty sure Demo Man should be number 2, but it was pretty wild to see nonetheless. Two classes I'd never really played all that much in the past, namely Spy and Sniper, were now two of my best classes, all thanks to doing these challenges. Anyway, we now only had one more weapon to grind out 3,000 kills on, and well, if you've played TF2 before and used the power of deduction, you know that this next block is going to be very interesting, to say the least.
Sentry going up.
At long last, we were on the final weapon to get 3,000 kills with, and past this point, I would be free. But remember, freedom comes at a cost, and I need to direct our attention back to a metaphor I used in the last block of the challenge. My yummy steak was done, my delicious potatoes had been consumed, but unfortunately, I still had half of my collard greens to go, and I was on a very full stomach. Being on the verge of throwing up my meal actually seems like a pretty good way to introduce you to the classic, so we're gonna run with it. The classic is easily the worst rifle Sniper has to choose from, period. I want to rip that band-aid off straight away because it is an objective truth of the universe, and that says a lot given how much I just bashed on the Sydney Sleeper. Longtime viewers of the elmaxo channel will know that this isn't our first rodeo with the classic. Back when I started this channel in late 2021, I had a habit of making not very good weapon review videos, and the classic was one of my victims. To be fair though, this one was pretty lighthearted because I acknowledged how the classic sucked ass and made the whole meme of the video the fact I wanted to create a cult following around the weapon. I made a Steam group which has close to 3,000 members, and you know what? Maybe it's time we open our doors again and accept some new recruits. So let's take a deep dive into this god-awful weapon. The whole gimmick we're working with here is the fact we can charge our shots without having to scope in, and this is a pretty fun concept. With all the other rifles, you're used to pressing right click to scope in, which automatically starts to charge our shot, and then left clicking to fire once we're ready. But the classic works a little differently. To begin charging our shot, we actually have to hold down mouse 1, and to fire it off, we release, which is a bit janky to get your head around initially. The obvious benefit to this mechanic is the fact we get to retain our full degree of vision whilst looking for kills, meaning we can see more of the map and any potential flankers coming to ruin our day. Now of course, we'll unpack how much fun this no-scope mechanic can be in a moment, but first, a simple question. What do you think we're going to have to give up to do this? A bit of damage? Maybe our shots take longer to charge? Maybe a bit less health or something? All good guesses, but no. We just do 10% less damage on body shots. This means we can no longer kill medics or battle engines with a fully charged body shot, as it'll only do 135. And this does suck, but to be honest, this seems like a pretty good trade-off, right? I'm leaving an uncomfortable pause here to show how there's obviously another downside to this weapon, and it's awful. No headshots when not fully charged. That's not going to be very fun, is it? You know, as much as I didn't like the Sydney Sleeper and its playstyle, at least it had mini-crit headshots, because this is taking things to a whole other level, as the only time we're going to be able to deal headshot damage is after 3.3 seconds of charging. Anything sooner than that is going to be extremely underwhelming. Going into this block of the challenge, I knew we'd have to implement a slow playstyle like we did with the Sydney Sleeper, as the only time we're going to be able to deal a significant amount of damage is when our shot is close to being fully charged. I will admit that I had gotten pretty good at this whole proactive Peter type of play, where you're charging your shot before you pick literally every corner, so hopefully we'd be able to get through these 3,000 kills at a quick rate, and to be honest, we kinda did. Take a look here at this clip from day 73 on Barmblitz, where I'm in this spot I made use of a lot during the challenge. Again, to this rhythm of charging my shot, then slowly peeking, which gets me a kill on this soldier, then this sniper, then this heavy, then another soldier, and I top things off getting this engineer. 5 really clean headshot kills in just over 15 seconds by playing around my charge times. We'll take a look here on day 71 on Gold Rush, where I'm in this nice little flank spot which gives me easy pickings. So I once again get into this rhythm of charging my shot into slow picking, which secures a headshot on this demo, then this heavy, and finally on this medic. I found out real quick that when you acknowledge the fact you're never going to get those fast-paced kills or go for impressive Ferrari picks around corners, you can actually start to make the most of the weapon. Once you internalize the fact you basically always need to be charging your shot the second you're about to approach conflict of any kind, you'll actually find yourself ready to take on basically any situation that the game throws at you. I found that this more defensive playstyle did result in a lot less of those stupid preventable deaths, and because I always had a full view of the battlefield as I charged my shot, it meant I was able to catch out enemies who were approaching me a lot better and could react accordingly, rather than being blown to pieces whilst hardscope on some enemy far off on the distance. And I definitely found this to be the weapon's greatest strength. Take a look here on day 71 on Harvest, where I'm positioned up on this windowsill, waiting for an enemy to come from their spawn's direction. However, as I flick to look at the point, I catch this flanking scout who starts barreling towards me, but because I'm playing as a proactive Peter, I'm able to quickly position my crosshair where he's going to run to and land a super easy, fully charged body shot to take him down. Ordinarily, with something like the stock rifle or BAZAAR bargain here, I'd be unscoped looking to move forward and play more aggressive, which makes that quick flick headshot I have to hit on a flanking scout considerably harder than the body shot I ultimately got with the classic. Or again, here on day 72, I'm here on Barmblitz using the same spot from earlier, except this time defending, and as I'm charging my shot, a scout starts shooting me from behind, but because I'm close to 100% on charge, I'm able to quickly turn around and drop him with the body shot that saves my life. Again, if I was using the other rifles, this would be a lot scarier because I have to unscope, flick around, rescope, wait for the 0.2 second buffer, and try to land a really hard headshot. But the classic makes this easy pickings. When you're always playing the game like a paranoid gremlin who has their weapon charging 24/7, it makes sense that you're going to be dying less and punishing flankers harder. And in an objective sense, I definitely found this mindset shift to easily be the best part there is to this weapon. The clip I have which embodies this philosophy best was here on day 76 on Badwater, where I respawned but noticed a teleporter being sapped, so as a good teammate who watches Uncle Dane frequently, I quickly swap and repair it before going back to sniper, and I begin charging my shot just before I even take the telly, because it's pretty likely there's going to be some enemies on the other side. And wouldn't you know, being this precautionary pays off, because I drop this Demo Knight to my charged shot. You know you're a proactive Peter through and through when you start charging your shots before you go through teleporters, and I genuinely think you need this degree of paranoia about potential threats to actually get the most out of what this weapon has to offer. You could theoretically employ this playstyle of charging your shots preemptively with some of the other rifles, but because you have to do it while scoped in, it makes it harder to quickly react to enemies who may be behind you, and you're honestly just better off abusing something like the Gerardian Bushwhacker instead of going for scope shots like that. Now, this is technically where the objective upsides to the classic end. The only blue text listed on this weapon is the fact we can charge our shots whilst unscoped, but there is a bit more of a subjective side to this weapon that provides some way cooler benefits. It doesn't list it anywhere on the stats, but I guarantee you it's something you'll notice the second you get your very first kill with the classic, and that is the gib explosion it creates. Seeing an explosion of blood and guts after you absolutely eviscerate some free-to-play heavy almost makes you forget that you're using the weakest rifle in the game by far. Seriously though, I know it seems wishy-washy to talk about, but small aesthetic changes like this genuinely go such a long way for a weapon, especially when it sucks so bad to use. Take a look here on day 79 on Badwater, where I'm slowly charging my shot and pushing up the hill when I notice this rocket jumping soldier, so I quickly flick and bam, I leave a mist of his blood in the sky, and just when you thought it was over, another soldier jumps, and bam, a second firework of blood. These frags would have been cool no matter what, but the classic makes it just that much more satisfying when you're seeing their arms and legs scramble in the sky. And whilst we're looking over a clip like this, I guess another aspect where the classic excels has to be when it comes to killing enemies as they rocket jump through the sky. This is something we've touched on briefly, and I plan to dedicate some more time to it later on in the video, but I found that there is something so addictive about the classic in particular when it comes to these types of kills. Perhaps it's the novelty of not being scoped in, paired with all the blood and gore, but damn, the classic really made these moments even more special than usual. Take a look here on day 77 on Frontier, where I'm slowly charging my shot as I inch up the hill and notice this Trollja flying through the sky. So I tag him heavily for 135, and as he continues to plummet, I actually manage to land another no-scope to secure the kill on him before he touches the ground, with his corpse exploding right in front of my face. Or here on day 80 on Badwater, I pick up a nice and easy kill on this engineer before a demo man on the front line takes fancy in me after hitting my face with a pipe. So he super aggressively jumps towards me with the sticky jumper, but I hit this satisfying mid-air no-scope headshot to absolutely deny him from even attempting to get a kill on me. I'm pretty sure that retaining your full degree of vision whilst charging is the main reason there was such an uptick in kills like this, as it makes it a lot easier to spot enemies who are rocket jumping relative to how tunnel vision you usually are while scoped in. Now look, this is usually the point in the review where I drag this weapon, I'd bring up the bad parts to it, and don't get me wrong, the classic has a lot of them. The only issue is I'd never put myself into situations where this weapon would underperform during my time with it. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna hit a close range flick headshot on a scout running past me, so why would I even bother putting myself in a scenario like that? And yeah, my fully charged body shots didn't deal enough damage to kill medics, so I didn't try to get them. I'd either look for a light class or go for a headshot. I don't know how to phrase it right, but the downsides of this weapon pretty comfortably cement it as the worst option Sniper has, because not being able to headshot enemies unless you're fully charged is a genuinely insane stat. But once I learned to play around it correctly, it just didn't become much of an issue. There's an optimal way of playing with the classic, and once you realize that and don't lament the fact you can no longer get the flashy quick reactive headshots, you can start to appreciate the gimmick of this weapon. Seriously, I scrolled through my timeline with all the clips I recorded from this block of the challenge, and there are so few moments showing the downsides to this weapon. In an odd way, my time with the classic made me more stoic because I simply accepted the fact that this weapon sucked, and I just tried to maximize what good it did offer. Namely, being able to charge without scoping, which allowed me to be more aware of my surroundings, which in turn meant I died less and got caught out less to flankers. Again, the only issue I really found myself running into whilst using the classic was a similar one to the City Sleeper, in that I didn't want this more defensive playstyle to infect the more aggressive way I usually played Sniper with other options like stock and the BAZAAR bargain. Slow peeking corners and waiting for my shots to be fully charged just wasn't the kind of tempo I enjoyed playing with, and I also didn't think it's the most optimal way to be playing Sniper when you should be prioritizing those small windows you get when a medic accidentally picks a corner too wide, which allows you to get that quick reactive headshot. And this just isn't going to be possible with the style of play promoted by the classic. I was also getting a lot more body shots than I usually would, because I basically only ever picked the enemy team when my shot was fully charged, which made killing light classes the most obvious option to go for every time, and this wasn't going to be beneficial for my precision. Ultimately though, I don't think my time with the classic had a significant impact on my improvement process, and if it did, I was able to shake it off pretty quickly in later blocks of the challenge. Now, in a similar fashion to my time with the City Sleeper, the devil was again trying to tempt me in the desert, because I finished my time with the classic having a KD of 2.78, which was just barely behind my KD with the BAZAAR bargain of 2.85. And it was pretty funny to again see how the two more defensively oriented sniper unlocks led me to have a significantly better kill death ratio than I was accustomed to. This was also reflected in the win rate, which finished at 69.5%, which was again scarily high and seemed to lend credence to the fact that being a proactive Peter may actually hold more weight than I had given credit to initially. I mean, God, if I was dying less and winning more, surely this shows some level of effectiveness, right? Anyway, I know this was a lot shorter than the other weapons, but I honestly just didn't find myself having all that much to talk about with the classic. It's a fun little gimmick I knew I wasn't going to touch again, and whilst it did provide me with some pretty impressive highlights, especially with those headshot kills on jumping soldiers, I knew I wouldn't be taking it with me later on in the challenge. We'll come back to it at the end of this block, but for now, whilst we're on the topic of kinda underwhelming weapons that aren't all that crash hot to use, we do have some other loose ends we need to tie up. Admittedly, I thought about leaving this part out entirely, but given how comprehensive this video has been so far in about every aspect there is to playing Sniper, it'd feel criminal not to bring these up. So here we go. Last time during the Spy Challenge, I didn't have an issue dedicating time to literally every unlock because 1, I had to get 1,000 kills on each of them, and 2, they were all genuinely viable options. I can safely say looking back in retrospect that each knife and revolver option had a use case scenario, and even if some of them aren't super powerful, they at least have a fun concept to them which I can dig and enjoy using like the Eurotunnel reward. But because this time around I only set the goal of 3,000 kills with each primary weapon, that left a group of these undesirable secondary and melee options which I didn't technically have to use to finish the challenge, but I felt like I owed it to you guys to at least give them a chance. So that's how I've ended up here. Personally, I have 3 weapons sitting in this category. One which you'll definitely agree with me on, one which you might have some issues with, and one I already talked about which most sniper mains would disagree with. So let's start things off on a bit of common ground and talk about the worst weapon sniper has by far, the Tribalman's Shiv. Now look, did I give this weapon the most time in the world? No, not really. I only ended up with 62 kills on it by the end of the challenge, but I assure you that that is for good reason. This weapon sucks. It's really bad. There's a good video by Fishstick on a Stick as to why this thing is so awful, but I'll just give you the TLDR. So the stats are pretty straightforward. We're trading off 50% of our immediate damage, i.e. our swings will now only deal 33 instead of 65, to gain access to a new ability, because we will inflict 6 seconds of bleed damage. Okay, well this kinda sounds interesting, so how much does bleed damage do? Well, each tick of bleed does 4 damage, and there's 2 ticks per second, so after 6 seconds, that'll be 48 extra damage, bringing our total from 1 swing to 81. Stock does 65 per swing, 81 is a bigger number, therefore the Tribalman's Shiv is sleeper busted. Right? Well, no. Tell me this, how many classes die to 81 damage? Barring a kunai spy, it's none. You're never gonna have a duel with just 1 swing, unless somebody is so comically low on health that 33 damage is enough for the kill blow. And this is where the primary issue emerges with the Shiv, because bleed damage doesn't stack, it just resets the 6 seconds. So, if a scout pushes you and we smack them twice with a stock kukri, they're dead, gone, no issue. We deal a total of 130 damage in 2 swings, and his health is 125. Simple maths, right? But if we're using the Shiv, we'll hit them once for 33, and in the time it takes us to swing again, we'll have dealt 8 bleed damage, and then we'll hit them again for 33, which amounts to a total of 74 damage in the time a kukri would have executed them. But let's keep going there. We'll deal another 8 damage of bleed in the time it takes for our 3rd swing to hit, which will do another 33, and this brings our total damage up to 115, aka the scout still isn't dead. It's only after another 1.5 seconds of bleed that they'll finally kick the bucket, and this is a substantially longer period of time relative to the kukri. Scouts move very quickly, which makes them hard to hit, and they deal a lot more burst damage in a short time window than you do, so requiring an additional 3rd swing along with some more ticks of bleed to secure a kill is not very good news for your well-being as sniper. In almost every clip I recorded that I thought showed the Shiv being kinda useful, where the bleed damage would eventually get me a kill during an intense 1v1, I realized that the stock kukri would have saved my ass a whole 3 to 4 seconds earlier, and it wouldn't have even been an intense duel in the first place because they'd be dead already. There was at least one exception I found to this on day fucking 31 of the challenge on Harvest, where I hear a spy decloak behind me and I instantly turn and smack him with the Shiv, but I miss my 2nd swing, so I retreat to the dispenser to heal me up, then I miss my 3rd swing and he ends up killing me, but bleed damage actually takes him out. I did the maths here and ran back the clip multiple times to confirm that I hit my 33 damage swing and got 10 ticks of bleed, which equaled an additional 40 damage, bringing our total to 73, which is enough to kill the kunai spy in just 1 swing. Had I been using the kukri here, I would have only dealt 65 because I missed my other 2 swings, and this wouldn't have been enough to kill a 70 HP enemy, showing us a rare moment where the Tribalman's Shiv was actually better than stock. Outside of this literal 1 clip though, yeah, this thing is no good. Another one of the biggest drawbacks of the Shiv is just how weak random crits are with it. Now yes, we all know it's bullshit, but random crits on melee weapons especially are a big deal because of how likely they are to occur. Depending on how much damage you've dealt in the last 20 seconds, you have anywhere between a 15 to 60% chance of randomly critting, which makes it a really important factor to consider in this discussion. A random crit kukri swing will deal 195 damage, which is enough to kill 7 of the 9 classes instantly, and will also kill a soldier more often than not, as long as they've taken the slightest amount of chip damage. The Shiv on the other hand, well, our crit swing will only do 98 damage, followed by 48 worth of bleed, which yes, can take out any light class in the game, but isn't enough to get a medic, battle engineer, demo, pyro, or soldier. And on top of this, because 6 seconds of this damage happens over time, it gives all your opponents the opportunity to search for a medic, dispenser, or health pack, which instantly nullifies the rest of the bleed damage. Also, I'm not even going to bother mentioning this in much detail, because it's something we'll talk about in depth in the next section of the video, but the existence of the Bushwhacker plus Girardi combo is something every sniper melee has to compare itself to, and yeah, there isn't much of a contest here. On command crit kill, which annihilates 8 of the 9 classes in a heartbeat, or shitty bleed damage that might get you an extra kill on a kunai spy from time to time. Not too hard of a decision if you ask me. This would be a different story if bleed damage stacked, but because it just resets the 6 seconds after every swing, it relegates the Tribalman's Shiv to being the weakest sniper weapon by far, and I don't think many people are going to disagree with that. The next undesirable I want to talk about, it's not as bad, but it didn't blow me away at any point, and that's the Shnahashnahashin. And no, I'm not going to learn how to say it properly, even for this section of the video. Now admittedly, my hopes were pretty high for this option going into the challenge because I knew Banny ran at 24/7 whenever I saw him play Sniper, and I've heard other good things about it, so this was looking like it'd be much more interesting than whatever the fuck the Tribesman's Shiv was. If we take a look at the stats, the concept is pretty obvious here. If we are below half HP, our swings will start dealing 81 damage, and if we are above half HP, our swings will only deal 49. Basically, the closer to kicking the bucket we are, the more powerful we become. This definitely has its moments, especially when there are more tanky enemies trying to get up close and personal with you, but I think the most useful application I noticed with this mechanic was the fact we could kill light classes with a no scope into low health swing combo, which dealt a total of 131 damage. This was nice to lean on because it meant you only had to get really close to your enemy once for a swing, and could then focus on backpedaling or retreating whilst landing the no scope from range. Past that though, it was just kinda eh. I think my main gripe with the Nahashim was just how much of a gamble it made close range encounters. It just brought an extra layer of unpredictability when dueling enemies, and I found myself in the moment trying to plan around how accurate they were, and if I should time my swings around when they're going to try and shoot me to maximize how much damage I can output, and most of the time, it just didn't feel like it would be worth the headache. I much preferred the consistent 65 damage that the Kukri brought every time I swung, as that reliability is something I value a lot more than the occasional killing spree I could get whilst I was close to death. Again though, I definitely think I could have sunk more time to the Nahashim during this challenge, and I can see myself growing to like it more with experience. So it's definitely nowhere near as bad as the Tribesman's Shiv, but in my experience, I just found myself preferring the reliability of the Kukri. Also, we have to again factor in the existence of the Gerardian Bushwhacker combo, which basically makes every other melee option redundant because Valve is a master at balancing this game. Now I initially planned to cover this third undesirable for the first time in this section, but we ended up talking about it along with the Cozy Camper and the Razorback earlier in the video. But yeah, the Darwin just never felt like that good of an option to me. I see a lot of people rank it really highly, but I much preferred the other option Sniper had at his disposal. I won't rehash my issues with this unlock here, but the TLDR is that it never really felt like I was getting much utility out of it compared to the other backpacks especially. Sure, maybe in some niche scenarios it can be broken if you're being harassed by pyros, but to me, that never really seemed to happen. A commonality between these three weapons I've talked about is the fact I didn't use them all that much, so perhaps with more time my opinion can change, but for now, I can safely say I didn't really enjoy all of them that much. Anyway, I want to wrap up this section now, because the next part of the video is where things get really juicy, and we've been talking about shitty weapons for close to half an hour, and this isn't fun for anyone. So let's tie this together. On day 80 of the challenge on a game of Borneo, we reached the biggest milestone of the challenge thus far, as I hit a nice little body shot just before this scout vanished around the corner, which not only represented our 3000th kill and brought an end to our time with the classic, but also meant we had successfully reached the first goal we set, as each and every rifle now sat with at least 3000 kills, and we were free to use whatever we wanted for the remaining 20 days. The last two blocks of the challenge were particularly hard on me because we used two of the more defensively oriented rifles in a row, and after 3 weeks, I just yearned to get a single quickscope headshot, so that's exactly what I did the second my time with the classic was up. I mean god, just look at some of the nutty clips I hit and my reaction to them.
Oh my god, it's just so much more fucking fun. Oh, I hit a clip!
I was extremely excited to finally swap back to a more aggressive playstyle, and we'll talk a bit more about what loadout I decided to go with over in the next section of the video. Also, there was an interesting little achievement we hit on day 79 of the challenge, when my total kills on Sniper, as tracked by my strange Drake Owl, surpassed the total amount of kills we got during 100 Days of Spy, which just goes to show how much I was grinding.
I need the max win.
Anyway, in the 7th block of the challenge, I got a total of 3,160 kills and died 1,135 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.78, which as we mentioned earlier, was close to what we got on the BAZAAR bargain. Having a KD this high didn't really surprise me, as I felt as though I was playing a lot safer and was therefore staying alive longer, similarly to how we were playing with the City Sleeper, and that is exactly what this more defensive playstyle excels at. I did get a lot of high kill streaks during my time with the Classic, including a 19 kill streak on day 79, which I choked at the very end due to a really good spy player getting the better of me. I had a bunch of 16 and 17 kill streaks too, but that fabled godlike kept escaping my grasp, and it was the only weapon I didn't manage to get a 20 kill streak with throughout the whole challenge. I also mentioned this before, but my win percentage during this block of the challenge was 69.5%, which just demonstrated how even though I hated farming fully charged body shot kills on light classes with the Classic, that it was a kinda effective strategy, and maybe I was being too critical of it, who knows. And finally, my hours. We started this 7th block with 295 hours and 21 minutes of in-game time on Sniper, and this climbed all the way up to 321 hours and 28 minutes. Again, we were basically bang on target for where we needed to be, and this was promising going into the final stretch of the challenge. I'm sure we we wouldn't run into any issues, which may complicate this journey to 250 hours in the next 20 days because that'd be silly. So, with every unlock out the way, it was finally time for me to pick a loadout that I would grind out the rest of my time with. Now, I don't want to be corny here and leave you on a cliffhanger, but holy shit, the last 20 days of this challenge are kinda insane. I'm playing at my absolute best and farming clip-worthy frags like there's no tomorrow, but it also coincides with a very rapid deterioration in my mental state as a giant bot wave makes the game next to unplayable. This section was definitely a bit more on the dull side, but I promise you, the intensity picks up real quick in this final stretch. So, we had finally made it to the last stretch of the challenge. We didn't have to worry about getting 3,000 kills on any of the rifles, and there was no need to force ourselves to use shitty melee weapons, which we knew sucked. I'm looking at you, Shiv, because we could finally just focus entirely on the process of maximizing our improvement in these last 20 days. I was really excited to get stuck into this part of the challenge, especially after spending 3 weeks straight with 2 weapons I wasn't particularly fond of, and was really keen to start quickscoping again, and actually playing sniper in the playstyle I preferred. Now, if you watched my 100 Days of Spy video, you remember that at this point in the challenge, I dedicated myself to one loadout exclusively, which was the kunai, l'étranger, and dead ring. This made sense because it was actually a very significant shift in gameplay, swapping from a knife like the Big Earner, which gives you a speed boost after kills, to something like the Your Eternal Reward, which steals your victim's disguise. And this drastic change in playstyle would restrict how much I can improve, so I wanted to stay committed to a single loadout. Now, the interesting thing about Sniper is that he doesn't really suffer as much from this issue. If we remove 3 of the rifles, namely the Huntsman, the Classic, and the City Sleeper, you'll actually notice that the playstyle on the remaining 4 options, it doesn't change all that much between them. Your positioning, who you target, and how you play the game is almost identical for the stock rifle, the MACHINA, the HITMAN'S HEATMAKER, and the BAZAAR bargain. So I didn't necessarily feel tied down to only using one option in the same way I did for Spy. But guess what? If there's one thing we've learned about elmaxo in the past 2 challenge videos, is that I take this whole improving thing pretty seriously. Swapping between rifles would probably make the challenge more enjoyable on my end by introducing some variety, but I simply do not care. I got 20 days left and I am becoming the best sniper possible, which means I am putting all of my eggs in one basket here. The only question is, which basket should that be? If you've somehow made it this far into the video, I reckon you have a pretty good idea of which option I'm going to pick here. You know I don't like the more defensively oriented rifles, you know that the Huntsman is probably too gimmicky for my liking, you know I was pretty critical of the HEATMAKER and the MACHINA earlier on, which basically leaves us with one option that I gave a glowing review of when we used it, and I'm of course talking about the BAZAAR bargain. It's an absolute killing machine, you can shred through the entire enemy team when you're at 6 heads, and it would more than likely give me the best KD and the best win rate if I were to dedicate all my time to it exclusively, right? Well, probably, yeah, but I actually didn't choose it. This is the decision I partially regret as future elmaxo voicing over the script right now, but in the end, I actually decided on using the stock sniper rifle instead. My thought process at the time was that the flat consistency of the stock sniper rifle would mesh better with my improvement process rather than the more volatile BAZAAR bargain, which varied in its power depending on how many heads I had. It was always going to take 3.3 seconds to fully charge my shot with stock, and I think this reliability would maximize how much I improved in a relatively short time frame. Perhaps if I had more than 20 days, I would have gone with the BAZAAR bargain, but hey, I think both of these options are easily the most powerful rifle Sniper has, and I don't think this choice drastically influenced the outcome of this challenge, but I do have more to say about this at the very end of the video. When it comes to the rest of the loadout, it may sound like I'm completely contradicting myself here, but I was a little more lenient with swapping things around. Admittedly, I did take the Girardi and Bushwhacker 95% of the time because holy fuck is it broken, and we'll unpack that soon. But there were times where I swapped to the Cozy Camper, my beloved, and even the SMG. But for the most part, I was using the Jar of Piss in conjunction with the Piss Sword because it's stupidly powerful, but I'll hold myself back on that for the moment. So, we had our loadout, but there were a couple more things we had to organize before we dove into this final stretch. For the entirety of the challenge thus far, I was guided by the fact I had to secure 3,000 kills on each of the rifles, and this gave me some smaller goals to work through as the days went on. However, things were a bit less tangible now, as the idea of improving as much as possible in this final stretch is a little vague, so I wanted to set some concrete goals to give us more direction. The first of these was getting 10,000 kills on my strange sniper rifle. This meant I had to get 7,000 kills in the next 20 days, which would require me to get 350 kills per day and play a little more than I already was, which was already a lot, but it was definitely manageable. The second goal I set was to maintain a KD of 3, which seemed pretty reasonable to me given we averaged 2.85 with the BAZAAR bargain about 20 days ago, and my aim had gotten a lot better since then, so I thought this was a good place to set the bar. Now, I didn't realize this at the time, but these two goals were the worst decisions I made for this entire challenge, as these would end up being a big part of my mental deterioration over the next 20 days, but we won't spoil that surprise just yet. Also, I haven't really talked much about Kovacs because it's, well, kind of boring as shit, but you may remember I swapped to a harder version of the routine I had already been doing, but for this last 20-day stretch, I actually decided to return to the easier versions because I thought it could be a fun mini goal to set a new personal best on each of the 18 exercises and see what percentile I could rank in for those. And that basically makes for everything. We got the loadout sorted, and we've got our new goal set, which means we are ready to take on the world. Almost. Sorry for edging you so much, but there was one more teeny tiny little thing we needed to do before we got back into the challenge. When it comes to basically any skill in life, the fastest way of getting better is finding a coach or mentor, and I realized that this is something I could tap into for Sniper. Especially in video games, having someone with a lot of experience review and analyze your gameplay is a great way to remove any of the small errors you might be committing from time to time, and because I had a fair few connections within the TF2 world, I knew some people who could be of great assistance. So I reached out to two people you may be familiar with, FatMagic and Jaybird, who are both TF2 content creators that are extremely good at Sniper. These guys have been around in the community for a while, and they both have thousands and thousands of hours dedicated to Sniper, and fortunately for me, they both agreed to review some of my footage. I sent in 2 different rounds with the BAZAAR bargain back from day 56 as a challenge, one round on Pier, which went pretty well, and a separate round on Borneo, which was pretty bad. Also, I didn't tell either of them about the other person also reviewing my footage, because I thought it could be interesting to compare and contrast what they have to say, and they are finding this out for the first time, right now. Hi guys, thanks for all the help, and sorry for being a little sneaky about it. Anyway though, let's take a look at some of the footage and see what I'm struggling with. Firstly, and something Jaybird pointed out within the first couple minutes of my gameplay on Pier, was actually the way in which I was aiming.
You want to do 90% of your aiming on Sniper outside of your scope. You track them as quickly as possible, and when you think your crosshair is as close to their head or as close to, you can even use a prediction, put the crosshair as close to as where you think they're going to be by the time you scope in. That's where all the heavy lifting of Sniper happens. So when you scope in, you've already got the easiest shot possible. You have the most consistent muscle memory available to you.
This definitely wasn't something I was conscious of before Jaybird mentioned it, but according to him, you really want to be doing the majority of your aiming before you scope in. If there's a scout running across your screen, you want to do the bulk of your tracking before you've even pressed mouse 2, which means that once you are scoped in, you'll only ever have to do a small micro flick, as your crosshair should be positioned relatively close to their head, which is better for building up more consistent muscle memory in the long term. This makes sense because if you're not paying attention to this part of your aim, you're more than likely scoping in at random times, which adds more variance to the size of the flicks you'd be doing. If you focus on always getting as close to their head before you scope in, it means you're only ever going to be doing smaller flicks while scoped, which are much easier to build muscle memory for. This is also something FatMagic mentioned later on in my round on Borneo 2.
You can shoot a little earlier when you scope in. I like to try to get my scope like either on their head or almost before I scope in, so I don't have to move as far. But get into the habit of doing that for other people. Don't like see them and immediately scope in.
This really seemed to be the biggest problem which Jaybird noticed in my gameplay, as he spent a lot of time during his VOD review pointing out how non-optimal it was, and given the fact both he and FatMagic picked up on it, this was high on my priority list of things to fix going into this final stretch. The next thing which both Jaybird and FatMagic noticed was less about my raw aiming mechanics themselves and instead about positioning. There was this specific moment on Pier where I was holding the same sight line, and they both noticed how risky it was.
I would almost argue that when a sniper is that far back, especially a sniper that hasn't posed itself to be particularly formidable, there's not a whole lot that sniper can do. All you're really doing by consistently peaking the same angle on this sniper, even though you are getting kills, again, you kill him even there, but I would say all you're doing there is giving him a chance to hold that angle and maybe just body shot you or something. You're the better sniper in that scenario. I think it's pretty obvious. Don't make yourself predictable and an easy target to someone who really, he's not going to kill anybody but you. So know your value essentially on sniper. Don't give that guy even the chance to get a kill on you when you're just doing a lot of work holding them off the payload. So I would say hold just a slightly different angle there. Maybe every now and then go for a very quick peek on him where you think you might be able to get a quick frag. And whether he's there or not, you then fall back.
And FatMagic observed the exact same thing.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. You don't want to stay in the same position for too long, peeking the same thing over and over again, actually, because it'll be like what happened with that guy. You knew exactly where he was before you even bothered like looking. You know, you knew exactly where he was standing.
This was definitely something I had in the back of my mind during Sniper 1v1s, because I constantly found myself being impatient, as I'd often repeat the same sightline over and over until one of us got a kill, and this is just not a good habit to build whatsoever. Peeking from an angle the enemy doesn't expect is usually how you land your easiest kills on enemy snipers, but if you both know where the other person is positioned, you're basically coin flipping on who has the faster reaction time, and this is an unnecessary risk to be taken. As both Jaybird and FatMagic said, you are much better off repositioning and holding a different sightline, as you make yourself really predictable if you keep recycling the same angle over and over and over. And this just makes it more likely that the enemy sniper will take you down, even if they don't happen to be very good. All it takes for them is one fully charged shot with their crosshair positioned where you keep re-peeking from, and that's your life over. Not worth the risk at all. So if I ever miss my shot on an enemy sniper and they happen to see me, there is no chance in hell I'm going to take that coin flip 1v1 from now on, and will instead look somewhere else to get my next kill. This one definitely made a whole lot of sense to me. Thirdly, and the last major point I want to bring up here, is one thing FatMagic noticed especially about my gameplay, and that was my tendency to peek angles very wide.
I noticed though, for a lot of things, you peek very in the open, I guess you could say. Like, you only want to peek like one angle at a time, if you can, of course, right? It's like, I usually try to hug all the walls and peek it barely enough. Just, it increases your chances slightly, you know?
And again, this is something that he noticed on my second game on Borneo.
Ooh, peek too wide that angle again. I like to peek a lot closer. Like, even if I'm peeking wide, usually I like to jiggle a little close first, just to get see what's going on out there. Because if you catch a sniper, yeah, see, if you caught him before, you would have known he was there, and you wouldn't have gone so wide and then gone out and just boom, like a totem pole in the middle of a grass field.
I feel like this is another thing I should have been more aware of in my own gameplay, but it's never really crossed my mind. And going back and looking at footage after FatMagic pointed this out to me was kinda crazy, and I realized that I was often making myself vulnerable to multiple angles at once when I peeked, and this just exposed me to unnecessary risk. Even when there aren't snipers around, wide peeking just increases the amount of time it takes to get back to cover, which gives your enemies more of an opportunity to take you down. So for this final stretch of the challenge, I was going to try and hug walls more when I went to peek, so that I could increase my chance of surviving. I felt like this, paired with alternating sightlines especially, would reduce the amount of unnecessary deaths I was experiencing too. Those were the main things I picked up from their analysis of my gameplay, and I don't want to drag this section out too long, but there were also some funnier, smaller things they mentioned too, one of which being their differing opinions on the Girardian SMG. Now, if you've ever watched FatMagic, you definitely know he's a big fan of the SMG, because he runs it like 90% of the time in his videos, and this was reflected in how happy he was to see me use it on my game of Borneo.
Checking all the people behind you, spies. Oh, the aggro play. Oh! Beautiful, that's it right there. You know, jiggle around a lot when you're using the SMG. I'm just so happy every time you use the SMG.
But when it came to Jaybird, his opinion was a fair bit different, and was actually a big contributing factor in why I chose to use Girardi so much in this final stretch.
SMG, ooh, Australian SMG too, love it. I mean, Girardi is broken in my opinion. I think Girardi is one of the most broken items in the game. So, you know, not running the Girardi is, in theory, probably always putting yourself or your team at a bit of a disadvantage.
Also, arguably one of the most important things that happened during these VOD reviews was when FatMagic said this.
You gotta be crazy with all these little tricks and little mind games and shooting first, to bait them out, you know, it all makes a difference. Nice, you're playing Guitar Hero there, I like that.
I don't know why, but I thought this was the funniest thing ever because it is so fucking accurate. Waiting for your enemy to walk into your crosshair like you're waiting for a note in Guitar Hero is so similar, and I'd never heard that comparison before, but it's stuck, and it's now what I call this type of kill, so thank you, FatMagic. Anyway, to bring all this into a quick little summary, my main takeaways here were: 1, I needed to alternate my sightlines more, especially against snipers. 2, I need to focus more on doing the majority of my aiming before I scoped in so I could develop better muscle memory for those smaller flicks. 3, I need to stop wide peeking as much because it makes you vulnerable for no reason. And 4, you gotta play with confidence and treat yourself like the most valuable player on your team. This is something Jaybird mentioned towards the end of his analysis, and it's also something I wanted to implement to a bigger degree to my gameplay. I was already reasonably confident in how I played the game, but I feel like really embracing yourself as your team's most valuable player promotes a better playstyle, which sees you treating your life as more precious and gives you that extra self-belief when it comes time to land an important shot. There's basically no drawback to having faith in yourself, so I also want to implement that a bit more in how I approach my games. Anyways, I want to give a massive thank you to both FatMagic and Jaybird for spending the time to do this. They're both awesome creators in their own right, and I've left links to both of their channels down below if you don't already know about them. So with that out the way, it was finally time to get grinding with all of this newfound knowledge And boy oh boy, did we get off to a flaming hot start. I'm not sure if it was a coincidence, but upon applying these new principles we picked up from Jaybird and Fat Magic, things just immediately clicked into place. And when I say immediately, I mean it, because it only took 3 games back using the sniper rifle for me to drop a godlike kill streak. I think the tip which was reaping me the most benefit had to be swapping angles against snipers, because it was giving me so many new opportunities for kills. You can see here on day 81 on Gold Rush, where I peeked this really good enemy sniper, and we both happened to miss our first shot. So I take this as an invitation to fuck right off and use a different angle, so I swap over to the right window for a different sightline entirely, and with a bit of patience, that same sniper doesn't realize I'm in a new position, as his attention is directed at the spot I was previously holding, which lands me this free body shot kill. Well, here on day 84 on Frontier, I pick up a free headshot kill as soon as the gates open, and usually I'd probably just stick to this angle and keep farming enemies as they leave their spawn, but because I am a changed man, I actually swapped to this really sneaky sightline on the left flank, which completely surprises that same enemy sniper I killed initially when they respawn again. I'm not gonna lie, swapping sightlines like this took a surprising amount of self-control, because it was so much easier to stick in the same position all game and just farm clueless enemies. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but at least in my experience, I found this more lazy type of play only worked against snipers who were considerably worse than me, and as soon as they were even semi-competent, not swapping sightlines was leaving your kills to a coin flip, and that isn't a risk worth taking, especially when you're trying to maintain a high KD for a stupid challenge video you're making. Also, not gonna lie, it was sometimes really funny to swap angles, even against really bad players, because you'd catch them in the most vulnerable state. Like, take a look at this clip from day 84, this time on Badwater, where we're pushing last. So I peek through the main choke point and notice an enemy sniper behind the boxes. I can't really land a shot on him, so I decide to rotate up to the window, and wouldn't you know, that same sniper is so tunnel vision looking at where I was before that it leads to one of the easiest headshot kills I've gotten in my entire life. Had I been lazy and re-peeked from where I was, this guy could have gotten a super easy fully charged body shot kill on me, as he was obviously very tunnel visioned, and why would I bother coin flipping my life like that? This definitely had the most immediate effect on my KD, because not only was it preventing stupid deaths which didn't need to happen, but staying alive longer also opened up more opportunities for kills. I mean, God, from days 81 to 88 in this final stretch, my KD was sitting at a really impressive 3.23, which is well and truly above the goal I set, and I think it lends credence to how effective my change in playstyle had been. On top of this, I also started to notice an uptick in accusations against me, and no, don't worry, I'm not going to be lame and cycle through them all, even though I may or may not have clipped them all because I have a fragile ego, but I do want to go through one in particular which I found to be pretty funny. It was day 82, and I was just playing a normal game of Frontier, and I hit this nice headshot on an engineer before I notice a jetpack pyro coming for my ass, so I back off, throw down some Girardi, and get a pretty stock standard bushwhacker kill here. However, our good friend was not a fan of this play and said in chat, "Nice wall hacks, explains a lot, yep." Now, like a good boy who has a YouTube channel who's not allowed to be toxic anymore, I thought this was pretty funny, but I didn't bother typing, because that only makes a situation like this worse. Anyway, I end up getting some kills on some enemies who are trying to flank to our spawn door, and in the process of doing this, I catch our good jetpack pyro friend again, who I drop 4 no-scopes on for a simple kill. And maybe also thrown a laugh on for good measure, because I'm petty. However, this unfortunately enrages the beast, as he types in chat, "You're falling no fwit," which is how I imagine someone with a lisp would speak, and then follows it up with a damn keyboard, but goes on to correct himself, saying that I am fooling no one in reference to the cheats I am obviously using. He continues a little later saying, "Dude, you were fucking waiting at your own spawn in a place you couldn't see for me to emerge," and then calls me fucking vermin, and also tells me to eat rat poison and die. You know, I can get a little angry at video games from time to time too, as we're actually about to see in this last part of the challenge, but I think it crosses the line when you start wishing death upon people. Anyway, I've played enough League of Legends to see the true underbelly of humanity, so unless someone's posting my address in the chat of a game, you're probably not gonna offend me too much. Another aspect of my gameplay, which had become super consistent at this point, was just simply my aim. I think the advice that Jaybird and Fat Magic gave about doing a majority of the aiming before I scoped in was the final piece I needed to unlock my full potential, because landing flicks and smooth tracking had truly become second nature at this point. It probably isn't much of a surprise, but when you practice aiming for almost 4 hours every day for over 3 months straight, you actually start to see some progress. Those low percentage flicks I tried hitting in the early days were now some of my most reliable shots, and seeing such tangible improvement relative to day 1 made me really proud of how far I had come. I'd always felt pretty coin flip about my hit scam aim in TF2, so finally sinking in the time to make it more consistent was a really good feeling, and I was actually excited to see how this carried through into some of my other classes once the challenge was over. But if I'm being honest, this is all just me yapping. I think it's time we take a look at some of my favorite clips I hit during this period, which really encapsulate how far I'd come. Here on day 84 on Upward, I start things off with a pretty nutty headshot on a flying soldier, and followed up with headshot after headshot after headshot after headshot. In just under 9 seconds, I land 5 out of 5 of my headshots and get 4 kills in the process. And streaks like these definitely became my metaphorical crack cocaine during this final block of the challenge. Or here on day 86 on Borneo, I start things off with a clean headshot through this tight angle, then I guitar hero this pyro, then hit a quick little flick on this soldier, and top it all off with a headshot on this medic who tries to juke me. Another example of some Jokic level efficiency, as it only took 4 shots and I got 4 kills. Or here on day 92 on Badwater, I get a quick headshot on this medic, which alerts the 2 snipers of my presence, but I likely drop one of them, then the other tries to bait me into scoping, but I trust my aim and land a beautiful first scope headshot on him. Some of my favorite plays in this last part of the challenge had to be dunking on multiple enemy snipers like this, as the odds are just so stacked against you, and coming out victorious would always give me a quick rush of serotonin. So yeah, it's safe to say that things were coming along really nicely in this final stretch so far, and one thing facilitating that progress had to be my secondary and melee option, and yes, I think it's time we finally have a discussion about one very gross combo. Funnily enough, we've actually made it this far into the video without talking about this combo specifically, and that's actually quite impressive. We have talked about these weapons individually, the Girardi and the utility it offers your team, as well as the Bushwhacker and how funny it can be to pair with the cleanest carbine, but this is our first time bringing them together, and I'm just gonna get it out the way. These 2 items are broken, they're busted, they're just not fair. As you remember, the Bushwhacker deals crit damage whenever it would normally mini crit, and of course, throwing Girardi at an enemy drenches them in piss, which makes them vulnerable to mini crits, so you can probably see the synergy here. Enemy comes towards us, we throw Girardi at them, we one-shot them with the Bushwhacker. Take a look here on day 86 on Gold Rush, where I am super out of position, and a demo hits me with a pipe, which takes me down to 25 HP. Now normally as sniper, this situation is game over. Unless you can land some clutch headshot at point blank as he follows you around, your time on planet Earth is very limited. But remember, we have the busted combo, so I preemptively throw down my Girardi as he enters the door, and before he can even react to my existence, he's fucking dead. Or here on day 88 on Borneo, I'm tunnel vision super hard on this group of enemies, which allows a medic to sneak behind and melee me down to 60 HP. For reference, it's gonna take me 3 normal kukri swings to kill this guy by the time I react, and he only has to hit me once, but you probably know where this is going. I quickly turn around, drench him in my urine, and execute him on the spot. Now, don't get it twisted. This should have been a lost battle. I was playing poorly by being so focused on a specific part of the map, and this medic deserved to punish me for this mistake. But because of our trusty little combo, we turned out on top. Now, I don't know about you, but looking at these plays makes me feel a little bit dirty. Something just doesn't feel fair about the fact that the guy who can assassinate enemies from longer ranges can also drop people at close range. To me, this runs against common sense balancing. If you're gonna make a class who wants to position themselves back behind their team so that they can kill enemies far away from them, they have to be vulnerable to flankers and close range duels. Otherwise, it's just kind of bullshit, and the Girardi and Bushwhacker completely turns this dynamic on its head. This is why I think the SMG is balanced so well, because it is considerably weaker than weapons like the scattergun and rocket launcher when you're getting dove, but you still have a chance to come out victorious if you play your cards right. Good tracking paired with backpedaling and incorporating things like surfing gives you a fighting chance. But the Girardi and Bushwhacker feels too much like a get out of jail free card, if you ask me. I think the matchup which exemplifies how broken this is best is against Demo Knights. Think of this for a second. If I showed someone who had never played TF2 before a picture of a sniper holding a jar of piss in one hand and a funky looking kukri in the other, and asked them if they'd beat this guy in a close range duel, what do you think their answer would be? No. Of course not. That guy's got a fucking shield and a scary looking sword. Yet if we look here on day 81 on Borneo, a Demo Knight who, yes, to address the elephant in the room, is bugging because his Scotsman Skullcutter is invisible for some reason, but trust me, he definitely has it. Anyway, even though he misses his charge, there shouldn't be a world where I come out victorious unless he manages to miss every swing. But nope, I actually get to counter the strongest melee class in the game because, well, yeah, this is something I also talked about with Spy in the last 100 days video with the Diamondback. Why on earth are we giving the close range assassin a weapon which lets him sling out 102 damage crits to enemies on the other side of the map? Now admittedly, I think the Bushwhacker and Girardi is 10 times more egregious just because of how consistently it can be pulled off, but the same philosophy applies. The only drawback to the Bushwhacker is a 20% damage vulnerability, which definitely can sting, but the upside just shines so much brighter that it makes this trade-off well and truly worth it. I guess you also lose the ability to hit random crits, but because you're usually only going to be using the Bushwhacker when you have Girardi available in the occasional close range duel, this isn't that significant of a downside compared to other melee weapons. But look, as much as I'm complaining about it from a balance perspective, it was making my life way easier on Sniper. Being able to drop basically 8 of the 9 classes the second they come within melee range of you is pretty fucking funny, and it gives you this super cushy safety net you can lean back on when you need to. I mean, God, look at this stupid ass clip from day 89 on Process where I feel confident in taking a fight against against a medic and heavy combo with quick fix uber activated just because I have the Girardi and Bushwhacker. I then also managed to hit a nutty ass close range headshot on a scout and then get another sniper position further back. But to be honest, I should have been dead long before I got those 2 kills. It's hard not to feel like you can't take on the world with the Bushwhack and Girardi when you're able to beat heavy medic combos like we saw in that last clip. And to some extent, I think it's that confidence which allowed me to adopt an even more aggressive playstyle than I otherwise would have with something like the SMG or Cozy Camper, and for that, I am actually pretty grateful. It also led to some pretty cool clips like here on day 88 on Harvest, where I kick things off with 2 pretty clean headshots, but it then gets swarmed by a soldier and spy. Luckily, I throw my Girardi down just before I'm launched into the air, which actually leads me to land a market garden on the spy as I hit the ground, which was pretty damn nutty. All in all, I realized very quickly into this final stretch just how busted this combo was, and I really didn't find myself using any of the other secondaries or melee options very frequently. Prior to this block, I had been using the Razorback quite a bit when spies were getting on my nerves, but this changed after my VOD review with Jaybird because he said some things that really stuck with me.
Switching to the Razorback, in my opinion, it's really never a good call. Depends how lazy you're feeling on the day, but yeah, I've always said everything the Razorback does, you can just do with a pair of headphones, and then you don't have to take any of the negatives of what the Razorback is. Pair of headphones and, you know, just occasionally turning around completely counters spies, even the good ones for the most part.
The way he phrased this made so much sense to me, and I realized if I just didn't play the game on autopilot and instead focus more on flankers and spies, using the Girardi and Bushwhacker was always going to be the better option overall. Anyway, this combo is gross, but I think basically every sniper should run it because it is broken and allows you to defend yourself so well. You could argue that I began taking less close range headshots when I started using this combo for the final stretch, and you might actually be right, but god, I really wanted to secure that 3KD, and the Bushwhacker plus Girardi was going to make that a lot easier than it otherwise would be. But look, under the surface of all this progress, something had been brewing. We talked a little bit about it when I used the Sydney Sleeper and Classic, but a familiar foe from my challenge videos was starting to rear its head around day 90, and things took a sudden shift for the worst. You see, I realized that we were a little behind schedule because I needed to record 40 hours of in-game time in just 10 days of playing to reach the goal we set all the way back in the beginning of the challenge. Hi, script writing elmaxo here, and I just want to interject because I genuinely don't know how this was the case. I went to the final stretch of the challenge on day 81 with 321 hours on Sniper, but this had only climbed up to 332 on day 90. That's only 1 hour per day, but I obviously was playing a whole lot more than this as my strange sniper rifle had gotten 2,600 kills in this time, which is 260 a day, and look, if you think I can get 260 kills per hour of in-game time, I have some very bad news for you. I just thought I'd put this in here because I actually think there must have been an issue with how the stats system was tracking my time, because this was just like flat out incorrect, but whatever. Let's get back to the video. To record 40 hours of in-game time, I was going to need to play for about 6 hours every day for the remainder of the challenge, and yeah, I didn't really want to play any more TF2 than I already was, because it kind of felt like half of my day was spent staring at my screen, and I wasn't entirely sure how much more of that my mental health could take. But come on now, I hadn't dedicated 3 months of my life to this challenge just to pussy out now, so you already know I went all in on day 90 just to see what it was like playing that much, and well, we ran into a slight issue. Well, hello everyone, I'm towards the end of day 90, and I've encountered a slight problem, because if I shift tab right now, I've been playing for 253 minutes, which is like 4 hours and 15 minutes of play, okay? And I started this session at 3:32:56. So in 4 hours and 50 minutes of play, my time's only gone up by like an hour and a half and a bit. And I don't know why that's happening. I've got an almost 350 sniper kills in that time, and I've only gone up an hour and a half of sniper time, and I have no idea why. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but I just want to document it because this is bizarre. So yeah, after getting close to 400 kills and playing for just over 4 hours, my in-game time had only increased by about an hour and a half. At this rate, I'd need to play about 104 hours over the next 10 days, and yeah, look, not doing that, but because I figured this might have just been some kind of a glitch and maybe it hadn't refreshed yet, I decided to push on through and keep playing, which my mental health absolutely adored. And you know, the downside to playing a game for 6 hours a day is that your performance starts slipping. quite significantly. This is the nature of diminishing returns, as when you try to brute force as many hours as you physically can whilst you're mentally drained, you start to actively harm your progress rather than improve it. After the first 10 days of this final stretch where things went really well, I began to notice that my kill-death ratio was slipping after each and every day. First at 3.23, then down to 3.21, and then down to 3.18, and this was only getting worse and worse the more I played. So, on top of the fact I was grinding out a stupid amount of hours every day, I also started getting in my own head about my KD, which I knew was worsening as time went on, which only made me think about it more, which only made me play worse and react poorly when I was underperforming, and oh my god, that's not a good positive feedback loop to be in when you're trying to do a challenge video. I found myself getting into what I would call the opposite of a flow state, as rather than everything coming to me naturally as I got into a nice tempo with my gameplay, I started overthinking each and every play, which led to bad decision making in the moment, and more stupid deaths, which I only got more angry about, which led to even worse decision making, and to be honest with you, I was starting to get a bit of deja vu to the spy challenge. This is where I really started to regret setting a goal KD of 3, because I was definitely way too fixated on it, and it was only fueling my mental deterioration further. It started to remind me of a valuable lesson I learned back in my days of playing competitive Overwatch, and that was the fact you want to detach yourself from your elo entirely, or in this case, my own KD. At the end of the day, they're both arbitrary numbers that loosely represent your skill level, and it isn't something you should constantly fixate on. Remember, if you're playing video games seriously, your goal is to become the best player you possibly can. When you focus on that and the systems you set up around your improvement process, the higher elo, ranks, and KDs will come naturally as a byproduct. You're gonna have bad days with teammates who throw their games or have their mental explode, which means your rank or KD is gonna fluctuate pretty rapidly at times. If your perception of your own ability is rooted in being diamond or master, or in my case, getting 3 kills for every death, then so is your mindset towards the game. Now this may all sound like a pretty profound discovery I made, which would lead to a mindset shift in how I was approaching the challenge, but ironically, it really didn't. I was experiencing some mega cognitive dissonance, because whilst I did acknowledge the fact my obsession with my kill-death ratio was actively harming my more holistic progress as sniper in this challenge, I still wanted to maintain my promise and keep disciplined with it. I coped with this by telling myself a challenge video needed concrete goals to create stakes on whether I succeed or fail, to make it entertaining for you guys, but in doing so, it also actively undermined the whole ethos of this challenge, which was supposed to be improving and becoming the best sniper player possible. My KD on days 90 through 94 was only 2.8, and this brought my overall average for this final stretch down from a comfortable 3.23 to a much scarier 3.08, and this was actually starting to get really stressful. But you know what, I probably could have managed all of this for another 6 or 7 days. It wouldn't be ideal by any means, but back in September 2022, I managed to play for 12 hours a day for a full week to get 10,000 kills with the flock. So I knew I had the mental fortitude in me to last this long. I just had to suck it up, hope my in-game hours would be tracked more accurately, maintain that kill-death ratio of 3, and get 10,000 kills on my rifle. And this would all be fine. As long as nothing else happens, this will be fine. Ooh, yeah, that's another dramatic pause, because guess fucking what? It wasn't fine, as something else had also been brewing under the surface whilst this was all going on. You may have noticed that we're probably about 5 hours into a video about TF2, and I've managed to avoid talking about one incy-wincy issue that the game's been dealing with for half a decade, and that is bots and cheaters. Now to be fair, it wasn't actually an issue for the vast majority of the challenge. The first bot I saw took about 25 days, and whilst there were a fair few cheaters like there always are on Australian servers, it really wasn't that bad until we reached about day 80 of this final stretch. Something in the air changed because there was a massive uptick in how frequent it became to see cheaters and bots taking over lobbies. I had this beautiful interaction on day 88 where I joined a server just to see 3 spinning snipers pocketed by a vaccinated medic absolutely steamrolling through the map. Now, because it was my lucky day, these fine gentlemen knew who I was, and one of them asked, "Hi elmaxo, you still a PDF file?" Which was relatively tame, and then everything went to shit when they started saying that I hate M-words, apparently. I also started seeing bots and cheaters use real-life photos of me, which is fine. I put them on the internet myself, and I usually find that kind of shit funny, even if they're doing it in bad faith, but with how the challenge had been going, I can't say I found it particularly amusing, and it just gave me another reason to dread playing the game. Things only continued to get worse, as there was this moment on day 92 where a cheater was impersonating my alias and was spam joining and disconnecting to flood the chat, which almost got my own wrong team to kick me from the game, thinking I was the one behind it. Or here on day 93, there was a guy who wasn't even cheating but had been targeting me in lobbies, who had doxed one of my Discord admins because they're trans and started accusing them of being a PDF file in team chat just to get under my skin. Look, I have to admit, after a certain point, all this did start to affect me, and it really wasn't helping the fact I had to play 6 hours a day, and the in-game stat system wasn't tracking my hours correctly, and my KD was starting to slip. But surely, it couldn't get any worse than this. Well, then day 94 of the challenge rolled around. I was already at my wit's end with how things were going, and my mental health was being held together by some gum, a couple pieces of string, and the occasional David Goggins motivational video. I was already battling to log in my hours, I was behind on the kills I needed on my rifle, and overall, I just really wasn't looking forward to playing. But God, what happened next was the final nail in the coffin. I loaded into my first game of the day on Borneo, and oh, there's a bunch of bots running rampant claiming to be someone called Mega Scatterbomb. For those who don't know, Mega is a fellow TF2 YouTuber who has been working on creating an anti-cheat to help with the bot crisis because Valve is a useless company. Now, I've actually known Mega for a couple of years personally, as he's been a friend who has set up my personal TF2 server and also mods my Discord, but he blew up within the community about a year ago when he announced that he was going to be working on this anti-cheat that people could install themselves to automatically detect and kick bots. That video he made is sitting at almost 700,000 views at the time I'm writing this, and it blew his channel up basically overnight. But as you can probably suspect, cheaters and bot hosters were not a fan of this. They'd been harassing him a fair bit ever since that video came out, but today on day 94 of the challenge, things got taken to a whole new level, because a wave of bots using an AI generated version of Mega's voice were infiltrating every Australian TF2 server, saying some of the most deplorable things you can imagine. If you've ever been on /poll on 4chan, we're talking along those lines when it comes to the racist, anti-Semitic and transphobic garbage that these bots were spewing, but obviously none of it was actually Mega Scatterbomb saying it because he's a good person, but a lot of people didn't know who he was, and the bots were also spamming a link to his community Discord server, and this all framed him to look awful to people who weren't in the know. So not only was there a new wave of bots spewing bigoted shit, but the servers also became literally unplayable. I posted a clip to Twitter where I re-queued 8 times and was put into bot lobby after bot lobby after bot lobby, and the game was literally unplayable. Never in my life have I seen the bot crisis get as bad as it did, because I literally couldn't join a single lobby without it getting instantly infected with bots. So anyway, for a quick little recap here, I was already battling to get the hours and kills I needed to successfully reach the goals I set myself. I was losing my mind about maintaining an arbitrary KD of 3.0, and on day 94, the universe decided to throw a slight curveball at me which said, oh yeah, the game's gonna be literally unplayable due to bots as well, and yeah, I think this is where I reached my tipping point. I tried to endure by playing on Uncle Dane's servers, which did provide a safe haven over the next 2 days, but it just wasn't enough. My KD slipped even further on day 95 to 2.45, and just about every part of me was ready to throw in the towel. My anger was getting the best of me, and for those who made it through my spy video, you'll know I ended up treating my tower fan like it was a boxing bag, and during this period of the sniper challenge, I actually managed to shatter my water bottle with my fist, which I didn't realize would be possible, and spilt water everywhere, which was a slight concern with all the electronics I had around my desk. So yeah, things were not looking good for our young protagonist, to say the very least. This is the part where people might say, elmaxo, you bit off more than you could chew. And you know what? I'd tend to agree. But funnily enough, in the last 100 days of this challenge, this wasn't the only aspect of my life where I'd bitten off more than I could chew. Now, excuse me for this, but I've been keeping a little secret from you guys throughout this video. The last 3 months hadn't just been 100 days of sniper, because I'd also been practicing for another goal in this time frame. A marathon. It was an idea I was on the edge about initially, as I'd only started consistently running in 2023, but on day 18 of the challenge, I decided to commit to the idea and messaged a group chat with my friends asking if anyone wanted to join in, and 2 of them said yes, Fracco and Finlay. We found that there was a marathon being held in Sydney on the 22nd of October called the 3 Bridges Run, which was, get this, 70 days away. Now, if you didn't know, a marathon is 42.2 kilometers or 26.2 miles, and the furthest I had run up until this point was less than 1/4 of that, and we only had 70 days to train. Most of the programs I looked at recommended leaving at minimum 16 to 20 weeks, which is just about 130 days to get yourself in shape, but we had half of that, and only one of us were an experienced runner, and spoiler alert, that person wasn't me. But did that stop the three of us from trying? Of course not. As you've been watching this entire challenge unfold, I had also been practicing to run a marathon 3 times a week, and god, basically immediately I realized how bad of an idea it was to be doing this. Usually, you want to slowly increase the distance you're running each week by 1 or 2 kilometers to allow your body to build up stamina, but no. We only had 70 days, which meant this amount had to increase rapidly. On day 24 of the sniper challenge, I did a 13-kilometer run, and by day 39, I was already up to a half marathon, aka 21 kilometers, and my body was not a very big fan of how much more difficult things got in a 2-week block. On day 52 of the challenge, I was supposed to be going for a 28-kilometer run, but I couldn't make it past 21, and in my defense, it was close to 30 degrees and the heat was sapping me my energy thanks to the Australian weather, but my progress was definitely being stunted by how rapidly I had to increase the workload. The furthest I ended up running before the marathon was 26 kilometers on day 65 of the challenge, and that just took about every ounce of effort my body was capable of giving, which was slightly worrying when I considered the fact the marathon was less than a month away at that point, and I would have to run an additional 16 kilometers on top of that, but in spite of it all, I tried to maintain a positive outlook. I quickly learned that in a similar way to playing sniper, running is an exercise of mental strength first and foremost. When you are spending hours and hours running in the heat, your worst enemy is the voice inside your head telling you that you can't make the full distance, you're better off quitting, your muscles are aching, and your blisters are worse than ever. Just stop running and there won't be any more pain. Half the battle is telling that voice to shut the fuck up and soldiering on through all that adversity because it's what makes the process of running so fulfilling in the end. I tried to embody this mentality as much as I could, and ironically, as much as my mental health had been deteriorating with my sniper gameplay, I actually kept a really positive mindset with the marathon. So, with about 70 days of suboptimal training under our belts, day 88 of the challenge rolled around, and fortunately for me, there would be no sniper play today because instead of that, I was going to be running around Sydney in close to 30-degree heat for several hours. My main goal was of course to complete the marathon, but I also wanted to do it without having to stop at any point to walk. It didn't really matter if we were running at a relatively slow pace, as long as we could maintain that for 4 or 5 hours, I was going to be pretty happy. Anyway, we had to be up at 5 AM for a painfully early start, and I barely slept the night before, but was running high on adrenaline and excitement to get it started. We reached Western City University, got our numbers, and did some stretches, and before we knew it, it was 7 AM and we were off running. Everything started really well. We were all optimistic and got into a nice consistent pace, hovering around 6 to 6.5 minutes per kilometer because we didn't want to burn ourselves out before we got into the thick of it. Having it by Parramatta River was really scenic and actually made it quite pleasant because the weather was nice, for now, and I didn't even need to listen to music. We flew past the 5-kilometer mark, the 10-kilometer mark, the 15-kilometer mark, the 20-kilometer mark, and then, if you remember, the furthest I had run before the marathon was 26 kilometers, and as soon as we hit that mark, things started to go a bit pear-shaped. It had been over 2 hours at this point, and I began to feel cramping in my left quad, which I pushed through, but with the heat picking up and the gravity of the task ahead of us really starting to sink in, things got a lot more challenging. We passed 27 kilometers, 28 kilometers and 29 kilometers, but when we had to cross over Silverwater Bridge, which had this massive spike in elevation after a really flat stretch by the river, myself, Fracco and Finlay hit the wall. For the first time thus far, in what was a very painful decision, we agreed to stop running, at least for the moment, before we got to the next aid station, which had water and snacks to give us more energy. But from that point on, the marathon became hellish. The heat was only getting worse and worse, our muscles were aching, and my left quad was cramping bad, and we still had over 12 kilometers, or about 7.5 miles to go. We'd already been running for about 3.5 hours at this point, but I tried to stay positive and kept on pushing. It was starting to get closer to midday, meaning the sun was out and on full blast, and we reached a point where there hadn't been a bubbler or water stop in about 4 kilometers, and I started to really withdraw into my own head. I can say this with absolute conviction because I don't think my body has ever experienced so much voluntarily induced pain and anguish, maybe ever in my life. The sustained heat of the sun, being dehydrated, and running on fumes was the most unpleasant physical condition my body has ever experienced, and we still had several kilometers to go. I reached a point walking by the river where my optimism had actually subsided for the first time about running this marathon, and I essentially went non-verbal around my friends for a half-an-hour block where I genuinely went to a place I don't think my mind has ever been pushed. Time started to drag on, and it really became a battle of putting one step after the other. Now, hopefully this isn't too far-fetched of a comparison, but in a lot of ways, this point of the marathon really came to encompass how the sniper challenge had progressed. And I mean this quite literally. It was really around that 37, 38, and 39 kilometer mark that things became absolutely hellish. Or in other terms, about 90% of the way through the run, I really started to question myself and my mental fortitude began showing its weak spots. Sound familiar? Now good, don't get it twisted. The physical pain of running a marathon in that heat trumps whatever mental turmoil I was suffering by playing a video game for 3 months straight, but I really do think there's a lot of overlap at play here. They were both intense tests of my mental strength, and towards the end of each of them, I really found that the principles I swore by and the stoic mentality I tried to carry with me through life got tested. And in a lot of ways, I think it showed me where I fell short. When things are easy, it's not hard to call yourself a stoic who can control their emotions in spite of whatever situation you face because you're not actually there. I can read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius or The Obstacle's the Way by Ryan Holiday or whatever stoic literature it may be, and it's easy to imagine yourself handling these difficult environments. But that all changes when you're actually there. When the heat is scorching your skin, your lungs are struggling to give your body oxygen, and your quadricep is moments away from swelling up like a balloon, can you really remain level-headed? Or when you've spent hundreds of hours playing the same game for 3 months straight, where you've dealt with cheaters, people targeting and harassing you, and now a bot crisis, can you really remain level-headed? Well, judging by how I've responded, the answer would appear to be a no. As much as I identified with these principles, I failed to exhibit them in the most important moments. My anger frequently got the best of me during the sniper challenge, and my positive mindset had evaporated when things got really tough in the marathon. It appears that I could talk the talk, but I couldn't walk the walk. Literally. But do you want to know the one good thing there is about being 90% of the way through a challenge? Well, it's not actually done yet. You still have 10% of the way to go. And if there's one life lesson I had learned from months of running that I could still prove to myself, it was to finish stronger than I started. We reached the final aid station of the marathon, which meant there was just over 3 kilometers left, and the person running it injected us with some extra motivation. Rather than walking it in, the 3 of us agreed to give it everything we had left by alternating between 200 meters of jogging and then 100 meters of walking. And although this was incredibly painful with how sore my left quad was at this point, it was this rhythm which carried us in the final stretch and birthed some newfound optimism. I clawed myself out of my own head and began talking more, because each time we knocked down a rotation between running and walking, we all grew increasingly confident as the end of the race got that much closer. First there was 3 kilometers, which quickly became 2 kilometers, and once we realized there was actually only 1 kilometer left to knock down, we agreed to cut out the walking and just run it in. And God, let me just say, there's nothing quite like the sudden rush of energy you get when you realize you're minutes away from finishing a marathon. You don't feel the pain in your muscles as much, you forget that your body has burnt through 3,500 calories, and you just go for it. We turned this final corner around the university building, which took us right back to the oval where we started 5.5 hours ago, and the 3 of us all crossed that finish line and successfully completed the marathon. Not gonna lie, I got seriously close to shedding some tears because that was the most physically challenging thing I've ever done in my life, but we actually managed to prevail and finished it as a group. Now, was I able to run the entire time? Well, no. I failed on that goal, but it didn't diminish the fact I actually managed to finish the marathon. According to the guy at the final aid station, 3 people had passed out and been taken to hospital due to the blistering heat. So the fact we all remained conscious through all 42 kilometers was enough of an achievement for me. If I was able to put my head down and lock in on that final stretch, get into a new rhythm to ensure that I finished harder than I started, and did it all with 70 days of preparation, I knew I could finish this sniper challenge. So, after a rather painful day 96 of the challenge where my progress continued to slump, I knew something had to change. Even if it was only going to be for 4 full days, I wanted to finish this thing better than it started. I really sat and reflected on the challenge and knew I had to reorient it around what the goal always should have been, and that was improvement in all its vagueness. No more KDs, no more win percentages, and no constantly spamming my tab button to check the scoreboard. The extent to which it had drained my mental was more than obvious at this point, and I wanted these last 4 days to be a blank slate in which I could simply exhibit all the skills I had learned up until this point without hyperfixating on an arbitrary kill-death ratio. I also knew that my goal of 250 hours of in-game sniper time had to be thrown out the window to some extent because playing this much was working against my more holistic conception of improvement, and that's what truly mattered to me. Grinding out an obscene amount of hours for the next 4 days, it just wasn't going to happen, especially with how buggy the tracking had been, and it seemed to be decreasing the quality of my play, so I decided to put it to the side. The only goal I kept was a total kill count on my sniper rifle, but I decreased it from 10,000 down to 8,500, which would still get it to the highest rank of Hail Zone, and this seemed a lot more reasonable to me. And so, I went into day 97 with the revitalized mental. No more numbers to stress about, I didn't have to get angry about bad deaths affecting my ratios, it was just me, my rifle, and my ability to click some heads. And things just felt right. There were less stupid deaths because I was angry, I felt as though my aim was much more precise, and overall, I wasn't dreading every second of my life I had to play sniper. I could once again appreciate the opportunity to be even doing this challenge in the first place, and this much calmer mindset carried through into how I was playing. I will admit there were a handful of games where I opened up the stat line afterwards, and I remember this particularly good showing on day 100, where I managed to get 82 points in one round on Badwater, and just because I was feeling a little naughty, I opened up to see a pretty beast mode KD of 4.7, and moments like this felt pretty vindicating. I also got several 18 kill streaks, and even a 19 kill streak on my first life of my first game of day 99, which yes, I did manage to choke, but I honestly didn't really care at this point. I was actually enjoying the process once more, and I think this was largely thanks to freeing myself from the metaphorical shackles of the expectations I had placed upon myself. I know this seems a bit wishy-washy that I was magically able to get better, and you don't have to believe me, but I really do think that your reality is created by your mindset to some extent. It informs how you perceive the world around you, and at the very least, that influences the decisions you make, which has a real impact on your immediate environment. It is possible that all the good clips you're watching in the background right now are a massive case of survivorship bias, and I'm only selecting the best moments to highlight this point I'm trying to make, but I truly do believe my general performance drastically improved once I approached things differently here in the last 4 days. And even if they didn't, I can definitely say that I wasn't wanting to rip my skin off after every death and anger anymore, so that at the very least was a plus. But you know what? I think you get the picture here, and I don't want things to drag on for much longer. So let's take a look at the very last day of the challenge. Number 100. You may remember earlier in this section that I mentioned I wanted to set a record on each of the 18 exercises in Kovacs before the challenge ended, and I had successfully done that on 17 out of 18 of them. In a somewhat poetic manner, only one Kovacs exercise stood in my way of completing this goal, and that was Aimers plus WW6T normal. This was actually one of my favorite exercises to run through, but the last time I set a record on this was all the way back on day 39. Admittedly, it was a pretty damn good score of 131, which put me in the top 10 percentile of players, but in over 2 months, I hadn't managed to beat it. Today was my last opportunity to beat that record, and I was feeling really confident going into things. So, I warmed up, stretched out my hands, made my way through the first 4 flicking exercises, and boom. I cued All of the Lights by Kanye West, and that meant it was time to get down to business. And God, was it beautiful. I began flicking from target to target with absolute ease. There was no friction on my mouse pad, and my movements felt buttery smooth. My brain and hand had become one in perfect unity, and I absolutely dominated for 60 seconds. I knew I was going to beat my score of 131, and that was going to be vindicated as soon as the clock hit 0. Oh, I only got 128. That actually wasn't as cool as I wanted it to be. Well, whatever. That was just my warm-up run. So I took a second to breathe, I was still pretty unfazed, and went into my second attempt, which... oh, that was even worse. 121. That's 10 away from the record this time. Well, whatever. I tried again, and again, and again, and again, but yeah, still nothing. I was starting to restart midway through bad runs too, and now it was kind of getting to my head. Look, to cut a long story short, after 68 minutes and way more attempts than I feel comfortable telling you, the viewer, we finally hit the jackpot.
Oh my god, that was actually it. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Oh my god.
And god, was that a massive relief. Now, you may be wondering, elmaxo, why are you spending so much time to talk about this pretty inconsequential goal you set in a name trainer? Well, funny you should ask, because this extended session in Kovacs actually drastically changed the course of history, and I'm not fucking joking. Now, you may notice that I knew exactly how long it took to get the record on this exercise, and that's because I was recording the whole thing. It was a 72-minute clip, and at the 68-minute mark, I successfully got the record. Now, why is this an important piece of information, I hear you ask? Well, due to the physical reality of the universe we live in, recording footage requires hard drive space. And as a YouTuber, I record in a pretty high quality, so you guys get nice looking videos. Nothing wrong with that, but the only issue here is that this takes hard drive space. You know, a finite resource. We'll get back to that in a second, but for now, let's continue with day 100. I played as usual, and I actually had a really good performance today. There were a lot of really good clip-worthy moments I hit, and that meant I had to record them. To be precise, I took exactly 36 clips today, excluding all the Kovacs recordings, and that's about 8 gigabytes worth of hard drive space. But whatever, we kept playing, and remember, the final goal of today to finish the challenge was to get 8,500 kills on my sniper rifle, and we were closing in on that fast. After about an hour and a half of playing, I loaded into a fresh game of Borneo, and I knew this was going to be the one where I'd hit the big milestone. So in preparation for that, I started recording my game and did a bit of a live commentary because I thought that could be a nice wholesome way to wrap things up. Also, to my surprise, Siren happened to be in this lobby, and as soon as I realized that, I knew he had to be the last kill this rifle got in the challenge. Something I didn't tell you guys yet was that I actually released a video about running the marathon on my second channel on day 96, and I used some of my good sniper clips and Kovacs footage in the background as I talked, and Siren actually noticed this video, and because he already had hundreds of hours in aim trainers, he decided to find the routine I was doing and whooped my ass so hard that he ended up breaking all of my records except one. What the fuck, man? It just went to show how good he is with the whole aiming thing, so I decided in this game that he would be the 8,500th kill on my strange sniper rifle, and it was gonna be a second scope. So anyway, it was finally time to finish off the grind, and I started ticking those final kills off. Number 15, gone. 14, see you later. 13, 12, and 11, all easy. 10, bang. 9, see you later again. And God, let's just take a look at the 8th final kill I got in the challenge because it was an absolute banger. Wait, what? No, don't tell me. What's the next bit of footage we have? So the most unfortunate thing ever might have just happened. I, no joke, just ran out of hard drive space on my fucking 8,500th kill, and it was a second scope on Siren. The whole joke was that I was getting a second scope on Siren for the hail zone. I was recording it, and then I went to go press my clip button, and it showed a little error sign, and I was like, no way. I actually cannot believe the odds that that happens. You just have to believe me. Look, I'll go through the chat logs, you can see it. Look, you can see me typing, one more kill, and I'm saying, like, bro, I'm ignoring everyone. It has to be a second scope on Siren. Valid. And then I hit it, see sniper hit hail zone, and then I said it had to be a second scope, and Siren says, was that the last kill? And I went, no, my OBS, my hard drive ran out of space. I don't have any footage of the actual final kill, or any of the last 8 for that matter. My beautiful second scope on Siren has been erased in the sands of time. You can see here at the end of this recording that I only have 1.77 gigabytes of space, and that's after I cleared some random clips to make room to record anything more, and wow, it's honestly hilarious that happened. Had I been any faster on that initial Kovacs run, which took an hour, I probably would have had enough space to actually record what happened, but alas, I can't do anything about it. I did end up getting another second scope on Siren in that game to have some footage to show, but look, this feels like a bit of a cop-out. So in the immediate aftermath where I had technically finished the challenge, I made sure to go into an offline game of Borneo and record exactly how the kill went, where I was positioned, where Siren was, and what part of the map it happened at, so I could send it to my awesome animator, Dominsky, and he could forge an overly dramatic recreation of it, and here it is.
Our young protagonist was just 1 kill away from achieving Hale's own, the strange rank every TF2 player yearned for, as it represented the absolute pinnacle of excellence. But this kill was going to be unlike any other, as elmaxo had a specific target in mind. On the enemy team was his rival Siren, a player he initially hated due to his second scoping tendencies. And now, in rather poetic fashion, he was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Thus, along with his medic negative sound, elmaxo marched through the tunnel as his team pushed the cart towards victory. elmaxo shifted to the right, and as he reared the thick trunk of the Bellion tree, he locked eyes with an enemy sniper positioned further back. elmaxo recognized those cosmetics in a heartbeat. It was Siren, and the time had officially come. elmaxo scoped in once, which baited in Siren to take a shot, but he missed. This was his golden opportunity, but instead, elmaxo unscoped just to second scope him again, to which Siren responded with another missed shot. The two appeared to be in a strange mating ritual, or at least that's what onlookers would think with how they strafed left and right, back and forth in such a rhythmic fashion. However, after 3 second scope attempts, our young protagonist found the perfect opportunity, and after baiting in Siren one last time, he fired off the challenge's final shot, dropping him in an instant. 8,500 kills, hundreds of hours, all finally coming to a close.
And there we had it. Hitting that final milestone of the challenge brought things to an end at 4:18 PM on the 4th of November 2023. Similarly to my time on Spy, this one ended with a massive sigh of relief instead of some joyous outburst, but my emotions were also a little all over the place given the fact I didn't record my final kill, but hey, we got a cool animation instead. This officially marked the end of the journey, and this one meant a lot more to me than the previous 100 days we did because the way it intertwined with the marathon and the way it tested my mindset this time around felt a lot more real. But ultimately, I was happy it had all come to an end. Before we delve into all of my takeaways and reflections of the challenge, let's take a quick look at the stats, my kills, my hours, and all of that good stuff. So, after 100 days straight, my total TF2 hours went from 4,590 all the way up to 4,979, which is an increase of 389, and yeah, this seemed about right. My TF2 hours went up by 324 when I did the Spy challenge, and given I was playing considerably more, this seemed to check out with me. There might have been times where I was idle on the main menu or was playing outside of the challenge, which was incredibly rare given how burnt out on the game I was, but for the most part, this amount did surprise me. More interestingly though, my hours on Sniper specifically went from 123 and 38 minutes up to 347 and 22 minutes for a total increase of 224, and yeah, this was slightly short of the goal we set initially. I aimed for 250, but that proved to be me biting off a lot more than I could chew, and I was still really happy we hit the amount that we did. When you factor in the 60 hours of Kovacs I also put into this challenge over the 100-day period, I felt like not reaching that goal of 250 is a bit more reasonable, and God, yeah, if we ever do a challenge like this again, we're not setting the bar that high for the sake of my mental health. Also, I know I've rambled about it a fair bit, but I'm pretty sure that the in-game counter for hours was bugging out towards the end, but maybe I'm wrong on that, I'm not really sure. Someone who's a lot smarter than me could probably figure that out. As for my stats more generally, we accrued a total of 28,960 kills, 6,222 assists, and a whopping 52,709 points. This means that I not only beat LeBron James' scoring record for a second time, but I also destroyed my previous best as well. I am a free agent this offseason, so if the Oklahoma City Thunder would like to add another valuable piece to their roster, which will all but confirm them a championship, I'm only one call away.
Go ahead, Bart!
Now, my KD calculations were a little strange for this final block of the challenge because I did stop counting it from day 97 through to day 100. Ultimately, I think it would be slightly higher than it is if I had to guess, but we'll never know. Anyway, from days 82 to 96, I got a total of 4,858 kills and died 1,560 times, leading to an overall KD of 3.11. Now, this was as high as 3.3 early on, but as we saw, my mental kinda collapsed and my performance nosedived. But yeah, we still did surpass the goal of 3 we set, so that's good at least. As for the challenge in total though, we got 28,960 kills and died 10,861 times, leading to an overall KD of 2.67, and I was definitely happy with this. Also, before I forget, I finished the final block of the challenge with a win percentage of 67.2, which was 4% higher than the first block when we started out. In total, I won 1,134 rounds and lost 622 of them, making my overall win rate for the challenge 64.57%. I do think the numbers can be a hindrance to your performance if you fixate on them too much, but it's cool to observe the trends and how they fluctuate over a long period, and that was definitely valuable to look at. But anyway, with the boring numbers officially out the way, I want to talk to you about some of the key takeaways I've had from this 100-day challenge. The first thing I want to talk about is number 1, you can accomplish a lot in 100 days. I think 3 months is the perfect time frame to make meaningful change in your life, and this sniper challenge definitely reinforced my belief in that. If you don't know, the 100-day time frame is actually a pretty meaningful amount to me, because back in June of 2022, I was going through a pretty turbulent time in my personal life and decided to take a step back from everything and went to a self-imposed recluse, which was slightly crazy in retrospect, but it was easily the most I have ever grown as a person in such a short period. That was the time window where I made the video on Bing Soy, and I was putting in 8 to 10 hour days every day for over 3 months, and fortunately for me, my channel absolutely exploded in that time frame. I went from about 65,000 subscribers to 185 in that 100-day block, and that really proved to me how much you can accomplish if you really stick your mind to a certain goal. So doing this 100-day challenge where I drastically improved my sniper gameplay and also managed to run a marathon really did reinforce the power of this time frame, especially in comparison to when I did my Spy challenge. It felt a lot more structured and disciplined this time, and I also put a bunch more work into it with the increase in hours and aim trainer stuff, which is really nice to reflect on now that we're on the other side of it. Now, I will put a slight disclaimer here because I am very fortunate to be a YouTuber and I can work my own hours, and it makes creating a daily schedule a lot easier than if you have to study or work a part-time job, and I'm definitely not oblivious to that. Having that degree of flexibility is why I was able to both run a marathon and play a stupid amount of TF2 in such a short period, and I know not everyone is lucky enough to be in a position like that. Maybe that means you have to scale your goals down a bit, but truly, I think you'd be surprised by what 1 or 2 hours of work every day over a 3-month period can accomplish, especially when it comes to something like your physical health. The second thing I want to talk about relates to TF2 a lot more, and that is, Sniper isn't broken, he's just kinda lame to play against. Now, if you've been active in the TF2 community over the past few years, there's been a growing portion of the player base which has come to believe that Sniper is overpowered. This mainly stems from the fact he can execute any light cast in the game from any distance in 0.2 seconds, but after actually putting in the time to get a pretty damn comprehensive understanding of the class, no, I don't think Sniper is overpowered. The amount of skill it takes to land those close range flick headshots on a scout, bum rushing you is insane, and even the best Sniper players can't pull it off consistently. I did get drastically better at it over my time with Sniper because I intentionally sought out those situations, but it still wasn't something I could do that often. If I had to guess, I was making 20 to 30% of my shots at point blank when I had an enemy rushing me, and they still very much had the advantage when dueling me. I get that it can be frustrating to play against a really good Sniper because they can basically shut down an entire server, but there's just so much room for counterplay as long as you're willing to change your playstyle slightly. Maybe that means using a different weapon or moving to the flank to get them, or hey, you might have to swap to a class if worse comes to worse, but I don't think it's that challenging to deal with good snipers as long as you're playing the game with intention. If I see a level 3 sentry guarding the last point on a map and I'm playing scout, yeah, guess what? I'm not going to be able to skirmish with people to my heart's content, and it means I may have to stick to the flanks more, or maybe I'll swap and use bonk to get past it, or hey, maybe I'll even change class to soldier and use the direct hit for a little bit. In a similar way, dealing with enemy snipers encourages this same type of thinking. If you're playing Demo Man and pushing the cart like a team player, but keep finding yourself dying to some sniper all the way across the map, maybe it's time to respect their sight line and use the flanks more, or maybe you can swap to the sticky jumper to get behind with ease, or maybe you can even swap to spy if you want a really simple way of solving the problem. Just like any soft or hard counter in TF2, you gotta switch your brain on for a second or two and develop a plan that doesn't involve the gameplay equivalent of smashing your head against a brick wall and complaining it hurts when you keep doing it. But with that being said, I do agree that whilst he isn't overpowered, he is a pretty annoying and unfun class to go up against. If you take a look at TF2 and each of its classes, the game was intended to be played in that short to medium range. Whether it's meat shots or close range splash damage or backstabs or charging sword slashes, the game was very much designed with close quarter combat in mind, and I think that does put Sniper into a weird category by himself. He's slow, he positions very differently to everyone else in the game, and yeah, getting fully charged body shot from across the map after peeking a sightline for half a second is pretty damn unfun to play against. I think there's an argument to be had that Sniper's inclusion in the game from a design perspective is just kinda awkward because he's antithetical to how every other class likes to play the game, but I couldn't go as far as to say he's broken. The counterplay is just so fucking obvious and easy. I'm pretty sure Dane said something similar in his video reacting to people's hot takes about TF2, and I pretty much agree with everything he had to say there. I'm not super invested in this argument if I'm being honest, because Valve isn't going to touch the game, let alone drastically overhaul the core design of one of its classes. So I just treat Sniper's existence in its current form as unchanging, and if you hold the opinion that he's unbalanced, it might just be a better idea to start learning some good counterplay to minimize how much he can impact your games. To each their own, and I know there's some good arguments from the other side, but that's just where I personally sit on the discussion after playing it for 100 days straight. The third point I want to talk about here is that I am now a strong believer in the aim trainer hype. Going into this challenge, I was so skeptical of how useful aim trainers would be when it came to progressing in TF2, but holy shit, I have been converted. Being so consistent with it, half an hour every day, genuinely transformed my aim, especially when it came to my tracking. I know I've talked about this at length in the video, but damn, my tracking really was just a series of micro flicks before I started playing Sniper. It was jittery, it was awkward, and it was definitely unreliable. But after 100 days of beasting with the same 18 exercises, it's become so fucking smooth, and I know a large part of that is due to the work I put in with Kovacs. The only thing I would have changed with my time in Kovacs is exploring different routines which had different types of exercises. Swapping to harder versions of the ones I was already used to on day 50 probably wasn't a great idea in retrospect, and I think some variation could have expanded my range of skill, but ultimately it did wonders, and I would highly recommend it to people who are serious about improving. I think it definitely reaches a point of diminishing returns after using it for hundreds of hours, but I can safely say that it turbocharged my progress in my raw aiming technique, and that was invaluable to this challenge. So maybe go and check it out for yourself if you've never tried it before. The fourth point this challenge taught me, and what I think will become the most transferable to the rest of my life, is don't be afraid to reassess your goals when a situation changes. The road to anything you pursue in life is very volatile, and it will constantly change as you take more and more strides in the direction of progress. For that reason, it's stupid to cling to goals you set at the beginning if it's become obvious that they're no longer serving you in the way that they once did. Initially, it gave me a great sense of direction by clinging onto that in-game output, tower goal and strange sniper rifle kill count, but once I saw how my mental health was deteriorating, which meant my performance started declining, which meant I started losing sight of my initial goal of becoming the best sniper possible, I should have put my foot down and reassessed what I was working towards. Luckily, I did do this at the end of day 96, but I just wish I came to this realization sooner, on day 90 or something, because I only got 4 full days of playing sniper with this adjusted mindset, and I think I would have saved myself from a lot of needless stress had I done it earlier, but at least we got there in the end. Make sure you keep this in mind with your goals in your life, and don't be stubborn like I was. Things constantly change on the journey, and that's a good thing. New opportunities may open up to you, or you may experience some setbacks, so make sure you take a deep breath, get a journal out and reflect on how you're going, and see if it's time to make some adjustments. I think you'll definitely thank yourself for it in the future. The fifth and final point I want to cover here is one which may sound familiar to people who watched the entirety of the last Spy Challenge, but God, don't use your water bottle or new tower fan as a punching bag when you're angry. Yes, you heard me right. I mentioned how I broke my water bottle, but I also permanently damaged my new tower fan during this challenge. Luckily, it still works, but I have to rest it against my wall, otherwise it's unbalanced and crashes to the ground like it has many times during the middle of the night when it's resting on a slightly wrong angle and it wakes up Mackie and she gets scared, which isn't good. So, just like we did last time, if you've made it this far into the video, please comment RIP elmaxo's new fan and I'll leave you with a free heart react. Shout out to the people who do it this time because I know this video is a whole lot longer. Not gonna lie, this challenge definitely made me realize that my anger can get the better of me, but I'm happy to report that as of writing this about 3 months since I finished the challenge, I think I actually have gotten a lot better with handling this. I've played more League of Legends lately, and I've made a concerted effort never to type and get toxic, and I never blame other people and just try to focus on what I can improve in any situation, so hey, that sounds pretty good to me. And with that out the way, I think that's everything I have to say. Thank you so much for making it this far, and I really am sorry this video took so long to make. Don't get me wrong, it's almost twice as long as the last one, so it was always going to be more work, but I really struggled with motivation throughout this one, and I have reassessed some of my goals in terms of YouTube, which I'll be talking about in my next video on this channel, so be on the lookout for that. Thank you again for making it this far. It's genuinely crazy to think that people are willing to endure these mammoth videos I make, and it means a lot if you found it entertaining enough to make it all the way here. Unfortunately, I don't have plans for another 100 days challenge, but there is a possibility you may randomly see one in like 3 years from now, and I'm almost certain that'll be on Pyro, but I'm not promising you anything. I hope you've enjoyed, and God, you're finally free. You can click off because we're done, go outside, give your mum a hug, go talk to your friends, enjoy life, and I'll see you when I see you. Dude, it actually looks like Jonestown.
That's so good.
Everyone drank their Kool-Aid and then fucking...